Chapter 601. This is a metal elemental origin crystal. It can upgrade a bejeweled weapon by 1 grade. The Ma family elder said with a smile. Upgrade by 1 grade. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He looked at the pale golden stone in front of him in surprise. That old man was right. It is indeed a metal elemental origin crystal. I didn't expect him to be so generous, the dark red dragon muttered. Lin Xian was relieved to hear the dragon's words. Ruffian Dragon was an old demon. If even he thought it was fine, then it must be true. Lin Xian nodded and smiled at the Ma family elder. Soon, the Ma family elder took out another item. This is a battle armor drawing. It is very powerful. It is said that if it can be made, even a venerable would find it difficult to break its defense. Even a venerable would not be able to break it? Lin Xian was stunned. Then he showed a suspicious look. The Ma family elder smiled and explained, the requirements for making such a powerful battle armor are definitely not simple. In fact, they are very strict. Not only does it require a grandmaster blacksmith, but the materials required are also extremely precious. However, once it is made, its power will definitely be heaven-defying. I want to use it to exchange for the other 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs. What do you think? The Ma family elder looked expectant. It was obvious that he cared a lot about the spiritual herbs. Lin Xian pondered. Although the Ma family elder's description was very tempting, it was not certain if it could be made. It was like drawing a pie in the sky. However, Lin Xian was very curious about the battle armor. Okay, I'll trade. In the end, Lin Xian clenched his fist and said, "Ha, my young friend Lin is really straightforward." The Ma family elder laughed. "From now on, you are the Ma family's distinguished guest. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell them the Ma family's name." The Ma family elder was too excited. He quickly exchanged the items with Lin Xian and left excitedly. It could not be helped. For an old monster who did not have much time left, 1,000-year-old spiritual herb was too tempting. However, Lin Xian did not feel the pinch. Not to mention 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, he still had a few 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. He even had a 5,000-year-old spirit herb in his possession. That was the real treasure. Lin Xian took the ancient scroll and quickly opened it. Red lotus armor. 4 ancient seals appeared. Soon after, exquisite diagrams appeared one after another. The records on the diagrams were extremely detailed, making people gasp in amazement. The dark red divine dragon stole a few glances and then sent a voice transmission. That old man wasn't lying. The effect of this armor is indeed very strong. Even an ordinary venerable one might not be able to break it. However, it's also very difficult to make it. This is an ancient armor, and some of the materials on it are about to disappear. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. Kid, this is just the information on the surface. The real thing needs to be explored with your soul. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He sent a wisp of his soul into the painting. Soon his body shook and a strange expression appeared on his face. The information inside was even more detailed. He even saw a complete shadow of the red lotus armor. Lin Xian's heart was stirred. He had a vague idea of what was going on. Although the materials to make the armor were difficult to find, he could use another method to condense the armor. That was the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was very special. It was an offensive saint technique, so it should be able to simulate the red lotus armor. If that was the case, he would be rich. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. The Ma family elder had given away such a precious treasure so casually. He must have thought that the armor was something impossible to make. However, he did not know that Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Otherwise, he would not have taken out such a heaven-defying treasure. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Lin Xian was so excited that he wanted to shout. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xian followed Nan Gongseng and the others to participate in the rare treasure exchange. Half a day later, he left the strange space. He quickly returned to the quiet courtyard. He could not use the metal element origin crystal for the time being, because he had to find a Grandmaster blacksmith to use the origin crystal to upgrade the artifact's grade. However, he could give the Red Lotus armor a try. Lin Xian took out the illusory spirit defense formation that he had obtained from the Wang family elder and enveloped the entire courtyard, forming an illusory defense formation. Then he summoned the little white monkey and the dark red dragon. After ensuring that it was safe, Lin Xian extended his soul and entered the ancient scroll. He skipped the production process and went straight to the final image of the armor. Amidst the hazy white mist, a bright red battle suit appeared in the void. Lin Xian could feel a frightening aura just by looking at the scene. If he could really make it, its power would definitely be extremely powerful. However, what he needed to do now was not to make it. Instead, he needed to carefully comprehend the inscriptions on it and simulate it with the great dragon sword soul. The image of the armor was very real. Every inscription on it was clearly visible. The inscriptions intersected with each other and finally formed a demonic red lotus that bloomed brightly. He did not know what grade the Red Lotus armor was. However, it was definitely extraordinary because the inscriptions on it were very complicated. Even with Lin Xian's soul power, he felt a headache coming on. However, hard work paid off. After 3 days, he finally grasped all the inscriptions. Next, he would use the great dragon sword soul to simulate the Red Lotus armor. This process was very difficult because the slightest mistake in the inscriptions would cause the entire armor to be scrapped. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul power was strong and his willpower was tenacious. Finally, after 5 days, he successfully condensed the Red Lotus armor. The spiritual power in his body surged and quickly intersected on the surface of his body, forming mysterious patterns. Soon, a bright red armor appeared and covered Lin Xian's body. On it, a demonic red lotus bloomed brightly. Lin Xian tested the armor and found that it was better than he had imagined. Its defense had already surpassed his gold thunder body. This result made him very excited. One had to know that it was already so powerful when condensed with spiritual power. If it was really forged, it would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. Moreover, the Red Lotus armor also made up for Lin Xian's lack of defense. Although the gold thunder body was powerful, it could not be of much use now. Against ordinary warriors, there was no need for him to activate the gold thunder body. However, against top geniuses, the gold thunder body was useless. For example, when he faced Shin Yaotian previously, his gold thunder body could not be of use. However, the Red Lotus armor solved this problem. Its defense had already surpassed the gold thunder body. Lin Xian was confident that if he faced Shin Yaotian again, he could definitely withstand his opponent's attacks with the Red Lotus armor. Next, as long as his cultivation broke through another level, he would be able to contend with Shin Yaotian in terms of combat power. Lin Xian put away the Red Lotus armor and went into seclusion to cultivate again. Chapter 6:02. Holding a high-grade primal yang stone with both hands, Lin Xian circulated the longevity art with all his strength. Pure yang energy quickly entered his body. This primal yang stone was truly worthy of being a top grade, or its effect was much better than spirit stones. Furthermore, the pure yang energy inside was extremely pure. He didn't need to use much strength to convert it into his own energy. This greatly increased Lin Xian's cultivation speed. It wasn't just him. The dragon and the white monkey were also absorbing primal yang stones. However, the white monkey was too strange. Even after absorbing so many primal yang stones, it didn't change at all. On the other hand, The dragon's body had undergone a shocking change. It hadn't stopped absorbing primal yang stones in the past few days. Originally, it had only been at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm, but now it had reached the late stage. Even its body had doubled in size. Seeing its breakthrough, the dark red divine dragon howled in excitement. Then it looked at the palm-sized monkey and sneered, "Little guy, you're too stupid. Even after absorbing so much primal yang stones, you haven't changed at all." The white monkey stared at the small bowl with disdain. Then its body flickered, and it turned into a ray of white light. It arrived in front of the dragon and slammed its furry paw down. Bang! The dragon saw stars and fainted. Fuck! A moment later, the dragon recovered and angrily cursed. Its cultivation base had broken through, and its strength had increased, but it still hadn't been able to dodge the white monkey's paw. This was too hateful. The dragon was depressed. It no longer dared to provoke the white monkey and obediently went to absorb the primal yang stones. Within the courtyard, one man and two beasts were rapidly cultivating. One primal yang stone after another dimmed. Lin Xian quickly exchanged for more. This time, he had to break through to the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Just as Lin Xian was cultivating, Quicksand City became lively once more. Shen Yaotian was a genius, and he was quickly recognized by everyone. Furthermore, he was creating one legend after another. There was even news that Shen Yaotian had secretly fought against a certain Sand Region's heavenly genius. As for the result, no one knew. However, to be able to fight against the Sand Region's peak heavenly genius was enough to prove Shen Yaotian's strength. "Who do you guys think Shen Yaotian fought against?" Someone asked. Xiaogan, He Muya, Zhao Su, Qinyang, any of the four masters could be him. Everyone was discussing excitedly. It wasn't just Shen Yaotian. More and more geniuses flooded into Quicksand City, beginning to challenge the various arenas. After a period of recuperation, the Wang family's battle arena became active again. This time, they had spent a lot of money to hire a group of experts. These people were far more powerful than Huashao. It could be said that not only did the strength of the Wang clan's battle arena not decrease, it had instead increased. They were even looking forward to Lin Xian's visit. "Humph! Damn thief! You actually disappeared. Damn it! This kind of person is trash. If he dares to come to the arena again, he will definitely not be able to return." The disciples of the Wang family sneered. They hated Lin Xian to the core. Originally, they feared Lin Xian's strength. During that time, they were even living in fear, afraid that Lin Xian would come knocking on their door. However, their family had invested a lot and brought in a group of experts, greatly increasing the strength of their battle arena. Therefore, the disciples of the Wang family became arrogant again. What kind of genius is he? He's actually a coward. That's just an undeserved reputation. Rumors can't be trusted. What Lin Xian? He's just a piece of trash. If he comes, I'll beat him with one hand. Those who had just joined the Wang family's battle arena sneered. They had just joined, so naturally they wanted to start with Lin Xian. Beat him with one hand? What arrogance! I'm here. Why don't you try? A cold snort sounded. Immediately after, a figure appeared in the center of the battle arena like a ghost. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked. They only felt a black shadow float past. That speed was so fast that their eyes couldn't catch up at all. Lin Xian! It's Lin Xian! What, he's really here? Damn, it's going to be lively after class. Everyone exclaimed, their expressions excited. They wouldn't forget that it was this youth who had challenged the Wang family's experts and obtained 10 consecutive victories. And now, this genius youth had appeared again. Humph, you're Lin Xian? There's nothing special about you. Brat, you dare to come out? You're courting death. On the other side, the martial artists invited by the Wang family had cold expressions as they stared at Lin Xian. They had naturally heard of Lin Xian's 10 consecutive victories, and it was because of this that they were invited. Therefore, these people all wanted to kill Lin Xian. As long as they killed Lin Xian, not only would they obtain the astronomical reward from the Wang family, but they would also immediately become famous in Quicksand City. This was definitely the best opportunity to gain both fame and fortune. Brat, let this young master fight you. Come up and die. I can beat you with one hand. The group of people clamored as their spirit energy surged, forming a terrifying aura. These people were all martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. They were even stronger than Huashao, and could be said to be very powerful. The surrounding people were shocked and couldn't help but worry for Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian had defeated Huashao before, the other party was only one person. Now, there were 5 or 6 martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This was on a completely different level from the previous lineup. In their view, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to defeat so many spirit-detecting realm martial artists. When the Wang family saw Lin Xian, their expressions were cold and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Not only had they been challenged, but they had also lost 2 elders. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian, their eyes were exceptionally red. Damn it, this time we must kill this despicable thief. Don't worry, this time we invited 5 spirit-detecting realm martial artists. That thief definitely won't be able to escape. I'll let him know the consequences of offending the Wang family. Pass down the order. Prepare the martial stage for the battle. In front, the 5 spirit-detecting realm martial artists sneered and stared at Lin Xian like fierce wolves. Lin Xian's face was calm as he said indifferently, "You don't have to fight. Come at me together." What? Together? Oh, everyone was stunned. They suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. Those were 5 spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Wasn't it too crazy to ask them to come at him together? Other than those top prodigies, no one would dare to say such a thing. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Lin Xian. The 5 spirit-detecting realm martial artist faces were even more gloomy. They wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian apart. Humiliation. This was definitely an undisguised humiliation. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm Brat dared to speak to them like this. Brat, you're courting death. You dare to challenge the dignity of an ultimate martial artist? No one can stop you. Very good. You've successfully angered me. I'll torture you to death in a while. The spirit-detecting realm martial artists were filled with killing intent. Being looked down on in front of so many people made them go crazy. Chapter 603. The group of extreme masters invited by the Wang family's Colosseum were all staring at Lin Xian with murderous intent. One of them was very angry. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in the arena. "Kid, come and die." This voice was full of murderous intent. Lin Xian looked up and saw that the young man in the arena had a pale face and thin cheeks. From afar, he looked like a bamboo. "You can come," Lin Xian said with a smile. "But you're so thin. You won't be blown away by my wind concept, right?" Hearing this, the surrounding warriors could not help but laugh. However, the thin and tall young man in the arena was so angry that he shouted, "You're pissing me off. Kid, hurry up and die." Lin Xian snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in the arena. His speed was astonishing. The bamboo young man was shocked. Based on this speed alone, his opponent was not inferior to him. It seemed that this kid had some skills, but it was impossible to beat him. "Take my move. Water Moon Slash." The bamboo young man's voice sounded. His body suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. It was like a wave that swept out in all directions. At this moment, the surrounding warriors no longer dared to laugh because that aura made their hearts tremble. Swoosh, swoosh. The bamboo young man slashed down with his saber. a dazzling saber light filled the air and scattered in all directions. The void split open and a terrifying crack appeared. It was a shocking sight. On the arena, the dazzling saber light was like a waterfall. It was dozens of feet long and covered most of the arena. Not bad. The opponent this time is much stronger than before. It seems that the Wong family really put in a lot of effort. A slightly joking voice sounded from the arena. In the next moment, a green light appeared in front of the dazzling saber light. It quickly spun and formed a hurricane. The crystal-clear green wind whirled and whistled. Lin Xian's figure could be vaguely seen in the hurricane. Furious wind, accompanied by a deep voice. The crystal-clear green wind quickly spread out like a violent hurricane. It spread out in all directions. The terrifying wind was sharper than a treasure and mercilessly cut everything. With Lin Xian as the epicenter, the terrifying azure wind quickly spread throughout the entire arena. Clang, clang, the bamboo youth's dazzling saber light collided with the raging wind, and a crisp, cracking sound echoed in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless saber auras split apart and scattered all over the ground. What? This is impossible. The bamboo youth roared as he stared blankly at the scene before him. That was his ultimate move. Originally, he had planned to make a sudden move right from the start and smoothly take down Lin Xian. That would definitely increase his fame. However, he did not expect that his attack would actually be broken. Not a single attack landed on Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly as he floated in the air, surrounded by countless raging winds. In the next moment, under his command, countless gusts of wind swept towards the bamboo youth. Soon, the bamboo youth was blown out of the window by the strong wind. It was not that he did not want to resist, but that the azure wind was too terrifying. The concept contained within was very profound and was several times stronger than other attacks. He did not dare to resist at all. I already said that you were too thin and would be blown away. You didn't believe me. Lin Xian shrugged with a smile. Hearing this, the bamboo youth's mouth twitched. His body trembled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen as he gritted his teeth and quickly left the Wong family's arena. Shameful, too shameful. He probably would not dare to return here in the future. Everyone was shocked as they stared blankly at Lin Xian. To defeat a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm in one move, it seemed that Lin Xian's strength had improved a lot. Everyone exclaimed with a trace of fear in their voices. It must be known that the bamboo youth was even stronger than Huishao from before. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Xian and was directly blown away. This Lin Xian is too terrifying. Every time he appears, he brings a new shock. Didn't you notice? His aura is no longer at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. An expert said this piece of news. Immediately, everyone carefully sensed it and revealed shocked expressions. The late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Heavens, he actually broke through again. When he was at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, Lin Xian was already very powerful. Now that he had broken through to the late stage, his strength should have increased exponentially. No wonder the bamboo youth was defeated in one move. The Wong family's faces were ashen as they trembled with anger. Damn it! How could it be like this? They could not believe it. They had spent a lot of effort to bring in 5 martial artists at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm to increase the strength of the arena. They did not expect to be mercilessly slapped in the face in the first battle. Moreover, it was the same youth who slapped them in the face. How could they survive in the future? In the arena, the faces of the martial artists invited by the Wong family also darkened. Previously, they had said that they would kill Lin Xian with one hand. Now, one of their companions had been sent flying with one palm. This was a huge irony. Kid, I'll fight you. A loud voice rang out, causing the void to tremble. Then, a muscular figure appeared in front of everyone. He was tall, and his muscles were entrenched like dragons. His entire body was like an iron tower, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. This was definitely a strength-type expert. The Iron Tower youth carried a huge battle axe on his back. At this moment, he pulled out the battle axe with one hand and raised it to the sky. His entire body was like a barbaric war god, emitting a terrifying aura. "Take my strongest attack, dominating sky axe," the Iron Tower youth roared. Then he held the giant axe with both hands and quickly slashed downwards. Suddenly, countless sparks appeared in the air, and there was an ear-piercing demonic sound. This was caused by the friction between the giant axe and the air. This axe could be said to be extremely domineering. The attack was like a thunderstorm, carrying with it an earth-shattering force as it slashed towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the ground and the void were split in half, and terrifying cracks appeared. Even the surrounding defensive shield trembled violently, as if it could not withstand it. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He raised his right hand, and golden electric arcs danced on it. The sky was filled with golden lightning and intertwined, forming a huge palm of lightning. It was dozens of feet long and emitted a golden light. On the palm of light, there were complicated inscriptions entwined, revealing traces of inexplicable power. The golden palm of light fell and quickly streaked across the void. Sparks flew everywhere, and there was a burning smell in the void, accompanied by the shocking sound of thunder and a dazzling light. Boom! The golden palm of light roared and collided with the opponent's giant battle axe, causing a wild explosion in the void. In an instant, with Lin Xian and his companion as the center, violent lightning and terrifying energy quickly impacted and covered the entire arena. The scene was extremely terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. Everyone was shocked. They could feel the terror inside, even though they were separated by the defensive shield. What will the result be? Who will win? Chapter 604. Everyone looked at the arena with anticipation. The dust cloud dissipated, and a figure flew out. Everyone was shocked. When they looked carefully, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The figure that flew out was the tower-like young man from before. His body was surrounded by golden lightning. His hair was messy, and there were many burn marks on his body. The tower-like young man landed on the ground and looked at Lin Xian in horror. His strength was tyrannical, and he had never lost to anyone in close combat. But today, he was defeated by a young man. Moreover, if his opponent had not held back, he would have been killed by the lightning. He had looked down on Lin Xian and thought that it was just a rumor. Now that he had experienced it himself, he knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. After defeating the tower-like young man with one palm, Lin Xian stood proudly and looked down. "The three of you can come at me together. Don't waste time." Hearing that, the crowd was in an uproar. Domineering, too domineering. Lin Xian wanted to take on 3 ultimate powerhouses by himself. That was crazy. If it had been before, they would not have believed it. However, they had seen Lin Xian defeat 2 ultimate powerhouses in 2 moves. His strength was too strong. Below, the 3 ultimate powerhouses had ugly looks on their faces. They were all powerhouses in their own right. Usually, they looked down on everyone and did not take anyone seriously. Now, someone dared to look down on them? The 3 of them were furious. However, if they were to face Lin Xian alone, they were not confident. After all, although they were strong, their combat strength was about the same as the previous 2. The defeat of the previous 2 had deeply affected them. Therefore, they did not dare to go up alone. The Wang family elder saw this, and his face darkened. They knew that Lin Xian's strength had increased, An ultimate spiritual detecting realm martial artist alone would not be his match. Pass down the order. Let the three of them come at him together, the black-robed elder said in a deep voice. Together, the Wang family disciples trembled. A group attack was something that had never happened before. Moreover, to let three ultimate powerhouses attack a late-stage spiritual detecting realm martial artist, they would be laughed at. Seemingly knowing what the Wang clan disciples were thinking, the black-robed elder harumphed coldly, "Do you think that you won't be mocked if you go up alone? At that time, we will lose even more miserably. Why don't we let the three of them join forces and directly kill that little bastard on the arena? Even though we'll lose some reputation this way, we'll be able to cut off any future troubles." "Yes," the Wang clan disciple replied, respectfully. Soon after, the three extreme spirit detecting martial artists received the news. The three of them had heavy hearts. They never thought that the Wang clan would really send all three of them at the same time. Taking deep breaths, the three of them exchanged glances. Right now, they had no other choice. It would be better for the three of them to fight together. If they won, they could even become heroes of the Wang clan. "Brat, you're the one courting death. Don't blame us." The three of them grinned maliciously and jumped onto the stage. "What? The three of them are really going to attack together? Fuck, this is too crazy." Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. For a time, the entire great martial stage was thrown into chaos. Not only that, but this news quickly spread out. After the martial artists of Quicksand City heard this news, they quickly rushed over. "This is crazy. In the history of Quicksand City, I don't think anyone has done this before." Seeing the three of them join forces, Lin Xian's lips curled in disdain. "Hurry up and make your move. Don't waste my time. You're courting death." The three of them were enraged. At this time, Lin Xian still dared to look down on them. This caused their hearts to burn with rage. It had to be known that the three of them were extreme spirit detecting martial artists. With the three of them joining forces, they had the confidence to challenge a genius. Dealing with a single Lin Xian was a simple matter. Silver River Waterfall. The youth in the middle roared. His hands danced, and rays of dazzling light flowed out from his fingertips, forming a hazy water bottle. He held the water bottle with both hands and raised it high in the air. Suddenly, a silver waterfall flew out and surged in the air. The river surged and the water crashed into each other. The crisp sound spread out in all directions, as if a real waterfall was flowing in the air. Every drop of water contained a terrifying amount of energy. As they collided with each other, they constantly superimposed their strength. The silver waterfall surged and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. Wind slash. Lin Xian waved one of his arms, and a ball of green light appeared, forming a dazzling green wind blade. With a swift and fierce aura, it was like a green flood that quickly slashed forward. Puff, crack. The two collided, creating a huge collision. Sparks flew everywhere, and energy surged. The void was in chaos. In the end, the sharp wind blade exploded, cutting the silver waterfall into several pieces. All of this happened in an instant. By the time everyone reacted, the battle had already ended. "Attack together," the youth in the middle roared. Immediately, the martial artists on both sides also quickly attacked. The three of them joined forces, creating a terrifying momentum. Silver River Waterfall, Purple Flame Ball, Flickering Light Shadow. In an instant, three terrifying attacks shot out, rushing toward Lin Xian from three directions, sealing him in the void. The three attacks were too fierce, and they carried a vast amount of energy as they streaked across the void. Wind Thunder Cut. Lin Xian was not afraid. The power of wind and thunder surged in his hand, intertwining to form a wind thunder light blade that whizzed out. The light blade whizzed, and it emitted a powerful aura as soon as it appeared. The entire void rumbled, and countless raging winds and thunder exploded, sweeping out in all directions. Lin Xian held the wind thunder light blade in his hand and swept it in front of him. Streaks of wind and thunder splashed, quickly cutting the void in front of him. The terrifying momentum was monstrous. He was fighting one against three like a god of war. The four of them moved quickly in the air, constantly exchanging blows. Their speed was extremely fast. In the crowd below, only a few experts could see the four's movements clearly. The others could only see the occasional energy explosion in the void, but they could not see the figures at all. At this time, more and more martial artists rushed into the Wang family's arena. When they saw the battle in the void, they immediately exclaimed. When they heard that someone was fighting one against three, they did not believe it at all. They thought that it was a rumor. But now, it seemed that there really was a madman fighting. Who is this person? He's so strong, so arrogant. Many newcomers asked. Not long after, they found out that the madman was called Lin Xian, an 18-year-old youth. Just as everyone was exclaiming, someone else arrived. Nan Gongseng, Marulong, and the others arrived. When they saw the scene in the arena, they were slightly surprised. Black Pearl went to bed happily. She would not miss out on Lin Xian's match. What? This D***MN guy actually bet 5 million spiritual stones. When Black Pearl heard that Lin Xian had bet 5 million spiritual stones, she exclaimed. Her seductive little mouth was wide open. She had just bet and found out that the odds were 1 to 8. In other words, if Lin Xian won, he would receive 40 million spiritual stones. That was a shocking number. Chapter 6:05. Lin Xian was fighting one against three, which shocked everyone. However, the Wang family was still the most depressed. It could be said that, at this moment, they were extremely nervous. If the three of them could kill Lin Xian, it would be a happy ending. If they failed, the Wang family's dojo would fall into the abyss. The situation was not good. The black-robed elder frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong that he could fight against three spiritual detecting realm martial artists. Before this, Lin Xian's performance was very dazzling. However, he did not expect the three spiritual detecting realm martial artists to be unable to take him down. However, the battle before them was like a sharp sword that pierced deeply into the hearts of the Wang family members. The three ultimate warriors were even more shocked. The three of them had used all their strength and used their strongest techniques, but they were still unable to take down Lin Xian. They did not even manage to injure him. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. Not only did he control the concept of wind, but he also had an earth rank movement technique. The combination of the two made his speed extremely fast. There were probably very few people below the Venerable Realm who could compare to him. Although the three of them worked together and had extremely powerful attacks, they were unable to catch up to Lin Xian's speed. If they could not injure him, their moves were useless. No matter how violent they would be useless. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps. His body was like a flickering shadow as he shuttled through the dense attacks. He was very confident and at ease. There was even a hint of contempt in his expression. This time, he must completely defeat the Wang family's dojo. Sensing the contempt in Lin Xian's expression, the three ultimate warriors roared madly. Don't hold back anymore. Use your strongest attack. We must kill this little bastard here. A martial artist roared madly. His black hair fluttered, and the spiritual energy in his body surged like divine flames. Okay. The other two martial artists also responded. The three of them worked together and decided to use their strongest attack. I wanted to play with you for a while. Since you're in a hurry to die, let's end it. Lin Xian's voice was cold, as if he was playing a game. You're courting death. How dare you? Die, brat. The three of them roared, wishing they could cut Lin Xian down with their swords. Crack! Lin Xian's figure swayed, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. On his body, the two concepts of wind and thunder burst out at the same time, blooming with dazzling light. Balls of green air intertwined with golden lightning, forming the power of wind and thunder that circled around him. Countless gusts of wind and electric blades shuttled back and forth, creating a terrifying scene. The power of wind and thunder surged, forming a huge formation that pressed down on the three of them. In an instant, the three of them tensed up. They felt a powerful wind and thunder force enveloping their surroundings. The terrifying aura made their bodies tremble slightly. Damn it, break for me. Milky Way dragon transformation. In the air, the silver waterfall surged, splitting into countless silver flood dragons. They roared ferociously as they shuttled back and forth, trying to break through the wind and thunder diagram. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. With a tap of his foot, he instantly appeared in front of an ultimate powerhouse like a bolt of lightning. He threw out a palm strike that carried the power of wind and lightning, surging towards that cultivator. Boom! The shadow of the palm carried the power of wind and thunder as it whizzed past, crashing into that cultivator in an instant. That ultimate powerhouse was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian's speed to be so fast. In a panic, he hurriedly threw out a punch. As the fist and palm collided, the terrifying power of wind and thunder exploded. The violent aura was like a ripple that spread out in all directions. In an instant, that ultimate powerhouse was hit by the wind and thunder, his body twitching nonstop. On his body, waves of powerful lightning destroyed his body. The power of wind formed a strong resistance, slowing down his movements. In an instant, he was stunned on the spot. His body twitched nonstop, emitting black smoke. With another palm strike, that ultimate powerhouse fell to the ground like a meteor. So fast. What? Someone was taken care of. The people below were shocked, while the remaining two ultimate spirituality realm martial artists' hearts were beating wildly. However, Lin Xian did not give them any time to think. He left a trail of afterimages and quickly attacked the other ultimate powerhouse. As his palm fell, a gigantic palm of wind and thunder formed in the void. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky, pressing down on that martial artist. Before the palm landed, the martial artist below began to tremble. An astonishing aura enveloped him, and the terrifying lightning caused him to twitch incessantly. Retreat. Faced with such a violent attack, that ultimate powerhouse did not dare to take it head-on. He could only choose to retreat. However, Lin Xian's wind concept caused the surrounding air to freeze. That ultimate powerhouse's speed was greatly reduced, and he could not escape at all. In an instant, another person was defeated. The crowd exclaimed, and countless people went crazy. The Wang family elder and the others' faces darkened. They knew that they had lost this battle. The remaining martial artist would not be of much use. As expected, that last martial artist still wanted to struggle, but Lin Xian's fingers flicked, and a ball of wind and thunder appeared in his hand. As he waved his hand, the ball of wind and thunder quickly expanded. Finally, it covered half of the arena and destroyed all the silver dragons. That martial artist was also sent flying while vomiting blood. In the blink of an eye, all three ultimate powerhouses were defeated. This scene was too shocking. Lin Xian fought one against three and won a complete victory. Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Many martial artists shouted excitedly. They had all bet on Lin Xian's victory. At this moment, they had all received 8 times the amount of their spirit stones. Those who lost kept cursing. They blamed the Wang family's arena, and at the same time, they were deeply shocked by Lin Xian's strength. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort came from the depths of the Wang family's arena. The voice was like a clap of thunder. It was not loud at first, but it exploded in the air. The martial artists below turned pale and were on the verge of collapse. Oh no, it's a venerable. A venerable is about to attack. Nan Gongseng's expression changed. The other martial artists were also frightened. They did not expect the Wang family's venerable to attack. The Wang family was stunned. Then they were overjoyed. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was definitely not a match for a venerable. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant again. Die. You can't escape death after offending the Wang family, the black-robed elder sneered. Following that cold snort, a monstrous pressure spread out in all directions. It was as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on everyone's heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. Especially Lin Xian. He felt a powerful force fill the surroundings as if it was going to crush him. Venerable. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. He channeled the great dragon sword soul in his body, wanting to unleash his strongest attack to escape the Venerable's cage. However, before he could move, a loud laugh was heard, and the Venerable's cage around him was shattered. Ha ha ha! When did the Wang family become so shameless? A Venerable One actually dares to bully a junior. How capable! Chapter 606. Everyone was shocked. Someone actually dared to mock a Venerable One. Was he tired of living? However, there were also some people who were solemn because they noticed that the other person's aura was also very powerful. It was obvious that the other party was also a Venerable One. 2 Venerable Ones had appeared for Lin Xian. This was too shocking. One had to know that Venerable Ones usually would not participate in the matters of the arena. Now, a young man had attracted the attention of 2 Venerable Ones. This was definitely big news. The Wang family's Venerable One was mocked and immediately snorted coldly. A beam of light shot down from the sky like a world-destroying divine light and quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, a turbulent airwave was created. This attack was very ferocious. A trace of it could kill a martial artist below the Venerable Realm. At this moment, it was charging towards Lin Xian with the determination to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heart was solemn. He was still unable to fight against a Venerable One, but if he wanted to leave, the Wang family's Venerable One would not be able to stop him. However, he did not leave because the other Venerable One had made a move. A sea of blue light formed beside him. It was like an endless sea, and it carried a vast amount of power as it protected Lin Xian. Boom! Bang! The attacks of the Venerable Ones collided, creating a terrifying storm. Fortunately, the 2 of them stopped in time and quickly restrained themselves. Otherwise, the entire arena would have been razed to the ground. Humph! Old Ma, this young man doesn't seem to be from your Ma family, right? It doesn't seem appropriate for you to attack like this. The Wang family's Venerable One snorted coldly. Inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? An old man appeared in the void. It was the elder of the Ma family, who had exchanged spiritual herbs with Lin Xian that day. The one who broke the rules seems to be your Wang family. Elder Ma said with a smile, I'll definitely protect Lin Xian. Also, let the young people settle their matters. This is the rule of Quicksand City. Although Elder Ma's voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, causing the Wang family's disciples to tremble. The group of people's expressions were ugly as they stared fiercely at the void. However, they could not resist a Venerable One. They could only place their hopes on their clan's Venerable Realm Elders. However, to their disappointment, their Venerable One Elder was indeed silent this time, as if he agreed with what the Ma family elder said. Elder, the Wang family disciples were unwilling to accept this. If they could solve this problem themselves, why would they look for a supreme expert? It was obvious that they couldn't solve the current situation. The Wang family's Venerable coldly snorted. If you can't even deal with a spirit-detecting realm brat, how are you going to manage the family in the future? I'll give you a chance to resolve this matter. Otherwise, you don't have to come back. With that, the Venerable One fell silent. The faces of the Wong family members darkened. They did not expect that the Venerable Ones and elders of their clan would not care about them anymore. For a moment, they were all stunned. The other martial artists were also shocked. The Wong family supreme expert had actually retreated. Was it over just like that? In fact, those who were paying attention were all looking at the old figure in the sky with a trace of fear. It was obvious that the Venerable One from the Wong family had fallen to the lower ranks. This was the real reason why the Venerable One from the Wong family retreated. Otherwise, the rule that a Venerable One could not attack a junior would not make a dignified Venerable One retreat. The Ma family elder looked old, but he was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. His cultivation was abnormally powerful, and he was also a very powerful existence among the Venerables. At this moment, he had personally stepped forward to protect Lin Xian. Perhaps no one in Quicksand City would dare to attack Lin Xian. Of course, that was only limited to the old monsters. They could not and would not care about the matters of the younger generation. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Lin Xian looked up and thanked him. He did not expect the Ma family elder to step in at the last moment. This was also good. Not only was he safe, but he also did not have to expose his trump card. Haha, little friend, you're too serious. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for giving me this chance. The Ma family elder smiled, and then his figure gradually disappeared. Don't worry. After this, I don't think the old monsters of Quicksand City will attack you again. The old voice was still echoing, but the figure had already disappeared. Everyone was shocked. No one knew how the figure disappeared. However, they were even more shocked by the Ma family elder's words. Listening to it, Lin Xian seemed to have helped this Venerables. If this was true, then it was too unbelievable. One had to know that Venerables were true powerhouses. They were the overlords of a region. Basically, there was nothing in the world that could trouble them, and the things that could trouble them must be extremely difficult. And Lin Xian could occasionally help a Venerables. This was too shocking. For a moment, Lin Xian not only became powerful in the hearts of everyone, but also incomparably mysterious. Countless people wanted to know Lin Xian's background, but they found that Lin Xian was like a mystery. They could not find any information at all. Lin Xian stood on the martial stage. His gaze swept, and he asked in a deep voice, "Is there anyone else from the Wong family who wants to fight? Of course, if you feel that your strength is not enough, you can come together." Lin Xian's voice echoed in the surroundings, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Arrogant, too arrogant. To challenge the entire Wong clan single-handedly, this scene was too shocking. The surrounding people were excited. They could only feel their blood boiling. They were all ordinary people. Usually, they could only look up to such a powerful force. Even if they were bullied by such a force, they did not dare to fight back. They could only swallow their anger. And now, someone dared to challenge such a powerful force, and even succeeded. To everyone, this was simply a miracle, a rage that could shatter mountains and rivers, and one person that could suppress a group of heroes. This was something that countless martial artists dreamed of. Now Lin Xian had helped them realize it. The Wong family disciples' feelings were the complete opposite. They even wanted to die. Ever since the Venerables in the family retreated, they had lost all their strength. Even the Venerables could not do anything to Lin Xian, so they had no way to do anything. Now, they felt a trace of regret in their hearts. Why did they provoke the assassin Lin Xian? If they had followed the rules back then, there would not be such a disaster now. However, there was no use in regretting some things. The Wong family was now on a path of no return. Now, they had no combat power. The 5 ultimate powerhouses they invited had all been defeated, and the rest were no match for him. "Young man, there's no need to fight anymore. You've won." The black-robed elder appeared, and his voice was cold. Everyone was shocked. The Wong family's martial arts arena had admitted defeat. This news was too shocking. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xian shrugged. "I bet 5 million spiritual stones. In that case, I'll get 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones." "Can the Wong family afford that?" "What? 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones?" Everyone exclaimed and gasped. This was definitely an astronomical figure. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold. He dared to bet 5 million spiritual stones. Was he not afraid of losing? However, behind this boldness was a great temptation. The odds of 1 to 8 allowed Lin Xian to get 40 million spiritual stones. Chapter 6:07. Hearing this, the black-robed elder's mouth twitched. 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones was not a small sum. Even the Wong family could not afford it in such a short time. With a cold snort, the black-robed elder looked at Lin Xian with undisguised killing intent. He knew that Lin Xian had bet 5 million spiritual stones. However, he did not think that Lin Xian could win, so he did not care about the 5 million spiritual stones. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would win, and the odds were 1/8. As a result, the Wong family had to pay 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones. The black-robed elder felt his heart bleeding. Moreover, what made it even more difficult for him was that if Lin Xian wanted to exchange the spiritual stones immediately, the Wong family would not be able to afford it. By then, they would definitely become the laughingstock of Quicksand City. Lin Xian saw the black-robed elder's ugly expression and smiled. He did not need to guess to know the Wong family's current predicament. However, this was good news for him, because it was very beneficial for what he was going to do next. With a smile, Lin Xian looked at the black-robed elder. "Now, there is a chance to save the Wong family." "Chance? What chance?" The black-robed elder frowned. He did not know what Lin Xian was playing. "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" "Bet on what?" "You and I will fight. If you lose 40 million spiritual stones, I will not take a single cent. Moreover, I will give the 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones to the Wong family." Hearing this, the black-robed elder frowned with a trace of surprise. He did not believe that there would be such a good deal in the world. "What do you want?" the black-robed elder asked in a deep voice. "Very simple. If you lose, the Wong family's battle arena will belong to me. You are courting death." The black-robed elder was furious. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to have designs on their battle arena. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold as to make such a shocking bet. One had to know that 40 million spirit stones was a huge amount of wealth. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to use it as a wager. Seeing the black-robed old man's reaction, Lin Xian wasn't angry at all. He shrugged and casually said, "It's fine if you don't want to bet. Then take out 40 million mid-grade spirit stones. I need them urgently." Hearing this, everyone from the Wong family felt their eyelids twitch. 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones was not something that could be found anywhere. How could they take it out so quickly? The black-robed elder frowned. They were indeed in a predicament. Then he began to carefully consider what Lin Xian had just said. After some analysis, he realized that it was not impossible to defeat Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was strong, his true battle power was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. As an elder of the Wong family, he had been at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm for almost 100 years. His strength and foundation were extremely powerful, and normal peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists were not his match. He could have easily won against the 3 ultimate powerhouses from before. Therefore, he was still confident that he could defeat Lin Xian. Moreover, as an elder, his wealth couldn't be compared to those normal young martial artists. He had extremely good treasures and secret techniques in his hands. As long as he used his full strength, he could definitely defeat Lin Xian. I can accept your challenge, but I don't know if you'll keep your word, the black-robed elder asked. Of course, Lin Xian said. How can I go back on my word when I've said it in front of so many people? Okay, I agree to your request. Hearing this, everyone below was shocked. They didn't expect the Wang family to actually agree to such a challenge. If they lost, the Wang family's dojo would change owners. This was definitely the biggest bet in Quicksand City in the past 100 years. If you want to fight, you can, but first you have to sign the contract, Lin Xian said. The black-robed elder's face darkened. He said in a low voice, You don't trust our Wang family. I don't trust you. With your style, it's inevitable that you'll go back on your word when you lose. So it's better to write it clearly in advance. The black-robed elder was trembling with anger. The Wang family members were also furious. Lin Xian didn't care about the Wang family's reaction. Instead, he threw out 2 blank scrolls and let them float in the air. Then he quickly wrote down the contents of the battle, as well as the rewards for winning or losing. He said in a clear voice, Today, I'll have a duel with the Wang family. If I win, then the 5 battles of the Wang family will belong to me. If I lose, then the 40 million spirit stones that I won and the 5 million spirit stones that I originally had will all belong to the Wang family. It's written in black and white. Now, let's invite Nan Gongsheng from the Nangong family and Ma Rulong from the Ma family to be the witnesses. Lin Xian looked at the black-robed elder. With the Nangong family and the Ma family as witnesses, I don't think you have any objections, right? The black-robed elder's face darkened. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be acquainted with the disciples of the 2 top families. He snorted and said in a low voice, I have no objections. If you have no objections, then let's use your blood as a witness. With that, Lin Xian pricked the tip of his finger and flicked a stream of blood onto the scroll. The black-robed elder also made a blood mark. Then the 2 scrolls fell into the hands of Nan Gongsheng and Ma Rulong. Brother Nan Gongsheng, Brother Ma, thank you for your trouble. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. Seeing this, Nan Gongsheng and Ma Rulong nodded and said in a clear voice, Today's duel is voluntary. No matter the outcome, I hope that both sides will abide by the agreement. Otherwise, the Ma family and the Nangong family will be the first to come after him. Ma Rulong said in a clear voice. His voice spread in all directions. The reason why he said this was because they had full confidence in Lin Xian. Not long ago, they had seen Lin Xian fight with Shen Yao Tian with their own eyes. Lin Xian's strength was definitely incomparable. Even if the Wang family sent out an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, the 2 of them believed that Lin Xian would definitely win. Now, let's invite the 2 participants onto the stage. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the black-robed elder's figures flickered and appeared on the stage at the same time. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Lin Xian is currently very strong and can challenge multiple extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists. However, his opponent is also an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. His strength is unfathomable and definitely not below Lin Xian. So, it's hard to say who will win, someone analyzed. The Wang family did not agree. They firmly believed that the black-robed elder would win, because the outcome of a battle was not just determined by cultivation strength. Experience, tactics, treasures, secret techniques, and other means could all determine the outcome of a battle. The black-robed elder had lived for hundreds of years and definitely had rich battle experience. Moreover, in terms of secret techniques and treasures, he could definitely suppress Lin Xian. Therefore, the Wang family would definitely win this battle. Chapter 608. Brat, I'll let you know that even the peak of the spirit detecting realm has a huge gap. You will regret today's decision. The black-robed elder's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. There's no point in talking. Show me what you have. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. The black-robed elder sneered and pointed his finger. Streaks of abnormally ferocious deep blue finger lights, like vicious poisonous snakes, quickly streaked through the air with an endless amount of berserk power. Show. In an instant, several rays of light appeared in the sky. They were like rainbows in the sky, causing people to tremble. As expected of a veteran expert, such terrifying power, the crowd below exclaimed. The dark blue light made them tremble. Even the peak spirit detecting realm martial artists were shocked. Lin Xian stood in the air. The dark blue light in front of him made him feel the pressure of a giant wave. It was as if a crazy wave was roaring. Lin Xian clenched his right hand into a fist. He circulated his spirit energy and quickly punched out. A dazzling golden light flashed like the light of the sun. It was accompanied by the sound of thunder as it blasted forward. Boom, boom, boom. The golden fist and the dark blue light collided in the air. Two ferocious energies exploded. This little thief is indeed terrifying. The black-robed elder's face sank. His finger seemed casual, but it contained 80% of his power. A normal peak spirit detecting realm martial artist would die upon contact. However, Lin Xian blocked it. Even from far away, he could still feel the berserk power of the golden lightning. Humph, the show has just begun. The black-robed elder snorted, and his spirit energy surged again. The surrounding spirit energy trembled and formed a vortex that poured into the finger. The dark blue light flashed and seemed to have turned into an unfathomable ocean. It surged in the air and emitted a vast amount of energy. Boundless ocean. The black-robed elder circulated his spirit energy with all his might and roared. Boom. The dark blue ocean exploded, and huge waves crashed against the shore. It was as if it could devour the world. Waves of energy surged towards Lin Xian at high speed. Thunder roar. Lin Xian's expression was cold. His entire body was bathed in lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. At this moment, the throbbing lightning all rushed towards the waves. The other party was a water-attributed martial artist, and who could transmit electricity. Therefore, the power of his thunder and lightning could be completely transmitted through the other party's attack, thus injuring the other party's body. Lin Xian did the same. Streaks of golden lightning transformed into lightning dragons that swam through the huge waves and charged towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed elder revealed a sinister smile. He flicked his storage ring, and a wood-type armor appeared, quickly covering his entire body. The armor's grade wasn't high. It was only a mid-grade spirit rank armor, but it was the nemesis of lightning. Sure enough, the golden lightning dragon roared and bombarded the wood-type armor, but it didn't cause much damage. Ha ha, brat, let's see what you're going to do. The black-robed elder laughed. He had lived for hundreds of years and was very experienced. Even before the competition, he had already thought of a way to restrain Lin Xian. This was only the first step. He wanted to make Lin Xian despair and make him suffer a fate worse than death. The black-robed elder sneered. Wearing the wood-type armor, he rushed towards Lin Xian with the power of the waves. The crowd below was in an uproar. Oh no, Lin Xian is being restrained. As expected of a veteran powerhouse, he's really powerful. Is Lin Xian finished? Not necessarily. He still has the concept of wind. The crowd discussed and watched nervously. Wood-type armor? Lin Xian looked at the black-robed elder rushing towards him and raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the other party had really put in a lot of effort to defeat him. However, he didn't only have the power of thunder and lightning. Furious wind, a ball of sparkling and translucent wind, surged on his body and spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it formed a hurricane. With the power of wind surging, Lin Xian became extremely agile at this moment. A cool breeze blew, and Lin Xian disappeared in the air. Where is he? Ooh. The crowd below was shocked. They quickly searched, but couldn't find him. The black-robed elder's face darkened. His opponent's speed made him wary. He clasped his palms together and activated the power of water. Huge waves roared around him, forming a tight defense. At the same time, water ripples spread out and formed a carpet attack that quickly spread throughout the entire space. The black-robed elder attacked and defended at the same time. He was very careful and decisive. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure appeared not far away from the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so fast. He almost reached him. However, it was fortunate that he reacted quickly enough to make the other party reveal himself. Die, brat! The black-robed elder sneered, and endless waves roared. Wind slash! Lin Xian's aura suddenly became fierce. The balls of wind rotated and formed sharp wind blades that swept in all directions. Suddenly, the sky was filled with a murderous aura, and the surrounding air froze. Puff, puff, puff. The wind blades that were dozens of feet long slashed horizontally and split the incoming waves. However, the sea was formless and could be both hard and soft. The waves that were split quickly gathered together and pounced on Lin Xian again. Wind slash! Lin Xian's voice was calm and steady as he changed his move again. The wind blades disappeared, and the sky was filled with raging winds. The entire void was filled with whistling sounds. Endless raging winds blew the waves away. Lin Xian's surroundings formed a storm zone that no attack could reach. The black-robed elder's face was gloomy. His opponent's power of wind was indeed difficult to break. However, it wasn't as if he had no other way. His storage ring flashed, and a green feather appeared in his hand. Since he couldn't break it, he would fight it. Fight wind with wind. The appearance of the green feather caused the void to tremble. Even Lin Xian's wind was affected. Divine Bird Palace? Lin Xian frowned, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. He had fought with the Divine Bird Palace several times and was naturally familiar with their aura. The feather in the black-robed elder's hand should be from the Divine Bird Palace. However, what was the relationship between the Wang family and the Divine Bird Palace? Kid, don't think that you're the only one who knows the power of wind. The black-robed elder snorted. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. Today is the day you die. Then he waved the feather in his hand and stirred up the wind and clouds. The wind blew and another storm was formed, filling the sky. This green feather was very magical. It contained a strange power of wind. Coupled with the black-robed elder's full power, it formed a terrifying scene. Kill. Resisting Lin Xian's power of wind, the black-robed elder roared and quickly rushed forward. At the same time, a long saber appeared in his hand again, shining with a cold light. A high-grade spirit-level treasure. The black-robed elder was determined to kill this time, so he used a high-grade treasure. A bright light lit up and appeared in the void like a divine light, tearing the sky apart. Chapter 609. The black-robed old man used his upper-grade spiritual class artifact and quickly slashed at Lin Xian. The dazzling blade light was almost 100 feet long as it whizzed down. Under that enormous saber light, Lin Xian seemed incomparably tiny. The crowd below also exclaimed. This blade light was too stunning, and it was supported by an upper-grade spiritual artifact. It was absolutely powerful. Humph, despicable brat, Go to hell. The black-robed old man looked up and laughed. He used all his strength in this attack, and with the help of an upper-grade artifact, it was definitely enough to kill the little thief. Fusion of wind and thunder. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood in the void. Two types of intent realm revolved around his body, and a terrifying aura spread out. Soon, the power of wind and thunder merged, forming the power of wind and thunder. A violent and abnormal aura gushed out from Lin Xian's body like a thunderstorm, causing people's hearts to tremble. Not far away, the black-robed old man's body trembled as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt a shocking force oppressing him. This force was too powerful, faintly surpassing his strength. Even the 100-feet-long blade light he sent out was greatly obstructed. Wind and thunder cut. Lin Xian roared as he waved his arm. The power of wind and thunder intertwined, forming a huge blade light that quickly slashed down. Swoosh, swoosh. A green-gold light flew out from Lin Xian's arm and crashed down. Along with it was an endless gale and violent thunder that instantly enveloped the entire arena. In an instant, the black-robed old man felt the terrifying power of wind and thunder. He felt the surrounding air condense, forming a huge resistance. Not only that, but the wood element armor on his body also cracked, as if it would break apart at any time. This is impossible. The black-robed old man was horrified as he struggled with all his might. He did not believe that Lin Xian had such powerful strength. In fact, if it was an ordinary fusion of wind and thunder, it might not be so powerful. However, Lin Xian was different. He did not only fuse the power of wind and thunder, but also two types of intent realm. In other words, the light blade contained the concepts of wind and lightning. This was too terrifying. It was absolutely not something that the black-robed old man could withstand. The huge wind and thunder light blade fell down. Wherever it passed, the green air current would move and thunder, and lightning would intertwine. The wind and thunder combined to form a terrifying aura. Not only the black-robed old man, perhaps no one present would be able to withstand this attack. Damn it! The black-robed old man was alarmed because the wood element armor on his body had already cracked, and the power of wind and thunder had drilled into his body, causing his entire body to go numb. Even the circulation of the spiritual energy in his body had slowed down and even showed signs of stopping. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, they were in the middle of a battle right now, and the slightest mistake could lead to a huge change in the situation. Lin Xian was also a seasoned veteran. Naturally, he would not let go of such an opportunity. With a wave of his hand, a huge wind lightning palm shot out. It was like a huge mountain moving in the air. The black-robed old man's face was ferocious. He roared and circulated the spiritual energy in his body with all his might, wanting to escape. In the end, he even cruelly burned his spiritual energy, erupting with a temporary burst of power and finally breaking free from the control of the wind and thunder power. The wind lightning palm fell, shattering most of the stage. A terrifying hole appeared in the ground, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Even the surrounding defensive light barrier was on the verge of collapse, as if it could not withstand it. This palm was too terrifying. If a peak spirit detecting martial artist was hit by it, their body and soul would definitely be destroyed. The black-robed old man fled, his body covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not care about the cost at the last moment and burned his spiritual energy to escape. Then he looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with dread. Although the youth in front of him was young, his strength was not inferior to his. Even his battle experience was very rich. This kind of person could be called a battle genius. He sighed. If only his Wang family had such a genius. However, now was not the time to sigh. He would not let Lin Xian win. The black-robed old man took out a blood-colored pill the size of a longan fruit from his storage ring and quickly swallowed it. "Kid, I admit that you are very strong, but let's end this." The black-robed old man's voice trembled, and there was even a trace of pain. Finally, he roared into the sky. His black robe suddenly split open, and a layer of blood-red light covered his body. Following that was a shocking aura. Demon blood pill. I didn't think that the elder would be forced to this step. The Wong family disciples were shocked. They knew that this was the black-robed old man's final trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. Although this secret technique was powerful, it also caused great damage to the body. Once the effect of the pill wore off, the martial artist's combat strength would be halved for the next 3 months, and they would suffer great pain. If it was not handled well, it would leave behind hidden injuries that would affect the martial artist's future. Under normal circumstances, the black-robed old man would not use it. However, he had used it today, which meant that he was forced into a desperate situation. After taking the demon blood pill, the black-robed old man's body began to change. His originally skinny body was rapidly growing. Layers of fine scales even appeared on his skin, making him look ferocious and terrifying. "I know this is a demon blood pill, and it's the blood of an armored berserk ape," a martial artist exclaimed. The Sky Martial region was prosperous, and martial artists pursued strength. They developed a type of pill that fused the blood of a demon beast into the pill. After a martial artist took it, their combat strength would increase explosively for a short period of time. The pill in the black-robed old man's hand was a demon blood pill, and it was the blood of an armored berserk ape. The armored berserk ape was an extremely powerful demon beast. Its strength was even 30% stronger than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Furthermore, this demon beast defense was extremely strong, and it could be said to be the king of close combat. At this moment, after the black-robed old man took the demon blood pill, his entire body became abnormally ferocious. His body was filled with a terrifying power, and there was also a dense demonic aura. On his body, there was a layer of cold scales that flickered with a cold light like cold steel. Whoosh! The black-robed old man took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Xian. Boom! The demonic palm waved and grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used golden lightning body. At the same time, he used wind lightning palm. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian and the black-robed old man's palms collided, and the surging power collided. Both of them took a step back, and a terrifying black hole appeared between them. It was a shocking sight. An abnormally powerful force tore apart the power of wind and lightning and attacked Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian's body surged with the power of wind and lightning once again, and only then did he neutralize it. What a powerful force to be able to break through the power of wind and lightning. Lin Xian was moved. It seemed that the power of the demon blood pill was above his expectations. However, in the next moment, his face turned ugly. Chapter 610. The power of the demon blood pill exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. After the black-robed old man consumed it, he was able to tear apart Lin Xian's golden lightning body. One had to know that the golden lightning body was extremely powerful. Up until now, only Shen Yao Tian had managed to break it. Now, it was broken once again. However, this situation caused the Wong family disciples to exclaim. Many of them shouted excitedly. They had been too sullen previously, as they had been suppressed by Lin Xian. Now, they could finally hold their heads high, although it was caused by the pills of the older generation. At least they had done it. The other martial artists were also shocked. This was the first time someone had broken through Lin Xian's defense. This meant that the black-robed old man was likely to injure Lin Xian in the next few moments, as expected of a veteran powerhouse. He's indeed sharp. The demon blood pill is so powerful, it can actually raise one's combat strength by so much. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. From the previous attack, the black-robed old man's attack had at least doubled. It seemed like he had to be serious and stop playing around. Ha ha, kid, die. The black-robed old man laughed sinisterly. He was like a monster. His body was terrifying, and his appearance was terrifying. When he laughed, it was even more terrifying. The originally withered arm became huge, and the palm was covered with scales. There were also long nails that shone with a cold light like daggers. Although you're neither human nor ghost now, I have to admit that you've become stronger. You're worthy of me taking you seriously, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What? Take him seriously? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand what Lin Xian meant. Could it be that he was just playing around? Everyone could not believe it. Of course, more people thought that Lin Xian was bragging, especially the Wang family disciples. They booed. Humph, kid. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. The black-robed old man snorted. No matter what you say, it won't change your fate. Streaks of blood-red light appeared on his claws. Its power was terrifying. Whether I'm stubborn or not, you'll know soon enough. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He slid his palm to his storage belt, and a black scabbard appeared. Sword. Everyone exclaimed, and the black-robed old man frowned. Brat, don't think that you can scare me with that sword. To tell you the truth, in my current state, even if you use a high-grade spirit-ranked artifact, you won't be able to break through my defense. The black-robed old man sneered, his expression filled with disdain. However, Lin Xian didn't have any reaction. He held the Wind Shadow Sword, and his entire body changed. At this moment, he became abnormally fierce, like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, unstoppable. With the sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura rose to the peak. He was like a mountain that stood above the 9 heavens. The black-robed elder's expression finally changed. This aura was enough to threaten him. Die. The black-robed old man suddenly launched an attack. He would not allow Lin Xian's imposing aura to continue growing. Streaks of blood-red baleful aura pulsed and spun in front of him, forming a huge beast claw. Puff, puff. Under the activation of the secret technique, the beast claw's power increased greatly. It was ferocious and terrifying. As if it was real, it quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. For this attack, the black-robed old man exerted his strength to the extreme. Whoosh! Lin Xian activated his sword intent, and the Wind Shadow Sword turned illusory in front of him, slashing forward. A flash of sword light lit up like the aurora in the sky, extremely dazzling. In the end, the entire sky lost its color, and only the sword light was left under the sky. No, the black-robed old man was enveloped by the sword light, and fear appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he roared unwillingly, as if he had encountered something terrifying and wanted to escape. However, his voice soon stopped, and so did his demonic beast body. In the void, the black-robed old man's body trembled slightly, and there was still a look of fear on his face. However, blood was flowing out from between his eyebrows, and his entire body was split in half. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, exploding in the air. No, impossible. Elder? The group of people was stunned, and the Wang family disciples were even more terrified. The black-robed elder, who was still majestic just a moment ago, was now split in half, and he couldn't be more dead. The contrast between before and after was simply too great. Everyone was in disbelief. Indeed, the demonic beast, black-robed old man was very powerful, and he even suppressed Lin Xian for a while. However, Everything changed when Lin Xian took out his longsword. One move, just one move, and he instantly killed the powerful black-robed elder. This kind of strength could no longer be described as terrifying. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Even Ma Rulong and the others were shocked. That sword strike just now made him feel a sense of apprehension, putting away the wind shadow sword. Lin Xian looked at the Wang family disciples. The outcome has been decided. From now on, this arena belongs to me. Lin Xian's voice echoed in the void, and it was filled with dominance. The Wang family disciples were in despair, and they shouted, "Elder, venerable elder." However, no one responded to them. In fact, it was useless even if the venerable elder came out, because someone would definitely jump out to stop him. The venerable elder of the Wang family must have known that, so he didn't come out. However, in the end, he still spoke up. After all, losing the arena was a big deal, and ordinary disciples couldn't make the decision. "Good, very good," the venerable elder of the Wang family said coldly. "Kid, this won't end like this. The Wang family will accompany you to the end. Now, everyone, leave this place and return to the family," the venerable elder said. Immediately, all the Wang family disciples left with gloomy expressions like stray dogs. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the venerable elder's threat at all. His cultivation had broken through, and he had obtained the red lotus armor, so his strength had increased greatly. He could escape from the venerable elder in the past, let alone now. Therefore, Lin Xian calmly took over the Wang family's arena. Everyone was shocked. The change of ownership of the Wang family's arena was definitely a big deal in Quicksand City. They believed that it wouldn't be long before Lin Xian became famous in Quicksand City. "Brother Lin, congratulations." Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong congratulated him. "Thank you." Lin Xian smiled. "I wonder if the two of you are interested in running this arena together." Hearing this, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were stunned for a moment. Then they were pleasantly surprised. "Brother Lin, is what you said true?" "Of course. Actually, I'm not familiar with the arena, and my main goal is to destroy the Wang family's arena, and I've already done that." Indeed, Lin Xian wasn't good at running an arena, and he couldn't stay in Quicksand City for a long time, so it was better to partner with Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong. This way, not only could he ensure the arena's normal operation, but he could also get two powerful assistants. It was killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, the arena's income was considerable, and he might even be able to contribute to the search for materials for the Red Lotus armor in the future. Chapter 611. Lin Xian invited the Nan Gongseng duo to join him, and they quickly agreed. Therefore, the handover procedures were all handed over to Nan Gongseng. He was familiar with these things anyway, and he liked doing it. Nan Gongseng was too excited. Although he was a disciple of the Nangong family, it was impossible for him to own an arena. With his current situation, it would be good enough if he could become an elder of an arena in a few decades. Now, however, he had the opportunity to own his own arena. Although he was partnered with Lin Xian, he was still the owner. This was something he would never have dared to imagine in the past. The Wang family's arena was not bad. It was a medium-sized arena and had a certain reputation in Quicksand City. With his talent, if he developed it well, it was very likely that the arena would improve. By then, his status would rise again. Perhaps only the top geniuses in the family could compete with him in the future. As for the venerable ones, Ma Rulong would take care of it. The Ma family's venerable ones from before was his great-grandfather, so he could totally invite them. The three of them discussed and felt that there was not much of a problem. "Then let's call it the Divine Dragon Pavilion Arena. What do you think?" Lin Xian asked. "All right." Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong agreed. "I must make the Divine Dragon Pavilion Arena #1 in Quicksand City. Nan Gongseng was full of ambition. The news of the Wang family's arena-changing owners was like a gust of wind, quickly sweeping through the entire Quicksand City. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They did not expect the dignified Wang family's arena to fall in the hands of a young man. This was too unbelievable. Of course, while everyone was shocked, there were also people who were furious. In Blackwood Fort, Blackwood Mountain's face was ashen. He originally wanted to send people to help the Wang family suppress Lin Xian, but he did not expect that before he could do anything, the other party had already taken over the Wang family's arena. Trash! The Wang family is really trash. Blackwood Mountain roared angrily. Damn thief! I won't let you accept it so easily. Blackwood Mountain's face was ferocious. He decided to use his methods to destroy the arena that Lin Xian took over. However, the following news made him tremble in anger and freeze in place. This was because he had received news that the Wang family's martial arts arena had officially changed its name to the Divine Dragon Pavilion's Martial Arts Arena. At the same time, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong had joined the Martial Arts Arena. The three of them were in charge of the Martial Arts Arena. At the same time, the Ma clan and the Nangong clan announced that they would treat the Divine Dragon Pavilion's Martial Arts Arena as an alliance. At the same time, they also said that an unparalleled supremacy would appear to hold the fort. Every piece of news was like a heavy bomb that knocked Blackwood Mountain unconscious. Motherfucker, damn little thief. How could he be so lucky? Hey Mushin was so angry that he screamed and smashed everything in the room. It wasn't just him, but many of the other powers of Quicksand City were shocked. They hadn't expected these three youths to be so fast and complete the task in such a short time. Time flew by, and half a month had passed under the management of Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong. The Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena was developing rapidly. On the other hand, Lin Xian, the major shareholder, was hiding in a quiet courtyard to cultivate. To him, the Colosseum was just an accessory. What he truly cared about was the path of martial arts. The power of an ultimate powerhouse was what he pursued. After half a month of silence, Quicksand City was bustling with activity again because the city lord of Quicksand City was celebrating his 300th birthday. Quicksand City belonged to the Sand Nation. Although the aristocratic families in the city were powerful, they were still nominally under the rule of the city lord. Therefore, for the city lord's birthday this time, basically all the powers in the city returned. The Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena had also received an invitation to the birthday banquet. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong came to Lin Xian's courtyard to discuss countermeasures. In the past, they would attend such important occasions as disciples. However, it was different this time. They would be attending as the martial arts arena's managers. It could be said that their identities had changed greatly. What should we pay attention to? Lin Xian asked. Martial arts duels are prevalent in Quicksand City. Therefore, it's very likely that we will be challenged at the birthday banquet. After all, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena was just established not long ago. There will definitely be people who will step in to stop us. This was what Nan Gongseng was most worried about. This birthday banquet standards were very high. All the major powers in the city had returned, and the genius warriors from each family would also be attending. Those disciples were very powerful. They were far from what the Wang family could compare to. Many of them were stronger than the Wang family's black-robed old man. It could be said that they were abnormally powerful. Therefore, they had to be careful. If you really want to challenge them, I'll leave it to you. After all, I can't help you in this aspect. Nan Gongseng sighed. Don't worry. I'll take on all of them. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Even if they are the Sand Region's prodigies, I'll help you stop them. His cultivation had improved a lot over the past few days. Therefore, he was very confident. There's no need for the prodigies. I don't think those freaks will go. However, you must stop the others. Nan Gongseng said. I want everyone to know how powerful the Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena is. The City Lord's birthday banquet was set to be held 10 days later. During this period, everyone had been preparing gifts. This matter was difficult for Nan Gongseng. He had picked many gifts, but he was not satisfied. They were either too expensive, and they could not afford it. Otherwise, they were too inferior, and they could not afford it. In the end, he had no choice but to ask Lin Xian for help. According to him, it would be great if he could find a precious spiritual grass. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him. Do you think 1,000-year-old spiritual herb is a cabbage? Although he still had it in his storage belt, he would not take it out. Nan Gongseng was a little disappointed. At that moment, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out and ate a peach of immortality nonstop. The peach of immortality was very strange. It was wrapped in a ball of spiritual energy. The moment it was taken out, the entire air was filled with spirituality. This is... Nan Gongseng's eyes were wide open. He had never seen such a strange, spiritual fruit. It seemed that it was a peerless treasure. Even supremacies would be jealous if they saw it. However, it was being eaten by a monkey so casually. For a moment, Nan Gongseng was stunned. The snow-white monkey's big eyes narrowed into crescents. Soon, it finished eating the peach. Then, it threw the peach pit on the ground and burped. Damn it, little guy. That's 1,000-year-old peach of immortality. The peach pit is also a rare treasure. How dare you throw it away? A dark red snake suddenly slithered out and roared with an exasperated expression. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Nan Gongseng's eyes widened. What did he see? A talking snake? Slap. He slapped himself twice and found that he was not dreaming. The dark red dragon looked at him strangely and roared, "Is this kid stupid?" He actually slapped himself. Ha ha! This roar directly woke Nan Gongseng up. He suddenly remembered the ruffian dragon's words. Then he quickly looked at the ground. If that was really 1,000-year-old peach of immortality, the peach pit was definitely a treasure. Chapter 612. Nan Gongseng's body trembled. The pit on the ground was the pit of 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. His first reaction was disbelief. However, when he recalled the light that the peach emitted, it was definitely not an ordinary spiritual fruit. It might really be 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. Nan Gongseng dashed towards the peach pit with the mentality that he would rather miss out than let it go. What are you doing? How dare you snatch something from me? I'll bite you to death. The dark red dragon was anxious. He did not expect someone to snatch the pit of a peach from him. With a sway of its body, it turned into a red beam of light and quickly charged forward. However, Nan Gongseng was not slow either. In addition, he was close to the pit, so he quickly snatched it. Damn you, put down the pit, and I'll spare your life. Nan Gongseng ignored him. He grabbed the pit tightly and felt the rich spiritual energy coming from it. He was ecstatic. 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. It's really 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. Ha! I'm rich. This is definitely the best birthday present. Nan Gongseng was wild with joy, dancing with joy. Damn it! I'm talking to you. The dark red dragon was furious. A talking snake? It's really a rare treasure. If it's a birthday gift, it might be even more shocking. Nan Gongseng looked at the dark red dragon with shining eyes. Damn it! Come here. I promise I won't beat you to death. The dark red dragon was so angry that he stomped his feet. Lin Xian covered his forehead and was speechless. Okay, Brother Lin, the gift is ready. How are we going to go? You guys go first. I might need to cultivate for a while. Don't worry, I won't delay things. Lin Xian smiled. Okay. Cultivation fanatic. Nan Gongseng shrugged helplessly and left. Lin Xian then went into seclusion to cultivate again. Time flew. Soon, the day of the city governor's birthday banquet arrived. The entire Quicksand City was bustling with noise and excitement. On this day, the city governor's mansion was decorated with lanterns and banners. The wide road was crowded with people. There was an endless stream of people in front of the city governor's mansion. Lin Xian also ended his cultivation early and brought the dragon and monkey to the city lord's mansion. However, just as he walked out of the mansion, a cold and gloomy light quickly attacked him from behind like a poisonous snake. This light was very fast as lightning, and it carried a terrifying force. Lin Xian was shocked. His body swayed, and he quickly moved away. The cold light brushed past his body, and the cold aura it emitted made his hair stand on end. This attack was soundless and extremely insidious. If it wasn't for his powerful soul, he would have lost his life by now. Someone had actually set up an ambush in front of his house, wanting to take his life. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart burned with anger. He abruptly turned around and reached out with his soul to search the surroundings. You are indeed worthy of being called a genius warrior. You were actually able to dodge my attack. Interesting. A slightly mocking voice was heard. Then, a figure appeared in Lin Xian's field of vision. Not far away, a middle-aged man stood with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he was playing with a crescent-shaped flying knife in his hand. This middle-aged man stood in the middle of the road, blocking Lin Xian's path. You finally came out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The middle-aged man's expression was cold, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Waiting for me? Lin Xian frowned. What's the matter? To kill you, of course. Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. I know you are very strong, but people stronger than you have died at my hands. So I am confident. The middle-aged man was very confident. Lin Xian frowned. With his warrior's instinct, he could feel a sinister aura coming from the middle-aged man in front of him. This aura was abnormally terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the black-robed old man who had consumed the demon blood pill. The other party must be an extremely terrifying figure. I don't have time to waste with you. Scram or die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He really didn't have time now because he had to attend the city governor's birthday banquet. Ha! You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. The middle-aged man laughed. I know where you want to go, but don't even think about it. You won't be going anywhere today. With that, the middle-aged man stomped on the ground, and the ground under his feet began to tremble rapidly. Like a wave, it spread out in all directions. In the next moment, the surrounding scene changed drastically. A dark and gloomy forest appeared, replacing the houses and streets from before. This is an illusion array. Lin Xian frowned. His expression was filled with caution. The middle-aged man in front of him was too strange, so he had to be careful. Illusion array? The middle-aged man sneered. You can think of it that way, but I prefer to call it the assassination forest. Before he finished his sentence, the middle-aged man's figure had already disappeared, completely merging into the dark forest. Whoosh! A dark and gloomy light flew out from the forest, shooting towards Lin Xian's back. This attack was soundless, and even the light had disappeared. Lin Xian only sensed it when the flying knife approached. His face was gloomy as he quickly dodged. Who sent you? He had a bad premonition. This middle-aged man's strength was beyond imagination, and his methods were very strange. It belonged to the path of assassination. Ha ha ha, are you afraid? A fleeting voice came from all directions. The moment you die, I will tell you. Afraid? Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I still don't know what fear is. Then Lin Xian used the concept of wind, and a ball of crystal clear wind appeared, circling around him. Although he had not figured out the situation around him, with the concept of wind, he could probably block the attack of the hidden weapon. The concept of wind is indeed a good method. However, it's useless. With this voice, the surroundings became silent again. Lin Xian looked around cautiously. Suddenly, his body swayed and shot into the air. The ground where he was originally standing cracked open, and a cold light shot out, shattering the void. That was close. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. It's indeed fun. The middle-aged man's figure appeared again. He was like a cloud, floating on the leaves. Kid, this should not be an illusion array, but a very strange space. Be careful, the dark red divine dragon warned. It's not an illusion array. Lin Xian was vigilant. He then nodded and summoned the snow-white monkey. Although the middle-aged man's attacks were strange, the frequency of his attacks was not dense. It was possible that the other party wanted to toy with him. There was another possibility, and that was to stall for time. After all, today was the city lord's birthday banquet, and he was also invited. If he was late, the city lord would be unhappy. At that time, the other hostile forces would add fuel to the fire, and it was very likely that the arena he had just won would be destroyed. Chapter 613. Lin Xian was bitterly disappointed by their sinister intentions. Since that was the case, he could only use the long sword in his hand to break open the cage. Lin Xian snorted and released a ray of sword qi towards the surrounding dark forest. Puff, puff. The dazzling sword qi fell into the forest and created a layer of ripples before disappearing. Don't waste your energy. You can't break open this assassination forest. The middle-aged man laughed disdainfully. Surrender and I'll give you a quick death. The middle-aged man stood at the top of a tree and looked down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and sent a message to the little white monkey. Whoosh. The little white monkey disappeared in a flash of white light and appeared in front of the middle-aged man. You sent a monkey? What a joke. I think you're crazy. The middle-aged man stretched out his large hands and tried to grab the little white monkey. However, he only caught a white shadow. So fast. The middle-aged man was shocked. The little white monkey's speed was beyond his imagination. However, this made him even more interested. Bam! However, before he could react, the snow-white little monkey's furry little claws slapped his face, instantly stunning him. The middle-aged man felt dizzy for a moment. This is my chance. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He used all his speed and rushed upwards. At the same time, the wind shadow sword was unsheathed, and a terrifying sword essence filled the air. Whoosh! A ray of sword radiance shot out diagonally and pierced the middle-aged man's body. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed in pain. At the same time, he recovered from his dizzy state. Bam! Enduring the pain, the middle-aged man's body sank and quickly descended. He instantly disappeared in the air. Only a string of blood was left floating in the air. Ha ha ha! The little guy succeeded again. What a surprise! The dark red divine dragon also flew out with a mocking look. Kid, you dare to hurt me? You're asking for it. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with killing intent. What's wrong with hurting you? I want to kill you. Lin Xian snorted. Those who block me will die. Humph, I was careless this time. You have no chance. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Stay in this assassination forest forever. The middle-aged man disappeared completely, and then the surrounding black trees began to dance. Like a demon, it danced wildly. Every branch was filled with oppressive pressure. They moved through the air and stabbed toward Lin Xian. A series of ear-piercing sounds pierced through the air like a demonic sound, causing people to tremble. Mother Long! Dodge! The dark red divine dragon screamed and flew away quickly. Lin Xian also used his movement technique, turning into countless afterimages as he dodged with extreme speed. On the other hand, the snow-white little monkey had a face full of joy, as if it was very excited. One man and two beasts shuttled through the forest, and the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. 10,000 trees descend. The middle-aged man's venomous voice rang out. Immediately, the entire forest seemed to have come alive as a group of demons danced wildly. Massive tree trunks intertwined, forming a sharp attack that descended downwards. An eerie and terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings. Below, countless vines danced like divine whips, tearing through the void. Some of the vines bloomed blood-red flowers, like the mouths of demonic beasts. They were ferocious and terrifying, swallowing everything in their path. Lin Xian was shocked. The scene was too terrifying. It was as if he had arrived at a gathering place of demons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the void, all kinds of vines and branches danced. Lin Xian was extremely fast, but the space he could move in was getting smaller and smaller. I can't dodge any more. A fierce look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He had to make a move. The wind shadow sword in his hand drew a trajectory in front of him. Streaks of sword chi danced, turning into streaks of divine light that slashed in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The surrounding branches and vines broke, but more vines lashed out. Bang! Lin Xian was caught off guard and was hit by a vine. Fortunately, he used the golden thunder body in time to block the attack. However, the violent force still caused his body to move sideways. Kid, I will make you lose your life in pain. The middle-aged man's voice sounded again. The vines became even crazier. In an instant, they had wrapped around Lin Xian and the others. Break! The blazing sword chi revolved around Lin Xian. The vast power was like a long river, sweeping through the heavens and earth. A ball of sword chi formed and enveloped Lin Xian, saving him from danger. The snow-white monkey's body was like lightning. Its speed was even faster than Lin Xian's. Those attacks couldn't even touch it. However, the dark red dragon was unlucky. It had lost most of its power and was pitifully weak. It didn't have Lin Xian's powerful attacks, nor did it have the speed of the snow-white monkey. In the end, it was entangled by a group of vines. Ah, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Those vines climbed onto the dark red dragon's body and quickly wrapped around it, forming a strangling force. The force was very shocking. Even a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm would not be able to withstand it. However, the dark red dragon only screamed crazily. Its body was not injured at all. Humph! Seeing the scene, the middle-aged man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. One man and two beasts. He had finally caught one with great difficulty, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hurt them at all. This made him feel like he was going crazy. One had to know that he was an existence that had killed countless martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This forest of assassinations was even more terrifying. It was enough to kill any martial artist below the spirit-detecting realm. However, it seemed to have lost its effectiveness today. Damn it! The middle-aged man was furious. He swore that he would definitely kill Lin Xian and the others. Ruffian, can you still do it? Lin Xian asked. Damn it, I'm angry. The dark red dragon was furious. If I don't show my power, you really think I'm a little snake? I'll bite, bite, bite. The dark red dragon's head turned and bit at those vines. Although it didn't look good, the effect was very good. This was very normal. Although the dark red dragon's attack power was not strong, it was still a peerless existence. Its life force had reached an extremely high level, not to mention these vines. Even a spirit-detecting realm expert might not be able to hurt its body. Seeing that the dark red dragon had escaped, Lin Xian let out a long roar and waved his long sword, slashing in all directions. Just as Lin Xian was fighting fiercely, the city lord mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Beautiful women were dancing and singing. It was very lively, accompanied by beautiful women and gathered powerhouses. At this moment, most of the representatives of Quicksand City's forces were gathered in the main hall. Nan Gongseng and Marulong sat at the end, feeling anxious. Why isn't Brother Lin here yet? Nan Gongseng was anxious. Did he forget? Marulong was also worried. Impossible. Although Brother Lin is a cultivation maniac, he won't forget this matter. Did something happen on the way? The two of them were extremely anxious. The birthday banquet had already begun, but Lin Xian was not here yet. If they were discovered, they might offend the City Lord Mansion's people. At that time, they might even alarm the City Lord. Hey, aren't these the heroes of the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena? Why is one person missing? A mocking voice was heard. Hearing that, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 614. Just as Nan Gongseng was worrying, someone suddenly asked. Moreover, there was a hint of mockery in that voice. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong immediately looked up and saw that it was Blackwood Fort's disciple, Blackwood Mountain. Damn it, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Seeing Blackwood Mountain's expression, Nan Gongseng was furious. Ma Rulong also shouted coldly, You seem to be very concerned about our Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Not at all, not at all, Blackwood Mountain said with a smile. He was in a good mood and naturally wanted to avoid Ma Rulong. And Ma Rulong, I advise the two of you not to wait, because that kid will definitely not come. Blackwood Mountain revealed a sinister smile. What? Hearing that, the two of them were shocked and looked at Blackwood Mountain. Why are you looking at me? I don't know anything. Blackwood Mountain sneered. I think you should worry about yourself. How dare you refuse the city governor's invitation? You must be tired of living. After saying that, Blackwood Mountain left with a smug look. Damn it, this is definitely related to him. Nan Gongseng was anxious. Don't worry, let's wait. With Brother Lin's ability, ordinary people can't hurt him. Ma Rulong's face was also gloomy. The two of them sat with a sullen face and did not say a word. Assassination Forest. The middle-aged man used all his strength to control the black trees and formed a strangling attack that stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not know how many times he had swung his sword, but the trees seemed to be endless. He could not kill them all. Ha ha, kid. Stop struggling and become my nourishment. Humph. Wind Thunder Cut. Lin Xian swung his sword, and a wind thunder sword chi slashed out. The violent and swift power swept out in all directions. The surrounding demonized trees were all sent flying, making cracking sounds. However, in the next moment, they sank into the ground and became nourishment for the forest. Instantly, even more branches flew over. Kid, don't fight recklessly, the dark red divine dragon said. This should be the demonic cloud vine. Demonic cloud vine? Lin Xian was puzzled. What is that? It's a very abnormal plant. Unless we find its main body, it's impossible to kill it, the dark red divine dragon said. Sense it carefully. You must find its main body. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He then used all of his soul power to sense the middle-aged man's presence. According to his guess, the middle-aged man must be on the main body. However, the vines that filled the sky were actually able to affect the perception of soul power. Even though Lin Xian's soul power was strong, it was still extremely difficult for him to sense anything. Damn it! Lin Xian was infuriated. If it were any other day, he could have fought a war of attrition. However, he was in a hurry and could not afford to do so. Wuji, Wuji, the little white monkey shouted from the side. You can find it? Lin Xian was delighted. The little white monkey squinted its crescent-shaped eyes and nodded continuously. Then It turned into a white light and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Soon, the little white monkey arrived in front of a towering tree. The tree was very large, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It was pitch black and looked like a small mountain. At this moment, in the middle of the tree trunk, there was a human face stuck on it. If one looked closely, they would find that it was the face of the middle-aged man. This scene was too strange. A man had merged with a tree and could control the entire forest. It was unbelievable. However, the little white monkey ignored all of this. It raised its furry paw and slapped at the illusory face. Pah! The paw slapped the tree trunk and left a beast claw mark. Ha ha ha! It's useless. I won't faint this time. The middle-aged man laughed maniacally. Little thing, I'll kill you in a while. Is that so? You won't have a chance. A cold voice sounded. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. The illusory face suddenly revealed a shocked expression because he saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him. It was a young man with a sword in his hand. He looked extremely fierce. Humph, boy, you're good. You actually found this place. The illusory face snorted coldly. So, what if you found it? The demonic cloud vine is an ancient strange creature. You can't hurt it at all. Now, go to hell. The middle-aged man suddenly roared. Suddenly, countless purplish-black vines flew out and pierced through the void like heavenly spears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire space trembled. The vines spun rapidly and turned into powerful shockwaves that swept across the land. Chi-chi. In an instant, they pierced through Lin Xian's figure. However, the figure quickly turned into bubbles and disappeared. After image. The middle-aged man was shocked and then snorted coldly. However, in the next moment, he was shocked again because Lin Xian had already arrived in front of him. A pitch-black long sword appeared and hung in the void. The long sword was filled with the intent of death and nirvana. It was as if the sword could take away all life. And this, Lin Xian's voice was cold. He waved the nirvana sword and stabbed it into the giant black tree. An invisible force of nirvana gushed out and quickly absorbed the vitality of the giant black tree. No, the middle-aged man's illusory face screamed in horror. He could feel the vitality of the black tree quickly draining away, and the branches were aging. That's impossible. His face was distorted. The demonic cloud vine was an ancient demonic creature. It was very powerful and had a strong vitality. It could be said that it was very difficult to eliminate. An adult demonic cloud vine could easily suck a supremacy dry. Although the middle-aged man's demonic cloud vine had yet to mature, it was already very powerful. Even martial artists below the supremacy realm couldn't escape from it. Now, someone could actually hurt his demonic cloud vine. And the other party was only a youth in the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. It was too unbelievable. Stop. We can talk about this. The middle-aged man screamed. It was very difficult to cultivate the demonic cloud vine. He had spent a lot of effort to make the demonic cloud vine grow to its current state, but now his beloved demonic cloud vine was rapidly losing its vitality. This was undoubtedly taking his life. The middle-aged man's heart was bleeding. Stop, Lin Xian sneered. Why didn't you say that before? Don't you think it's too late to stop now that you can't beat me? I was wrong. I'll let you go now, and won't make things difficult for you. The middle-aged man begged for mercy. Is that so? Didn't you want to kill me just now and use me as fertilizer? Lin Xian sneered. You don't have a chance. I said, either get lost or die. Since you want to stay, then die. Kid, I'll fight it out with you. The middle-aged man went crazy. However, Lin Xian didn't give him a chance at all. He activated the Sword of Nirvana with all his might. A powerful force of nirvana gushed out and instantly covered the sky. The entire forest was withering and aging. As if it had reached the end of its life, Countless tree trunks turned into ashes. In the end, the surrounding forest gradually disappeared, revealing the outside world. Chapter 6:15. Lin Xian used the Nirvana sword and finally destroyed the demonic Cloud Vine's attack. Not only that, but he also destroyed the entire forest. The boundless darkness disappeared, and the outside world appeared. The middle-aged man's illusory face also appeared beside Lin Xian. However, he was abnormally pale and in a sorry state. "Please spare my life. I'll tell you who sent me." The middle-aged man's voice trembled. He was no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, he didn't look like an assassin, but more like a stray dog. "No need. I already know." Lin Xian's expression was cold. "Blackwood Stronghold, right?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He was horrified. However, he still wanted to say something, but the Nirvana sword quickly pierced his chest and took away all his vitality. Then, all the dark forest disappeared, and a purplish-black seed fell to the ground. The seed was as big as a fist and covered with patterns like a purple cloud. That was close. The dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the demonic Cloud Vine hasn't fully grown yet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Demonic Cloud Vine. Lin Xian was deep in thought. He then took the seed into his hand. This seed should still be alive, right? "Kid, what are you doing? Are you trying to cultivate the demonic Cloud Vine?" The dark red dragon was shocked. "I'm reminding you that the demonic Cloud Vine is very difficult to cultivate. Ordinary people can't cultivate it. Moreover, it's too dangerous. There was once a king who cultivated one, but he was devoured by it." In ancient times, the demonic Cloud Vine represented disaster. The dark red dragon reminded, "Don't worry, I know. I won't use it before I'm sure," Lin Xian said, and then put it into his storage belt. Lin Xian was shocked after seeing the demonic Cloud Vine's strange power. However, he wasn't strong enough to control the demonic Cloud Vine. When he was stronger in the future, he might be able to cultivate the demonic Cloud Vine again. "Let's go quickly. I'm afraid we'll be late." Lin Xian called the little white monkey and the dark red dragon and quickly walked toward the city lord's mansion. At this time, the city lord's mansion was still singing and dancing, bustling with noise and excitement. However, Nan Gongsheng and Ma Rulong were extremely anxious in their hearts. Lin Xian had yet to arrive, but MT Blackwood had already started to make things difficult for them. I've often heard of the Holy Dragon Arena's name. Now that I've seen it today, the two of you are indeed young heroes. However, I wonder where that young genius with 10 consecutive victories is. That's right. Why didn't he appear on such an important occasion like the city lord's birthday? Doesn't he want to come here? Many people frowned when they heard those words. Those words were very sharp, as if they were trying to sow discord. Nan Gongsheng and Ma Rulong's eyelids twitched. How could that be? Brother Lin isn't feeling well, so he went out to rest. He'll be back soon. Oh, really? Where did he go to rest? Our Blackwood family's best quality pills are very effective. They can definitely cure his body. MT Blackwood refused to let go because he knew that it was impossible for Lin Xian to come. "No need. Brother Lin will be back soon." Ma Rulong's voice was cold. While the two sides were arguing, the city lord's mansion's people frowned. Today was their city lord's birthday, and they had invited all the forces in Flo's End City. However, someone actually dared to not come. This was simply not giving them any face. Moreover, the top forces were all here, yet a young man dared to not come? This was simply not putting the city lord's mansion in his eyes, especially the young disciples. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes were unfriendly. They had powerful cultivations and were at the age where they were proud and arrogant. Now, everyone was praising another young man. This made them feel indignant. The old city lord sat in the main hall. He was surrounded by colorful clouds and couldn't be seen clearly. At this moment, when he heard the discussion below, he put down his wine cup and remained silent. A somewhat oppressive aura spread out and reverberated in the main hall. Nan Gongseng was shocked. It seemed that he had alarmed the powerful city lord. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and quickly stood up. Junior Nan Gongseng is truly fortunate to be invited by the city lord's mansion today. I hereby present a birthday gift. I hope the city lord will like it. Humph. You? What kind of gift can a small battle arena bring out to make the city lord like it? What a joke. Blackwood Mountain sneered. Immediately, a group of people echoed and laughed. Nan Gongseng's expression didn't change as he stood with a smile. If it was something else, he would be a little worried. However, he had absolute confidence in this gift. Present it, a dignified voice sounded. Immediately, an old man walked down and stood in the void. He grabbed the purple sandalwood box with both hands. Then he quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the main hall. Standing beside the city lord, the old man presented it with both hands with a respectful expression. The city lord took the sandalwood box and slowly opened it. Then he revealed a look of surprise. I obtained this by chance. It's a 1,000-year-old immortality peach seed. I hope the city lord will like it, said Nan Gongseng. What? A 1,000-year-old immortality peach seed? Everyone was shocked and in an uproar. One had to know that Flozen City's climate was special, and there was a lack of water. Therefore, the spiritual herbs here were rare, and most of them were not old. The seeds of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs were very rare. Even a supremacy might not have one. Now, a spirit-detecting kid had presented such a big gift, the surrounding people exclaimed, and the way they looked at Nan Gongseng and the others changed. The people of the Nan Gong family were also surprised. They didn't know when Nan Gongseng had such a treasure. Blackwood Mountain and the other disciples of the Blackwood family had dark expressions. They had just mocked Nan Gongseng for not taking out anything good. In the end, Nan Gongseng took out a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb seed. At that moment, they felt a burning sensation on their faces as if they had been slapped hard. Not bad. It does look like a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb seed. It's full of spirituality. It's a high-grade spiritual herb. The city lord smiled. Immediately, the air that was originally condensed dissipated and was replaced by a gentle aura. It's indeed a big gift. You're very thoughtful. The city lord's attitude was obviously much better. There was even a trace of a smile on his face. Immediately, everyone was shocked again. It was not easy to get the city lord's praise. One had to know that before this, the city lord had only shown such an attitude when interacting with the older generation. The younger generation had never been appreciated by the city lord, but now Nan Gongseng was being praised. The young disciples present were very shocked, especially the disciples of the Blackwood family. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Humph! Don't think that you can escape the crime of looking down on the city lord with a gift. Blackwood Mountain sneered with a trace of malevolence in his voice. Lin Xian dared to not attend the birthday banquet. This is a challenge and an insult to the city lord's mansion. This voice was unusually sharp and immediately intensified the conflict. Chapter 616. Hey Mushin's words silenced the hall once again. Many people were shocked. It seemed like the Hey Mushin family and the Holy Dragon Arena were at odds. Brother Hey Mushin is right. That kid is too despicable. How dare he not come to the banquet? A young man snorted coldly. Instantly, the crowd was shocked. Many of them revealed gloating expressions. Nan Gongseng frowned and felt uneasy because the young man who spoke was from the city governor's estate. Moreover, he was a young master of the city governor's estate and had a high status. At this moment, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Naturally, he stood on He Mushin's side. Young Master Qi is right. I think we should capture Lin Xian and teach him a lesson. He Mushin sneered. Don't worry, I'll send someone. The young man said in a deep voice. No need. I'm here. A calm voice was heard, and a figure appeared in the main hall. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who came was Lin Xian. Phew! Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong both breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally put their hearts at ease. He Mushin's pupils constricted, and he stood up in shock. You're fine? Why, do you really want something to happen to me? Lin Xian sneered. Or did your plan fail? He Mushin's face changed when he heard this. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. He did send an expert to assassinate Lin Xian, but he would never admit to it even if he was beaten to death. However, the fact that Lin Xian was able to make it here was beyond his expectations. Damn it, how is he still alive? He Mushin couldn't understand. After all, he had hired a top assassin, a martial artist known as the Dark Hunters. Ordinary martial artists below the Venerable Realm couldn't escape from him. However, Lin Xian had actually managed to escape. He Mushin didn't know what happened, but he wouldn't let Lin Xian go. Humph, Lin Xian, how dare you? How dare you be late for the city governor's birthday banquet? I think you're deliberately provoking the city governor's dignity. He Mushin snorted. He wanted to show Lin Xian his power. Provoking the city lord? Lin Xian looked at Blackwood Mountain and sneered. I'm very curious. Are you a roundworm in my stomach? You actually know what I'm thinking. Or are you just making wild guesses? Blackwood Mountain, this is the city lord's mansion. It's not a place for you, a member of the Blackwood Castle, to behave atrociously. Lin Xian's voice was firm and resolute. He Mushin was so angry that his face turned red and his whole body trembled. A little martial artist actually dared to berate him to his face. This was courting death. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. Blackwood Mountain's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Humph, where did this wild brat come from? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Get out. An elder of the Blackwood family coldly snorted. What? The young one can't do it, so the old one can? Lin Xian was not afraid. This is the city lord's birthday celebration. You want to fight? You've come to the wrong place, haven't you? After the city lord's birthday celebration, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's battle arena will welcome you at any time. However, please take note now. Do not disturb the city lord's birthday celebration. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Instantly, the entire Blackwood family was so angry that their faces turned black. The surrounding people were also shocked. This Lin Xian was so valiant to be able to turn the situation around under such unfavorable conditions. He was indeed powerful. After a few words, Lin Xian covered up the fact that he was late. Instead, he seized the weakness of the Blackwood family and quickly counterattacked. It was really beautiful. What a sharp-tongued brat. However, it's useless. The Blackwood family can't control you, but I can. Young Master Qi coldly snorted. He looked at Lin Xian with a trace of coldness in his eyes. There were two reasons why he was hostile to Lin Xian. Firstly, he was on good terms with the Blackwood family. At this moment, of course, he would stand with the Blackwood family to suppress Lin Xian. Secondly, as a young expert, he was very conceited. Other than a few great prodigies, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes. And these days, the entire Quicksand City was talking about Lin Xian. This made him very unhappy. Even he didn't have this kind of fame. What right did a small spirit detecting martial artist have to receive this kind of treatment? Therefore, when he saw Lin Xian today, he had a desire to suppress him. Seeing young Master Qi's attitude, Lin Xian frowned. The other party was from the city lord's residence, so he couldn't openly oppose him, especially on this special day of the city lord's birthday. However, he wasn't someone who would be bullied. He really didn't care about young Master Chi's attitude. What he cared about was the city lord's attitude. However, the city lord was wrapped in a hazy light and couldn't be seen clearly. On the other hand, Nan Gongsheng transmitted a message and told him about what had happened. After Lin Xian heard this, he felt more confident. Since the city lord had accepted the 1,000-year immortality peach seed, his attitude shouldn't be too bad. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. "You're also from the city lord's residence," saying this is too hurtful. Lin Xian's face was full of regret. "I wasn't late for no reason. I had a reason." "Reason?" Young Master Chi snorted. "Of course there's a reason. I was late because I went to prepare a gift for the city lord." "Gift?" Everyone was stunned. Didn't the divine Dragon Pavilion's arena just give him a 1,000-year spirit fruit seed? Why was there a gift? Nan Gongsheng and the others were also stunned. They didn't know what Lin Xian was up to. Blackwood Mountain and the others sneered with a look of disbelief. Young Master Chi also snorted. "The gift must be a treasure for such a long time. If you can't take it out, I'll take your head." Hearing this, Lin Xian revealed a mysterious smile, although he had been cultivating these days. He also learned from Nan Gongsheng that although the city lord was a supremacy, he had a hobby, and that was drinking. Therefore, Lin Xian brewed a pot of spirit wine in advance. Lin Xian had learned a lot about spirit wine from Wine Lord. His technique could be said to be shocking. Other than Wine Lord, no one could beat him. With a flip of his palm, a pot of spirit wine appeared in his hand. "I know that the city lord loves to drink, so I brewed a pot for city lord Qing to taste." Lin Xian smiled. "Taste?" Young Master Chi snorted. "Who do you think you are? You should know that the city lord has a body of gold. Why would he drink your lousy wine?" "Ooh," the surrounding warriors sneered. They knew that the city lord loved to drink, but not many people gave him wine. Not only did the city lord love wine, but his taste was also tricky. He didn't like ordinary spirit wine at all. Only spirit wine brewed by wine masters could match the city lord's taste. Therefore, although others wanted to give him wine, they couldn't. Sigh, this kid is going to be unlucky. How can a small warrior like him have good wine? I guess he's going to be unlucky this time. Hee, serves him right. Spirit wine isn't that easy to give away. Nan Gongsheng and Blackwood Mountain were also surprised. They didn't know that Lin Xian brewed spirit wine. Blackwood Mountain sneered. "Idiot, he's courting death." Originally, he couldn't find a way to deal with Lin Xian, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to deliver himself to him. The city lord would definitely refuse. When that happened, he would probably be angry. At that time, it would be Lin Xian's death. Lin Xian took in everyone's reaction, but he was very confident. Chapter 617. Lin Xian opened the lid of the wine jug. A rich wine aroma wafted out and filled the hall. The aroma was very rich, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. "It smells so good. What kind of spirit wine is this?" Everyone exclaimed. "Top quality. I didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a spirit wine. Who is this kid? Why does he have so many good things?" Blackwood Mountain and young Master Chi were also stunned. The two of them were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a high-quality spirit wine. Good wine. The city lord also let out a loud laugh. This time, the city lord personally took action. The colorful light around him surged and formed a colorful waterfall. He threw it into the air and took away the wine jug in Lin Xian's hand. "Good wine. It really is good wine." The city lord drank a cup, then clapped his hands and laughed. "Since 100 years ago, when a spirit wine grandmaster left, I haven't had such a delicious spirit wine." "Good. Good, good. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen the city lord so excited before, even when he received the 1,000-year-old spirit herb seed. He wasn't so excited. But now, Lin Xian's jug of spirit wine made the city lord excited like a child. Ha ha! Little friend Lin, please sit. Thank you, city lord. Lin Xian smiled indifferently and then sat beside Nan Gongseng. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. What's wrong with me? Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his nose. He was a little scared by the two of them looking at him. Why do I feel like you're a monster? How do you have so many rare treasures? It's not that exaggerated. I only have these things. It's just that they're being used. Lin Xian's jug of spirit wine made the city lord very happy, and Lin Xian himself was admired by the city lord. Obviously, Lin Xian and the others were the biggest winners of this birthday banquet. The Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were also happy. After all, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were the sons of their families. However, the other powers were unhappy, especially the people from the Blackwood stronghold. Their expressions were terrifyingly gloomy. They had originally planned to suppress Lin Xian, but they didn't expect that not only did they fail to suppress him, the other party had even received the city lord's recognition. This made them feel gloomy. In the distance, young Master Qi also snorted coldly. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Previously, he had even mocked the other party, saying that the other party had brought out a lousy wine. He had even wanted to use his authority to take the other party down. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would actually take out a top-grade spirit wine. Not only that, even the city lord was very happy. This was unacceptable to him, and he felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Thinking of this, his eyes became even more gloomy. Brat, don't be too proud. I'll definitely kill you. Young Master Qi snorted coldly in his heart and said respectfully to the city lord, Ancestor, although we have good wine, the singing and dancing are a bit boring. The men of my quicksand city are all hot-blooded and warlike. Why don't we invite someone to come up and fight? All right, then I'll leave it to you, the city lord said indifferently. His mind was now completely focused on Lin Xian's spirit wine. Thank you, Ancestor. Qi Tian's face was filled with joy. Then the corner of his mouth raised into a smile as he looked down. Today is the Ancestor's birthday banquet. Why don't we have a martial arts competition to liven things up and make the city lord happy? Hearing this, the various forces began to discuss. Many people thought that this was an opportunity. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were vigilant. They knew that a difficult problem was coming. Qi Tian smiled and asked, I have a servant with decent strength. I wonder which young talent is willing to come up and fight. Is there even a need to choose? Black Musin sneered. We have someone here who has won 10 consecutive battles in the arena. Why don't we let him come up? Suddenly, the surrounding crowd was shocked, and they all looked at him with a curious expression. Brat, I heard that you have won 10 consecutive battles. Come up and fight. A bald young man stood out with a shocking aura on his body. Lin Xian naturally knew what these people were thinking. He raised his head and casually glanced at the bald young man, then said indifferently, You win. To be honest, he had no interest in fighting at this kind of banquet. Everyone was surprised. They did not expect Lin Xian to admit defeat. This was too illogical. Qi Tian frowned. This result was also out of his expectations. The bald young man was a battle servant that he had trained. He was very powerful and had once won 10 consecutive battles in a medium-sized arena. It could be said that he did not lose to Lin Xian at all. Originally, he wanted the bald young man to defeat Lin Xian, but he did not expect Lin Xian to admit defeat. Although this was still considered a win, he was very unhappy. He did not just want a sentence. He wanted Lin Xian to suffer a crushing defeat in front of everyone. He wanted him to never be able to raise his head again. Therefore, he had to let Lin Xian fight. Qi Tian's face was gloomy as he gave Haima San a look. Haima San smiled knowingly and said, Lin Xian, you're not giving him any face by doing this. Today is the city lord's birthday banquet. Letting you fight is already giving you face. You're refusing so perfunctorily. It seems like you don't give the city lord any respect. Haima San once again pinned a crime on Lin Xian. Oh, so you want me to fight by name? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Of course. Not accepting the challenge is disrespect to the city lord. Haima San smiled. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. Now, I challenge you by name. Come up. What? Everyone was stunned. Haima San was also stunned. At that moment, his mind went blank. Then his face turned gloomy. Although he was also a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, he could not defeat Lin Xian. One had to know that Lin Xian had defeated a veteran expert who had taken the demon blood pill. He was no match for him. What? You don't dare to fight or admit defeat? Lin Xian's face was full of sarcasm. Haima San was trembling with anger. Originally, he wanted to use the situation to pressure Lin Xian into accepting the challenge, but he did not expect that he would accidentally fall into his opponent's trap. Now he was in a difficult position. He was very sullen. For a moment, Haima San was stunned. What? Scared? Who was the one who said that not accepting the challenge was disrespect to the city lord? Lin Xian sneered. Are you going to be disrespectful to the city lord? Haima San's face was ugly as he complained in his heart. The Haima family members behind him were also furious. You don't even dare to refuse. You piece of trash. Hurry up and go back. Don't embarrass yourself. Lin Xian mocked mercilessly. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were excited. This feeling was too good. I didn't expect the Haima family to produce a piece of trash. Humph! You're still talking when you can't do it. What an idiot! Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong both sneered. You dash! Haima San's face was ashen with anger. He almost fainted. The Haima family elders' beards were also sticking up. They glared fiercely at Lin Xian's group, wishing they could tear them apart. Qi Tian's face was full of anger. He said darkly, Lin Xian, logically speaking, you should be competing with my battle servant. Why are you looking for Brother Haimo? That's not very appropriate, right? Chapter 618. Qi Tian appeared in time to stop Lin Xian. Haima also reacted. He had almost fainted from being angered by Lin Xian just now. Now that he had the chance, he naturally retaliated quickly. That's right. Young Master Qi called out first. If you want to fight, you'll have to fight him first. Haima sneered. It won't be too late to fight me after you win. He was very familiar with Qi Tian's battle servants. He knew that they were a group of madmen who had undergone hellish training since they were young. Moreover, the bald youth was even more impressive. He had once won 10 consecutive victories and was not inferior to Lin Xian at all. In fact, he was even stronger than Lin Xian. Therefore, Haima was confident that the bald youth could defeat Lin Xian. Even if Lin Xian won in the worst-case scenario, he would have exhausted too much of his spiritual power. He might even be seriously injured. If he attacked again, he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian easily. At that thought, Haima revealed a sinister smile. Lin Xian naturally saw the other party's reaction. He said calmly, after I fight him, can I fight you? Of course. Haima smiled confidently. With so many seniors here, I hope you remember what you said, and don't embarrass the family. Lin Xian laughed and stood up. Come. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian really accepted the challenge. From the looks of it, he seemed very confident. However, those present were all old foxes. They naturally knew that the battle servants of the city lord mansion were very powerful, and did not lose to the geniuses outside. Therefore, they did not know the outcome of this battle. The hall was very spacious. At that moment, the singers in the center had already retreated, leaving enough space. At that moment, the bald youth stood in the middle of the field like a ferocious beast. "Kid, let me see how good your 10 consecutive victories are." At the end of his sentence, a terrifying aura rose from his body. Like a wave, it swept in all directions. There was a dull sound in the air like a storm. The bald youth threw out a punch. All the momentum in the sky condensed on his fist, and it quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. Nan Gongseng and the others were shocked. This punch was too violent, and a normal peak spirit detecting realm cultivator would not be able to withstand it. It seemed like the other side was going all out. Lin Xian didn't have any scruples. He used the concept of wind and condensed a green jade sword. With a slash of the sword, a fierce wind tore through the earth and quickly slashed forward. Boom! The bald youth's fist collided with Lin Xian's green jade longsword, creating an earth-shaking sound. In the next moment, the bald young man's body trembled, and he took 4 or 5 steps back. What? He was pushed back. Many people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Qi Tian's face turned gloomy, but he still wanted to believe in his battle servant. Lin Xian pushed back the bald youth with a single slash of his sword. His body rushed forward like a gust of wind, and his long sword stabbed out again. The surrounding air quickly rotated, forming a spiral wind blade. This kind of spiral attack was even more powerful. It directly caused the air to split apart like a piece of cloth, emitting a cheep sound. Many young experts' expressions changed. This kind of attack made their hearts tremble. Pung! Before the bald youth could stabilize his body, he was hit by the green jade longsword again. This time, he was directly sent flying and smashed into the ground. There was a sword hole on his shoulder. It was sinister and terrifying, and blood was quickly flowing out. "You lost." Lin Xian shrugged, looking very relaxed. Qi Tian's face was ashen. He quickly transmitted, "Kill him, kill." The bald youth roared. Originally, he didn't care about Lin Xian. Although the other party was very famous, he thought it was only a rumor and couldn't be trusted. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. Therefore, he thought this battle would be very easy. However, he didn't expect that he would be suppressed and even injured. With a roar, the bald youth quickly stopped the injury on his shoulder. Then he looked at Lin Xian gloomily. In his eyes, a ball of anger was burning, as if it could burn Lin Xian to ashes. He stomped his foot, and like a meteor, he pounced forward again. This time, he punched out with both fists. The violent power was enough to tear an ultimate warrior apart. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He held the green jade sword and quickly slashed down. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, forming countless green sword shadows. These sword shadows, under Lin Xian's control, quickly stabbed towards the bald youth. Ding, 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 ding. The defensive armor in front of the bald youth was pierced in an instant. Suddenly, countless sword chi hit his body and sent him flying again. When the sky full of sword shadows disappeared, everyone looked over anxiously and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw the bald youth lying on the ground. His body was covered with sword scars. They were so densely packed that it made their hearts beat wildly. However, these sword scars were very controlled. Although they were terrifying, they weren't fatal. It was obvious that Lin Xian had shown mercy. Everyone present was an expert. They naturally knew that Lin Xian was giving face to the city lord. Otherwise, the bald youth would have died thousands of times. Even so, everyone still gasped. One had to know that the city lord's mansion's battle servants were very strong. Take this bald youth, for example. He was definitely an expert among the ultimate warriors of the spirit-detecting realm. However, such an expert couldn't even fight back in front of Lin Xian. This kind of super strength made those young martial artists feel apprehensive. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was definitely a top-notch figure. Qi Tian was so angry that he was trembling. He didn't expect his subordinate to be so pale. This made him feel like he was going crazy. At the same time, he was also shocked by Lin Xian's strength. The bald young man was ranked in the top 3 amongst his combat servants. Yet even such a person had been unable to resist a single attack from Lin Xian. So, there was probably no one amongst his combat servants who could be a match for Lin Xian. After Lin Xian defeated the bald youth, he turned to look at Blackwood Mountain. Suddenly, the latter's body trembled, and his face became very ugly. Lin Xian was too strong. He wasn't a match for him at all. However, Blackwood Mountain wasn't going to sit still and wait for death. He roared, "How dare you! The city lord's birthday banquet was supposed to be a spar. How dare you use such a killer move? Are you trying to rebel?" He wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Xian. "Killer?" Lin Xian snorted. "If I wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. I'm afraid all the experts here can see that. Your strength isn't enough, and your eyesight isn't good either. It's best if you don't jump out and embarrass yourself." Ooh. Hearing this, Blackwood Mountain trembled in anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. He naturally knew that Lin Xian was holding back, but he couldn't say it out loud. Now he was being mocked for being weak and having poor eyesight. This made him want to die. Words are useless. Now, it's your turn. Come on, let me see what kind of ability you have to yell here. Chapter 619. Now, it's time for us to fight. Lin Xian stared at MT Haimu. Putting the past aside, MT Haimu had repeatedly pressured Lin Xian during the banquet. He even wanted to take the opportunity to pin a crime on him and get rid of Lin Xian. There was no way Lin Xian would let such an enemy go. MT Haimu's body trembled as fear appeared in his eyes. He was no match for Lin Xian at all. Yet, he dared to boast like that before. He originally thought that the battle between Lin Xian and the bald youth would end in a lose-lose situation. However, he did not expect it to turn out like this. He was momentarily stunned, as he did not know what to do. "Are you afraid now? Where's your arrogance from before?" Nan Gongseng sneered. "You said such bold words before, and even swore in front of so many seniors. If you don't fight now, I'm afraid you'll embarrass the Haima family." Ma Long snorted. Hearing that, the disciples of the Nangong family and Ma family mocked. They were competitors with the Haima family. Furthermore, MT Haimu had repeatedly suppressed the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. This made them very unhappy. One should know that Lin Xian was not the only one in the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Their family's disciples were there too. Therefore, they were furious. Now that they seized this opportunity, they naturally had to mock MT Haimu. Hearing that, the surrounding martial artists looked at the Haima family with a different expression. Their eyes were filled with mockery and sarcasm. The faces of the Haima family's disciples turned red. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. Elder Anxio's expression was even worse. Many elders looked at MT Haimu with rage in their eyes. MT Haimu sensed the anger in the elder's eyes, and his body trembled even more. "Useless thing, you've brought shame to the clan. Accept the challenge." The Haimu family's elders shouted coldly. Hearing that, MT Haimu's face fell, and he almost cried. He had the urge to curse. He did it for the family. However, the family did not care about his life and death. For the sake of their dignity, they forced him to fight Lin Xian. It gave him a feeling of abandonment. He still wanted to struggle. However, an elder coldly snorted and waved his hand. Bringing forth a gale, he pushed Mount Blackwood to the center of the stage. It seemed that in order to preserve their dignity, The Darkwood clan had decided to give up on Blackwood Mountain. Blackwood Mountain was pushed to the center of the field. He was panicking. He still wanted to escape, but Lin Xian blocked his path. The surrounding cultivators cheered, even louder. What a beautiful movement technique. I didn't expect Brother Heimu to be so impatient. What a surprise. Lin Xian said with a smile. Accident my ass. MT Blackwood's expression turned extremely ugly. He was on the verge of tears. He knew that there was no point in running away now, so he might as well fight to his heart's content. In any case, he believed that Lin Xian would not dare to kill him in this kind of situation. He would only suffer a little pain. As long as he could survive this, he would definitely find his family's elders and kill Lin Xian in secret. Die, you little bastard. MT Blackwood waved both of his palms. A large amount of light surged, forming a rain of light that quickly shot forward. Lin Xian used the concept of wind to form a sword of wind and quickly slashed down. With one slash, he destroyed all of the attacks. At that moment, MT Blackwood had already retreated several dozen meters. He was wearing a purple gold armor that emitted a hazy light that wrapped around his body. At the same time, he was holding two treasured artifacts. In his left hand was a golden-colored round shield that was as heavy as a rock. In his right hand was a long blade. On the blade, a cold light shone. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Among the three weapons, two of them were upper spirit rank treasured artifacts. They were extremely powerful. It seemed that MT Blackwood was extremely careful. Seeing MT Blackwood wrapped his body like a tortoise's shell, everyone laughed. This guy is truly afraid of death. Ma Rulong shook his head. Humph, he's so arrogant when he doesn't have the guts. What an idiot. Nan Gongseng sneered in disdain. Seeing MT Blackwood's actions, Lin Xian also laughed. He removed the concept of wind and replaced it with the concept of thunder. In his hand, a sword of thunder appeared. The golden-colored long sword shone with a dazzling light like the sun. The long sword was filled with a berserk power. It was the power of thunder. The concept of wind was proficient in speed and strange changes. As for the concept of thunder, it was the symbol of berserk and power. As for the sword of thunder, it was able to display the berserk power to the pinnacle. As the sword slashed down, a golden sword aura swept out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the air. The entire space started to boil. It was as if it could not withstand the power and started to emit buzzing sounds. In an instant, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The golden sword aura quickly slashed toward MT Blackwood. With MT Blackwood's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to withstand the attack. Thus, he placed all of his hopes on the two defensive treasured artifacts. He pushed his spiritual power with all his might and frantically gathered the surrounding spiritual energy. He quickly poured it into the two defensive treasured artifacts. The air surged and countless spiritual energies surged. Immediately, the purple gold battle armor and golden shield shone with light and rapidly changed. The purple gold battle armor appeared and formed many patterns that quickly covered MT Blackwood's entire body. As for the golden shield, it expanded infinitely and formed a wall of light. It stood above MT Blackwood, forming the strongest defense. Those two treasured artifacts were both high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. Thus, MT Blackwood was absolutely confident that Lin Xian would not be able to injure him. Although such a battle was somewhat dishonorable, as long as he could withstand Lin Xian's attack, everything would be worth it. Boom! The Thunder Sword aura struck down and collided with MT Blackwood's defense. It created an earth-shattering sound, and the entire palace was nearly blown away. Struck by the berserk power, Montana Blackwood was continuously pushed back and left deep grooves on the ground. However, he finally managed to withstand Lin Xian's attack. Ha ha ha, brat, let's see how you're going to injure me. MT Blackwood rubbed his numb arm and became arrogant again. A sneer appeared on Lin Xian's face. Everything was within his expectations. After all, those two treasured artifacts were high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. If he did not use his true strength, he would not be able to break through their defense. However, MT Blackwood was not worthy of him using his full strength. Furthermore, he had other methods to break through the defense of those two high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. Previously, he had fought against a martial artist. That martial artist knew how to use hidden power. Only a body refinement defense could withstand the defense of treasured artifacts. MT Blackwood clearly did not have a body refinement defense. Thus, this move was most suitable for him. Furthermore, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul and could easily imitate that hidden power attack. Thus, no matter how much defense MT Blackwood used, it was completely useless. Soon, the golden sword image condensed again and slashed down fiercely. It's useless. You can't break through my defense, MT Blackwood said disdainfully. The golden sword surged and quickly slashed down again. This time, there was no earth-shattering explosion like before. The golden sword aura seemed to be sticking to the light screen. Its movement was extremely gentle. This scene stunned everyone. They did not know what Lin Xian was doing. Chapter 620. That was because he felt a berserk aura pass through his defensive shield and slash towards him. He was shocked and confused. He could not understand how Lin Xian's sword aura could pass through his defense. But now he could not care about that at all. He could only activate his defensive armor with all his might. Purple gold radiance flickered as the mysterious armor stuck to his body, forming a solid defense. However, none of that had any effect. In the next moment, that terrifying aura once again ignored the armor's defense and directly entered Blackwood Mountain's body. Blackwood Mountain's face twisted as he crazily screamed. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the scene before them, their hearts turned cold. This Lin Xian was too strong and decisive. He actually dared to injure Blackwood Mountain in front of so many elders of the Blackwood family. He was too bold. Moreover, his attack was too strange. Even two high-grade spiritual artifacts could not defend against it. Blackwood Mountain screamed as he vomited blood and fell to the ground. He was extremely weak. Everyone from the Blackwood family was nervous. Among them, a few elders had gloomy expressions. Lin Xian really dared to attack. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? However, they could not stop all of this. They could only bring Blackwood Mountain back with gloomy expressions. Although Blackwood Mountain was vomiting blood, his injuries were not serious. This allowed the Blackwood family to breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'll definitely kill you. Blackwood Mountain gritted his teeth and said. He knew that Lin Xian did not dare to be ruthless. However, he would definitely take revenge. Lin Xian shrugged with a nonchalant look on his face. However, he was sneering in his heart. Since Blackwood Mountain wanted to kill him, he naturally would not let him go. However, in front of so many people, he naturally could not be ruthless. Otherwise, those old guys from the Blackwood Fort would have an excuse to attack. Thus, he had only symbolically injured Blackwood Mountain. However, he had left behind a hidden sword energy in his body. This hidden sword aura was very hidden. Unless a venerable personally investigated, no one would be able to discover it. After the birthday banquet, he would let this hidden sword aura explode. This way, he would be able to cripple Blackwood Mountain's cultivation. Moreover, even if the Blackwood clan was furious, they couldn't find any evidence. Lin Xian was confident that he could retreat safely as long as he wasn't surrounded by some old monsters at the same time. The The members of the Blackwood family looked at Lin Xian with gloomy and cold expressions, but no one dared to clamor again. The reason for that was because they did not bring their best disciples with them this time. The disciples that came with them all possessed cultivations similar to those from Blackwood Mountain. Although he was strong in the eyes of others, he was nothing but trash in front of Lin Xian. If he continued to clamor, he would undoubtedly be asking for humiliation. Humph, my big brother He Muya didn't come. Otherwise, I would have suppressed you with one hand. Black Pearl was also a little angry. After all, Lin Xian had embarrassed her family. That's right, kid. You're too arrogant. Compared to big brother He Muya, you're just trash. The disciples of the Blackwood Fort snorted coldly. Even though they were no match for Lin Xian, they wouldn't let Lin Xian steal the limelight either. Moreover, their clansmen, He Muya, were really powerful. Lin Xian had heard of the name He Muya more than once. He believed that the other party must be a peerless genius. Thinking of this, he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. A warrior like Blackwood Mountain could no longer arouse his interest. Only a more powerful opponent could make his blood boil. Hee, little friend, your strength is outstanding. You're just as the rumors say. At this moment, City Lord Qi said with a chuckle, City Lord is overpraising me. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, he was a person who knew his limits. In front of a powerful supremacy like the City Lord, he would not put on a strong front. That would undoubtedly be courting death. With your strength, I believe that you'll be able to shine in the Alliance Combat Meet 2 months later. Alliance Combat Meet? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had been in seclusion these days and did not know about this matter. However, Nan Gongseng quickly told him. This was a combat meet that was jointly held in Quicksand City. Because there were too many foreign martial artists that came during this period of time, many shocking experts had appeared. These people were all here to follow Goddess Morong. Not long ago, there was news that the major forces in the city had received orders from Goddess Morong to hold an unusual combat meet. The winner would obtain the qualifications to pursue Goddess Morong. This was undoubtedly an explosive piece of news that caused the entire Quicksand City to go crazy. Morong Qingcheng was known as one of the most beautiful women in the Sky Martial Continent. Moreover, she was the pearl of the Morong family. If one could obtain the favor of Morong Qingcheng, not only would they be able to obtain the beauty, they would also be able to obtain the support of the Morong family. This was definitely a great harvest. One had to know that the Morong family was an extremely powerful king family. In the Sky Martial Continent, they were an overlord existence. Beauty, power, these were all things that made men go crazy. Therefore, this alliance combat meet was so exciting. Moreover, in order to promote the alliance combat meet, the major families of Quicksand City also took out several treasures as rewards for the winner. One of them was the divine dream bone, which was the material needed to create the Red Lotus battle armor. After Lin Xian found out about this, he made up his mind to participate in the Alliance combat meet. This was because the materials needed to create the Red Lotus battle armor were extremely precious and difficult to find. Since he had encountered it this time, he could not give up. Otherwise, he did not know when he would encounter it again. Overall, this birthday banquet was very successful. Not only did he obtain the City Lord's recognition, but he also knew the whereabouts of the divine dream bone. It could be said that Lin Xian was very satisfied. This is great. With the City Lord, I'm afraid that no one will dare to touch our divine dragon pavilion's battle arena. Nan Gongseng shouted excitedly. His dream was to make the battle arena the #1 battle arena in Quicksand City. Ma Rulong was a little worried. We should be careful. I'm afraid that the Blackwood family will not let this matter rest. Moreover, I'm afraid that Qi Tian will not let this matter rest so easily. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. If Qi Tian were to take action, it would be a little troublesome. As for the Blackwood family, he already had a feud with them. It was not something that could be resolved with one or two matters. Moreover, he did not expect to resolve it. Half a day later, the birthday banquet ended, and everyone left. The Blackwood family members stared at Lin Xian and the other two with murderous intent in their eyes. Humph, the show is about to begin. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong. When the two of them heard this, they revealed a surprised expression. Then they looked at Blackwood Mountain with joy. Damn it, brat, I will never. Blackwood Mountain's face was ferocious. However, before he could finish his words, his body suddenly exploded. An extremely violent energy rampaged through his body, quickly destroying his spiritual sea cyclone. Ah, my body! Blackwood Mountain screamed in horror, and immediately vomited blood. Shan, what's going on? The Blackwood family members were shocked. They did not see anyone attack. Chapter 6:21. Cultivation. That was the lifeblood of a martial artist. It was also the guarantee of everything. Only with strength could one have status and status. If one's strength and cultivation were gone, then everything would cease to exist. But now, Blackwood Mountain had been crippled. His cultivation and strength were all gone. From now on, he was nothing more than a cripple. Blackwood Mountain crazily shouted. He simply couldn't accept this reality. He knew what a cripple's fate was. His fate wouldn't be much better than a dog's. Lin Xian. It must have been Lin Xian who did this. Blackwood Mountain crazily shouted. I will kill you. The Blackwood family clan members were also filled with killing intent. Their disciple had been crippled by someone, and this was in front of their very eyes. This was the same as slapping their faces. In that instant, countless eyes locked onto Lin Xian. That damned brat. The Blackwood family clan members were enraged. Although they knew that it was Lin Xian who did this, they had no evidence. Moreover, Lin Xian had just obtained the city lord's recognition. If they touched him now, the city lord wouldn't agree, unless they could produce irrefutable evidence that Lin Xian was the culprit. However, several elders carefully examined Blackwood Mountain's body and didn't discover anything strange. This result left them feeling even more uncomfortable. Thus, the Blackwood family clan members could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. To be able to cause the people of Blackwood Fort to suffer loss, this Lin Xian was far too skilled. It was best not to provoke such a person. Let's go. The few elders of the Blackwood family gave Lin Xian a fierce glare, then quickly left with the crowd. Let's go too. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and left with Nan Gongseng. Blackwood Mountain had received his just punishment. There was no need for him to stay. In the following days, Lin Xian lived in seclusion, preparing for the Alliance Martial Arts Tournament. He had to obtain the Divine Dream Bone no matter what. Thus, he had to obtain an extremely good ranking in this tournament. Even if he had to expose some of his hidden cards, he wouldn't hesitate. After returning from the city lord's mansion, Lin Xian consolidated his cultivation. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was only one step away from the peak. This step was not easy. At the very least, Lin Xian was still unable to break through. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had just broken through to the late stage and needed to consolidate his foundation. Moreover, his strength wasn't based on his cultivation, so it didn't matter if he couldn't break through for the time being. In terms of sword intent, it was still at the great accomplishment realm. However, he guessed that there should be a consummation realm above it. As for those above perfection, one would need to be a venerable one to cultivate them. In other words, in the spirit-detecting state, the strongest sword intent was complete. However, Lin Xian had asked the Dark Crimson Dragon and found out that Exalt Realm cultivators didn't cultivate intent, but martial soul. In other words, above the intent realm was the martial spirit. For example, above the sword intent was the sword soul, a power that was even more powerful than the sword intent. Moreover, according to the dark crimson dragon's description, the martial spirit was very important. It could be said that it determined whether a cultivator could enter the exalt realm or not. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. Only by condensing the embryonic form of the martial soul would a cultivator at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm have the possibility of entering the exalt realm. In other words, the martial spirit was a necessary condition to enter the exalt realm. Sword soul, Lin Xian muttered. His sword intent was only at the great accomplishment realm and was still quite a distance away from the sword soul. However, he lacked the great dragon sword soul in his body, an even more powerful existence. I wonder if the great dragon sword soul belongs to the sword soul. Kid, you've only merged with the great dragon sword soul, but you haven't turned it into your own power. The dark crimson dragon sneered. Right now, you can only use a little bit of its power. You can't even use 1/10,000th of the great dragon sword soul. Rubbing his head, Lin Xian knew that the dark crimson dragon was telling the truth. To fully activate the great dragon sword soul, one needed an extremely high cultivation. That requirement even exceeded that of a venerable one. With Lin Xian's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to reach that level. Is there no other way? Lin Xian frowned. There is a way. The dark crimson dragon rolled its eyes. What is it? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Refine the great dragon sword soul into your sword soul. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. That was as good as not saying anything. Fuck, kid. What's with that expression? The dark crimson dragon was unhappy. You have a way? Lin Xian was puzzled. Of course. Don't you know who I am? The dark crimson dragon was proud. When I was ruling the world, your ancestors weren't even born yet. What is it? Tell me. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Hee hee. The dark crimson dragon laughed sinisterly. If you want to know, beg me. You don't want to tell me? Lin Xian grabbed the little white monkey. Be careful. I'll release Little White. Hearing this, the dark crimson dragon drooped its head. It was afraid of the little white monkey's claws. The dizziness made it feel disgusted. Forget it. I'll be kind and tell you for free. Disperse the power of the great dragon sword soul and leave behind its origin. Then refine the city's origin martial spirit. This will allow you to completely possess the great dragon sword soul. Disperse the power? Lin Xian was surprised. The great dragon sword is an offensive saint technique. In the ancient times, it was the strongest saint weapon. Although only the great dragon sword soul is left, the power it contains is extremely shocking. If a real almighty person obtains it, he can split the entire sky martial continent in one sword. Split the continent in one sword? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He did not dare to imagine how powerful the ancient warriors were. Moreover, he was even more puzzled. How could such a powerful great dragon sword be broken? Of course, this was not the time for him to think about. Although the power of the great dragon sword soul was terrifying, Lin Xian could not use it. It was better to disperse it. This would allow him to refine the great dragon sword soul and turn it into an origin martial spirit. How can I disperse its power? Lin Xian asked. It seems that you have already made a decision. The dark red divine dragon said, I'll teach you a technique to disperse your power. This way, you can disperse the power of the great dragon sword soul. At the end, the dark red divine dragon's expression had a trace of excitement. Lin Xian frowned and looked at the dark red divine dragon with a vigilant expression. Then he received the cultivation technique from the dark red divine dragon. After carefully studying it, Lin Xian did not find any flaws. Although he was not at ease with the dark red divine dragon, Lin Xian could not find a better way. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he decided to give it a try. According to the cultivation technique, Lin Xian began to activate it. Sure enough, the energy fluctuations in the great dragon sword soul emitted an uneasy aura. Waves of energy overflowed and spread out to Lin Xian's body, forming a substantial tide of spirit energy. It was very spectacular. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and set up a set of array around the courtyard to prevent the spirit energy from leaking out. Then it felt the spirit energy in the air and laughed excitedly. What a powerful spirit energy! After absorbing the spirit energy, I will definitely be able to recover to my peak state. Chapter 6:22. The dark red divine dragon wanted to absorb the overflowing spiritual energy to recover its cultivation. No wonder it was so attentive and even gave Lin Xian ideas for free. It was trying to secretly strengthen itself. If it really succeeded, then it would be able to recover its previous cultivation level. At that time, perhaps no one would be able to suppress it. Wuji, the little white monkey, was furious. It turned into a ray of white light and rushed over. Humph, little one, I've already prepared for this. The dark red divine dragon smiled proudly. Ever since the little white monkey could knock it out, it had been thinking of a countermeasure. Finally, it created a formation. It was completely possible to trap the little white monkey for a period of time with its current strength. Whoosh! A colorful light flashed. The dark red divine dragon threw out the formation and enveloped the little white monkey. The formation was very strange. It only trapped the little white monkey and limited its speed. It did not cause any harm. However, for the dark red divine dragon, it was very successful to limit the little white monkey's speed. Ha ha ha, I'm coming, the dark red divine dragon shouted, and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Lin Xian formed a seal and entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, he was completely focused on the great dragon sword soul and did not know what was happening in the outside world. The energy in the great dragon sword soul quickly spread out. However, in the next moment, all the energy returned to his body. This change surprised Lin Xian. In the outside world, the dark red divine dragon was even more furious. It was originally absorbing the spiritual energy quickly in an attempt to recover its cultivation. However, not long after, the surrounding spiritual energy receded like the tide and entered Lin Xian's body. Damn it, what happened? Does that kid know? The dark red divine dragon was uneasy and nervous. However, after careful investigation, it found that Lin Xian did not wake up. Moreover, his handsome little face was slightly frowning. Damn, what's going on? When it found out that it was not Lin Xian's doing, the dark red divine dragon was furious. The situation was too strange. The energy had actually retreated, which made its plan fail. Wuji at the side. The little snow-white monkey mocked him mercilessly. Damn it, little guy, don't laugh. The dark red dragon was furious. Then it stared at Lin Xian, trying to figure out what was going on. Lin Xian was also flabbergasted. The energy was coming back to him, which caught him off guard. However, what made him even more surprised was that this huge amount of energy did not flow back into the great dragon sword soul. Instead, it entered the mysterious small sword in his body. Lin Xian was stunned. The small glazed sword in his body was very mysterious. It sat firmly on top of the cyclone in his spiritual sea. Even the great dragon sword soul could not shake it. And now, it actually began to absorb the energy within the great dragon sword soul. This was too inconceivable. In the end, Lin Xian didn't even need to use his cultivation technique, as the mysterious little sword began to absorb the energy on its own. Roar! Suddenly, the great dragon sword soul let out an unwilling roar. A low dragon's roar sounded out and reverberated within Lin Xian's body. At the same time, Lin Xian's body gave off light as countless rays of light revolved around him. Fuck, what happened? Seeing this scene, the dark red dragon exclaimed. The great dragon sword soul went berserk. What did this brat do? The great dragon sword soul exploded, and terrifying energy filled Lin Xian's body. Holy light sprinkled down, and a vast amount of energy surged. At this time, a mysterious energy appeared on Lin Xian's body again. It was like a demonic abyss that quickly absorbed the energy of the great dragon sword soul. It appeared again. The dark red dragon was stunned. It didn't know that Lin Xian had a mysterious energy in his body. This brat was really strange. He actually had so many secrets on him. The two forces intertwined. And in the end, the great dragon sword soul was suppressed. Mother dragon, what did I just see? The dark red dragon slammed the ground in disbelief. This process lasted for a long time. In the end, the two balls of light gradually disappeared. When everything returned to normal, the small courtyard regained its tranquility. It was as if everything before was just a dream. Gradually, Lin Xian still didn't open his eyes. His soul force was still in his body. At this time, the great dragon sword soul had turned into a mini dragon. It was very cute. As for the mysterious small sword, there was still no change. It was as if the energy had no effect on it. However, in the depths of the mysterious world, there was a huge mountain in the shape of an azure dragon. From afar, it looked like a real dragon lying on the ground. Lin Xian was delighted. The great dragon sword soul had returned to its original form. This meant that he could refine it. As long as his sword intent reached perfection, he could take the next step. The so-called martial spirit was a martial spirit formed by the fusion of the concept and the martial artist's soul force. Lin Xian already had the embryonic form of a martial spirit. As long as his concept reached perfection, he could fuse it. At that time, the great dragon sword soul would become his origin martial spirit. Just thinking about it made him excited. According to the dark red dragon, the martial spirit was very important. Not only did it have a great impact on one's strength, but it also had a great impact on one's future path of martial arts. Therefore, when choosing a martial spirit, one must be extremely cautious. The great dragon sword soul was a strange object between heaven and earth. If one used it as a martial spirit, it would be extremely powerful. Suppressing his joy, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Then he saw the dark red dragon with an uneasy look on its face. Hee kid, you're awake. The dark red dragon crossed its dragon claws. Well, I'm thirsty. I'm going to drink some water. Stop, Lin Xian said with a smile. He realized that the dark red dragon was too abnormal. This guy must have done something shameful. Wu Ji, the snow-white monkey, ran over and jumped in front of Lin Xian. It started to gesture. Seeing the vivid description, the dark red dragon had a guilty look on its face while Lin Xian's face darkened. Damn it. I was tricked. Lin Xian was very unhappy. He had almost been tricked by this ruffian dragon. Fortunately, he had the mysterious small sword in his body. Otherwise, this guy would have succeeded. If the dark red dragon recovered its cultivation, he was afraid that the first one to suffer would be him. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the dark red dragon. Hee, little Xian, let's talk nicely. The dark red dragon laughed dryly. Its face was very ugly. From now on, I'll restrain your primal yang stone. Lin Xian's face turned cold. What? The dark red dragon jumped up. The primal yang stone was a good thing. It could help it condense its dragon essence again. This thing is its lifeblood. However, it quickly became listless. It had just tricked Lin Xian. Lin Xian must be angry. It was already good that Lin Xian didn't torture it immediately. Forget it. I'll wait until this kid calms down. The dark red dragon looked depressed. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. This ruffian dragon really needed to be taught a lesson, otherwise it would be tricked again. In the following days, Lin Xian continued to temper his sword intent. He wanted to reach the peak as soon as possible, so that he could condense a martial spirit. Chapter 6:23. While Lin Xian was cultivating his sword intent, something happened at the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Nan Gongseng hurried over to look for Lin Xian. This is so infuriating. So infuriating. Nan Gongseng screamed. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Xian asked. The Colosseum has been challenged by someone. Even Ma Rulong is injured. What? Rulong is injured? Lin Xian was shocked. He knew Ma Rulong's strength. He was considered a top-notch existence. If even Ma Rulong was injured, one could only imagine how strong the opponent was. Brother Xian, you don't know. This is definitely against our arena. Damn it, Qi Tian and the Darkwood clan brought experts here to challenge us. They're clearly going against our Colosseum. Nan Gongseng was furious. Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. It was the Darkwood clan again, and Qi Tian was also involved. Lin Xian knew that this was definitely not the governor's idea. It was most likely Qi Tian's personal jealousy. This was because Qi Tian had clearly stood on the Darkwood clan's side and suppressed them during the birthday banquet. And now, he actually brought people to pick a fight. This was simply looking down on them. Let's go and take a look, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Due to the governor's relationship, he would not touch Qi Tian for the time being. However, he would definitely not let the Darkwood clan and their warriors go. Wait, I'll go too. The dark red dragon howled. It would not miss such a show. Nan Gongseng was already used to this talking red snake. He pulled Lin Xian and ran towards the arena. At this moment, the Sheng Long Xian's arena was in chaos. The staff were panicking. Seeing Nan Gongseng and the others return, they were relieved. Young Master Sheng, young Master Lin, you're back. What's the situation? Lin Xian asked. The people who came to challenge us have left. They said that they will come again tomorrow. Young Master Rulong is injured, so I temporarily closed the arena. Let's go and take a look, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, the deacon led the way. Soon, they entered an exquisite bedroom. You're here? When Ma Rulong saw Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng, he struggled to get up from the bed. Don't move. You haven't recovered yet. Lin Xian walked over and supported Ma Rulong. Then he took out a few pills and fed them to Ma Rulong. The quality of these pills might not be as good as the best pills outside, but their healing effects were definitely top-notch. Sure enough, not long after, Ma Rulong's complexion improved a lot. Who was it that could injure you? Lin Xian frowned. Luo Lai, the outstanding talent of the Sand region. He is extremely powerful. Rumor has it that he has never been defeated since his debut. Moreover, he has comprehended the metal attribute. His attack power is extremely powerful. Luo Lai. Lin Xian repeated the name, committing it to memory. Metal attribute attacks. He has never been defeated. It seems that the opponent is indeed very powerful. No wonder he was able to injure Ma Rulong. Have a good rest. Leave the rest to us, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then he and Nan Gongseng left. Brother Xian, how is it? Are you confident? Nan Gongseng asked after they came out. He is very nervous now. Ma Rulong has already fallen from the top 2 experts of the martial arts arena. Now, only Lin Xian is left. If Lin Xian also loses, then the martial arts arena will not be able to hold on. At that time, they might end up like the Wang family's martial arts arena. Don't worry, there won't be a problem, Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Although Luo Lai is rumored to be very powerful, he is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, his cultivation has increased recently, and his strength has increased again. Therefore, he is confident in this battle. That night, Lin Xian stayed in the martial arts arena. He knows that the other party will not let this matter rest, and will come again. Sure enough, the next day, Qi Tian brought a group of people to the martial arts arena again. The leader is Qi Tian and a young man with a gloomy face. He is the disciple of the Darkwood family, He Muyue. Behind them were 7 extremely powerful martial artists. Each of them had an abnormally powerful aura, as if they were gods of war. Seeing this group of people, the people in the martial arts arena looked nervous. Many of the warriors felt bitter. They were still injured by these people yesterday, and now they are here again. I'm afraid the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion will become history today. He Muyue's face was ferocious. Their Darkwood family was humiliated by Lin Xian a few days ago. Today, they can finally get back at him. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of relief. Let's go. He Muyue waved his hand. He and Qi Tian led a group of powerful warriors into the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion. Soon, all the warriors in Quicksand City knew about it. Many people came to watch. They already knew about what happened at the Divine Dragon Pavilion. At this moment, most of them came to watch the show. Among them were many disciples of the Wang family. These people looked ferocious. They wanted to see the destruction of the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion with their own eyes. Seeing more and more people rushing into the martial arts arena, Nan Gongseng's face was gloomy. Today's battle was crucial. If they lost, the martial arts arena would not be able to establish itself in Quicksand City. These days, after Nan Gongseng's development, the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion was running well. It also attracted many warriors to hold down the fort. Although these warriors were powerful, they were much weaker compared to a peerless genius like Luo Lai. Therefore, many of the warriors in the martial arts arena were beaten up badly yesterday. Looking at the warriors who were beaten up, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He gave each warrior a healing elixir and asked them to recuperate. Then he said in a deep voice, "You don't have to fight today. Just watch." Hearing that, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. They all knew that this young man was powerful. Originally, they only wanted Lin Xian to fight against the Sand Region's outstanding talent, Luo Lai. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would take over all the battles. "Don't worry, I will avenge all the suffering you have suffered." Lin Xian clenched his fists and said in a sonorous voice, "Remember, no one can bully our martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion." Hearing that, everyone's hearts trembled. They looked at Lin Xian and felt their blood boil. They were the most dazzling and tragic group of warriors in the martial arts arena. Usually, they would be well taken care of. However, once they failed, they would be mercilessly kicked out of the martial arts arena. However, although they were defeated this time, Lin Xian and the rest did not make things difficult for them. They even gave them top-notch elixirs to heal their injuries. Now, they even wanted to avenge them. Thinking of this, they were excited. They all felt that entering the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion was the best choice. "Young Master Lin, we believe in you. Young Master Lin, go for it. Defeat them all." Chapter 6:24. Trash from the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Come out now. I'm here again. Trash, come out and face your death. One after another, extremely arrogant voices rang out and reverberated in the air above the arena. The crowd was shocked. It seemed like the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena was in for a bad time. Hai Muyu and Qi Tian led their men. and stood arrogantly in the arena, looking down on everyone. At that moment, Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng led a group of martial artists out. They were very quiet, but there was a murderous aura around them. Lin Xian, you're really here? Haima Yu and Qi Tian looked ferocious when they saw Lin Xian. Kid, today is the day you die. There's no need for the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena to exist anymore. Humph, don't think that you'll be safe and sound after pleasing the governor. The governor won't interfere with the younger generation's affairs. The group of people sneered, as if they had everything under control. Upon hearing that, the people of the Divine Dragon Pavilion were infuriated, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He never expected the governor to protect everything. He would be satisfied as long as he could intimidate those old guys. As for the younger generation, he was never afraid of anyone. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile. These people were really arrogant. However, he would make them pay the price. I'm here. Show me what you've got. Lin Xian floated to the arena and said loudly, "Go to hell." In the next moment, a burly man came out from behind Haima Yu and dashed toward the arena. At the same time, he drew the long saber from his back and slashed down. The dazzling saber gleam tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the horrifying saber gleam slashed toward Lin Xian. How terrifying! The crowd was shocked. This was definitely an elite among the ultimate powerhouses. They did not expect the Haima family to be such a powerful person. As the crowd exclaimed, Lin Xian raised his arm. He put two fingers together and pinched the saber gleam in the air. Arrogant, you're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian's behavior, Haima Yu and the others sneered. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. This kind of attack could already kill a peak spirit detecting cultivator. Although Lin Xian was strong, wasn't using two fingers a bit too much? The burly man became even more furious. He roared angrily and exerted even more strength. How dare he underestimate him? He would make them pay the price. The sword-wielding man was furious. No one dared to look down on him. Those who dared to look down on him had already paid the price in blood. Clang! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian stretched out two fingers and easily caught the resplendent blade light. He exerted a little force, and the blade light emitted a cracking sound. Then it cracked and turned into a rain of light. What? That's impossible! Everyone was shocked. The blade-wielding man was even more terrified. His blade was extremely sharp, and a normal peak spirit detecting martial artist would die upon contact. However, Lin Xian was able to easily shatter his attack with just two fingers. Is he still human? After shattering the opponent's attack with two fingers, Lin Xian bent his fingers and flicked out a sword wave. The sword wave was as fast as the wind and as powerful as lightning. It quickly struck the burly man's chest and sent him flying. The burly man spat out blood and flew back. There was a terrifying sword hole in his chest. All of this happened in an instant. By the time the crowd regained their senses, the battle was already over. How terrifying! As expected of a genius with 10 consecutive victories. Everyone exclaimed. Haima Yu and Qi Tian's expressions were gloomy. They hadn't seen him for a few days, but he seemed to have become even stronger. They had never heard of such a speed of improvement before. Qi Tian clenched his teeth and said, "Damn you, is he even human?" The burly man just now was even stronger than his battle servant. But such an expert was still easily defeated. This made him feel like he was going crazy. Haima Yu's face was gloomy as he shouted, "Go, kill him!" Suddenly, another warrior quickly rushed out with a long spear in his hand. He stabbed out with the spear, and the spear light was like a silver waterfall. It produced a thunderous sound in the void. The air was like a wave that was mercilessly cut open and flew to both sides. Everyone was horrified. This warrior was too powerful. His aura seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. Whoosh! Looking at the spear user rushing over, Lin Xian bent his fingers and flicked out another sword wave. Bang! The sword wave was like lightning and instantly hit the spearhead. Suddenly, the void was like boiling water, trembling violently. What followed was a terrifying explosion. The spear user was forced back. He moved horizontally in the void with a look of horror. Lin Xian didn't stop. His fingers flicked and flicked out another sword wave. Chi. Ripples appeared in the void. It was mercilessly cut open, and there were even terrifying cracks in some places. Everyone's expression changed. Lin Xian was too powerful. Facing such a powerful opponent, he didn't even move an inch. He only flicked out 2 sword waves and repelled his opponent. This kind of powerful technique was definitely rare in the world. Moreover, what shocked everyone even more was that this youth was only 18 years old, and his cultivation was only at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. However, most ultimate warriors were no match for him. This kind of person was definitely a heaven-defying existence. In the void, the spear user was still retreating. He was hit by the second sword wave that Lin Xian flicked out and slid back dozens of feet. His armor, which had been shining with holy light, had now dimmed. It was easy to imagine just how powerful the attack had been. Moreover, the sword wave was too powerful. It contained a terrifying sword intent that made his blood boil, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. "This is the expert you found," Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "You have the nerve to cause trouble with this little strength." Lin Xian stood on the stage and looked down at He Muyue and Qi Tian. His eyes were full of contempt. Damn it! He Muyue and Qi Tian were furious. Their faces were pale, and their bodies trembled. They emitted a biting cold killing intent. Damn it, this is too much. They brought a group of experts here. They originally wanted to take down Lin Xian and destroy the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena to relieve the resentment in their hearts. However, they didn't expect to lose 2 matches in a row as soon as they arrived. Moreover, they were mercilessly despised in public. This feeling was very embarrassing. "Ah, kid, go to hell." The spear user was furious. He roared into the sky, and an even more violent aura rose from his body. He became one with his spear, forming a terrifying aura. With a thrust of his spear, the spiritual energy in the sky was driven, forming a ferocious, roaring dragon that enveloped the surroundings. Wherever it passed, cracks appeared on the ground. The windows, tables, and chairs on both sides were all turned into powder. This spear was the full force of the spear user's attack. In the face of such a violent attack, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He repeated his previous actions, flicking out sword waves one after another. Ka, ka, ka. Chapter 6:25. Lin Xian flicked his fingers and shot out sword waves one after another, all of which were aimed at the spearman. Every wave of sword energy pierced through the void, forcing the spearman to retreat. In the end, his body was filled with terrifying sword holes. Poof! The spearman fell to the ground, severely injured. Blood splattered everywhere. This was too shocking. That spearman was extremely powerful, especially that spear attack just now. It could definitely pierce through any ultimate warrior. There were probably not many people present who could withstand it. However, such a powerhouse was still defeated by Lin Xian. And it was a crushing defeat. A bunch of trash. Is this what gives you two the right to be so arrogant? Lin Xian shouted angrily, looking disdainfully at everyone. He Muyue and Qi Tian were trembling with anger. This was a slap to their faces. Luo Lai, kill him, Qi Tian screamed, his face ferocious. He was about to go crazy. Only Lin Xian's death could calm him down. A young man walked out. He was tall and wore a red robe like the sun. His expression was cold, but there was a hint of ruthlessness between his brows. It was frightening. Luo Lai. It's really him, the outstanding talent of the San region, the undefeated legend. I didn't expect such a talent to appear. Everyone gasped in shock. They had no choice. Luo Lai's reputation was too great. He was like the scorching sun, high up in the sky, pressuring them until they could not breathe. Although Luo Lai was not among the four great prodigies, everyone knew that his strength was not inferior to any of them. At least according to what they knew, he had never been defeated. Among those of the same level, he had almost instantly defeated his opponents. Even some of the powerful elders had been defeated by him. Such a person could be said to be a top powerhouse. Other than the few recognized prodigies, there were probably only one or two people in the entire San region who could match him. As for whether Lin Xian could match him, they did not know. Lin Xian, you're not bad. You're the first person I've seen who has such combat strength at the late stage of cultivation, Luo Lai said calmly. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Luo Lai to give such an evaluation of Lin Xian. Qi Tian was also stunned. He frowned. What was Luo Lai doing? He actually praised the other party. He was dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. Luo Lai was a top-notch expert, but he was not his servant. The two of them only had a business relationship, and their status was equal. Therefore, he could only watch. However, with your strength, you have no chance of winning against me. Luo Lai's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something very normal. Admitting defeat is the best and wisest choice for you. With a calm expression, he looked at Lin Xian. Even though he had never displayed any arrogant and domineering behavior from the beginning to the end, his calm words revealed an unquestionable tone. This was not a suggestion, but an order. Everyone was shocked. If someone else had said something like this, they might have laughed because Lin Xian would definitely have slapped them. However, Luo Lai was different. No one would doubt his words. Qi Tian smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Humph, kid, in front of Luo Lai. You can only wait for your death. He Muye was also relieved. You are very confident. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, it seems that you are overconfident. You are wrong. My words have always been accurate. Luo Lai's eyes shone brightly. You will soon know that everything will go according to my plan. Come, I am looking forward to the result of this battle. Lin Xian's body also shone brightly. He immediately activated his sword intent. This time, he felt an unprecedented pressure from Luo Lai. It was obvious that Luo Lai was a strong opponent. That pressure was definitely not weaker than Shen Yaotian's. Humph, stubborn. Luo Lai snorted. He was disdainful of Lin Xian's stubbornness. It seemed that only by using his fist would he be able to wake him up. Whoosh. Luo Lai took a step forward. His body suddenly exploded with an imposing aura. A ball of blazing light like a blood-red sun suddenly exploded. His fist blasted out, carrying an extremely strong force. It instantly blasted towards Lin Xian. This fist was as fast as thunder. Coupled with the strong force, it directly stunned everyone. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The sword light in his eyes flickered. The sword intent in his body exploded, setting off a strong aura. Like a peerless divine sword unsheathed. It was unstoppable. That swift and fierce stance caused the surrounding martial artists to be aghast. Sword intent. It is actually sword intent. Oh my God. It is the third concept. This is too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. They had already seen Lin Xian's wind and thunder concepts. However, no one expected him to have a third concept. Moreover, it was an extremely rare sword intent. This sword intent is so sharp, it definitely surpasses the previous two concepts. Could this be Lin Xian's true strength? No wonder he is not afraid of Luo Lai. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen a genius who had comprehended three concepts. Humph! Luo Lai snorted coldly. A cold light flickered in his eyes. It was like a sharp blade that slashed across the void. His opponent had actually concealed his strength. This surprised him and angered him even more. He would let Lin Xian know what it meant to be an undefeatable king. The light on his body became even brighter. Rays of golden light shone and covered his entire body, giving off a metallic texture. A cold metallic aura emanated from his body, making him look like a King Kong. Swoosh! In the void, a bright sword chi flashed across and quickly slashed towards Luo Lai. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound reverberated, causing the entire arena to collapse. Nan Gongsheng was shocked. He quickly brought his men to reinforce the defensive array to prevent the violent energy from leaking out. This sword slashed viciously on Luo Lai's body. However, it was like metal clashing against stone, giving off a clanging sound. Luo Lai was like a King Kong war god. His body was extremely tough, and he took Lin Xian's sword head-on. Shocking, too shocking. Luo Lai's body was probably stronger than an upper spiritual rank defensive weapon. However, it did not leave a single scratch on his body. However, Luo Lai's heart sank. His opponent's sword essence had exceeded his expectations. It was extremely sharp, and it caused his blood to churn. If he did not have the powerful King Kong flame demon body, he would not have been able to take that sword. However, this made him even more furious. A lad could actually threaten him. He could not let such a person live. Flaming metal fist. Luo Lai threw out a punch. The golden light was like a blade as it rushed towards Lin Xian. The aura was fierce, and it did not belong to Lin Xian's sword essence at all. An expert, an absolute expert. Luo Lai's every move was extremely powerful. His sharpness far exceeded that of an ordinary swordsman. This must be the power brought about by the metal spiritual energy. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He swung out his long sword, and the power of wind and lightning merged to form a wind and lightning sword chi. Wind and lightning cut. Countless wind and lightning forces intertwined to form a huge wind and lightning sword chi that shone in the air. Chapter 6:26. As the sword slashed down, the huge sword aura seemed to split open the void. With a sharp aura, it whizzed towards Luo Lai. The power of this sword was terrifying. The sword essence it contained was even more terrifying. In an instant, the space where Luo Lai was seemed to have been split open. The sword aura of countless thin swords was extremely violent. Feeling the terror of this sword, Luo Lai's face turned gloomy. He shouted and waved his fists. The golden light on his body shone brightly. Metal element fist. He used the power of metal. The metal runes on the surface of his body shone with golden light and clanged. His fist blasted out and exploded the area. The entire defensive light screen trembled rapidly, as if it could not withstand it. The sword aura and the fist shadow collided and burst out with monstrous energy. The two forces did not give way to each other and were in a stalemate. What a strong sword essence! It can actually withstand my metal element fist. Luo Lai was shocked. He comprehended the concept of metal, and his body contained the power of metal. It could be said that his attack power was extremely strong. Among the younger generation in the entire Sand region, there were few who could match him. However, this powerful punch did not shatter his opponent's sword aura. It was almost split open by his opponent. This Lin Xian was indeed more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Explode!" Rumble. The wind and lightning sword aura exploded and produced a destructive energy that instantly annihilated Luo Lai. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with wind and lightning. The sea of lightning spread and was terrifying. Fortunately, there was a defensive light screen. Otherwise, the entire arena would have been turned into dust. Looking at the destructive energy, the crowd was shocked. These two people were too terrifying. If there were no restrictions, they could have destroyed half of the city in an instant. Even with the defensive light screen, the martial artists still felt their hearts palpitate. Boom! A golden pillar of light burst forth, stirring up the explosive energy. Luo Lai's figure appeared. His body was shining with golden light like a god of war. However, his face was extremely gloomy. The explosion just now had threatened him. Although he was not injured in the end, he was at a disadvantage. "Kid, you have completely angered me." Luo Lai's expression was ferocious. He was like a ferocious beast that was quickly awakening. Lin Xian held his sword. His aura was even sharper. Such an opponent was what he longed for. Metal element fist, sky splitter. Luo Lai waved his fist again. The golden radiance was like thousands of swords, forming a huge air current that surged towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart like a piece of cloth. This is one of the killing moves of the Fist of Metal. Looks like Luo Lai is going to go all out. Everyone to Luo Lai, Qi Tian, and Luo Lai. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His pupils shrank as he felt the surging power in front of him. That power was too powerful. That golden flood was like a sun, carrying with it a blazing aura. The sharpness in it was even more powerful, and it seemed to be no weaker than his sword intent. Metal, luo, different intents would contain different amounts of energy. The metal intent was the main offensive element. That was why Luo Lai's attack was so powerful. However, how could Lin Xian be afraid? He was someone who possessed an offensive saint art like the great dragon sword spirit. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a peerless sword immortal. His entire body exuded spiritual power and sword intent. Luo. Heaven's sealing sword. Since his opponent's attack was Sky Splitter, he would seal the sky. Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword and rushed out. His long sword swung, forming a sword screen. In the void, a curved sword screen was formed, covering half the sky. Countless sword auras intertwined within the screen, forming a strangulation technique. The sword screen fell and covered the golden torrent. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound could be heard in the void. In an instant, the two forces collided fiercely, and small cracks appeared in the void. A piercing demonic sound could be heard. It was the sound of sword, auras slicing through the air. Luo roared like a giant beast. The sharp impact seemed to break the sword screen. Behind Luo Lai roared. His body shone with golden light. Endless spiritual energy rolled and quickly merged with the golden torrent. The metal element fists seemed to be nourished and became even more violent. Lin Xian's sword veil kept retreating as it was being squeezed out of shape. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and speechless. On the other hand, Qi Tian and the rest smiled with satisfaction. Feeling Luo Lai's strength, Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Then he raised his long sword and shouted, "Wind, lightning dragon!" Roar! A deep roar could be heard, shaking the surroundings. The sword screen rotated and changed in the air, forming a wind lightning dragon. The dragon head was ferocious. It roared at the sky, and a powerful force exploded. The wind lightning dragon roared and rushed forward. Its huge dragon claws tore everything in front of it apart. Chi. The claw tore the metal element fist into a terrifying crack. What? It was torn apart. Everyone was shocked. The powerful fist of metal was actually torn apart. Luo Lai's pupils shrank. The power of the wind lightning dragon shocked him. While he was in a daze, his opponent had completely destroyed his metal element fist. Humph! Golden flame wave. Seeing the wind lightning dragon charging at him, Luo Lai revealed a sinister smile. His right fist turned into a palm. On his palm, a thick golden ball appeared. The golden ball was small, but it emitted a monstrous energy. The moment it appeared, everyone trembled. He waved his hand. The golden ball spun, and a golden light wave flew out as fast as lightning. The void rippled. The golden light beam flickered like the sharpest spear in the world, piercing forward. Roar! The wind lightning light dragon was pierced and instantly exploded. Violent energy overflowed, but it couldn't stop the golden light wave. On the surface of the golden light beam, there were balls of golden flames burning. The scorching energy distorted the void. Lin Xian's expression changed. This golden light was enough to threaten him. He didn't take it head on. Instead, he used his mystical footwork and dodged with extreme speed. At the same time, the wind concept played its greatest role, forming a green airflow under his feet. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. The golden light beam brushed past him. The terrifying energy made his blood boil. But fortunately, he dodged it. Puff! The golden light beam leaped and didn't slow down. It quickly hit the defensive light screen. However, the light screen only lasted for a moment. It couldn't withstand it and shattered. Behind him, Nan Gongsheng and the rest were shocked. The light beam was coming toward them. The entire arena fell into fear. They couldn't escape, and they didn't have the strength to resist. Facing such an attack, Lin Xian didn't choose to take it head-on. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Seeing this, Luo Lai revealed a sinister smile. Originally, he was depressed that Lin Xian could dodge his killer move. But now, it seemed to be more interesting. Chapter 627. The golden flame wave was extremely powerful. It hit the defensive light screen and tore it apart. Moreover, the terrifying light wave rushed towards Nan Gongsheng and the others. If they were hit, Nan Gongsheng and the others in the casino would be turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Qi Tianxiao, Mu Yu, and the others laughed wildly, their faces sinister. Although they didn't expect this result, they were overjoyed. Lin Xian's face changed when he saw this. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if this attack hit. Perhaps those people would leave him forever. After these days of interaction, he had already treated Nan Gongsheng as a brother. Now that his brother was in trouble, he couldn't ignore it. With a roar, Lin Xian didn't hide his strength anymore. He unleashed all of his spiritual energy. He used the illusory demonic steps to the extreme. His body disappeared in the air as he flew quickly. However, the golden light was too fast. It reached Nan Gongsheng and the others in the blink of an eye. Not enough. Faster. Faster. Lin Xian roared. He didn't want to see a tragedy happen. With a roar, the spiritual energy in his body exploded again. At the same time, the wind and thunder essences formed a pair of wind and thunder wings on his back. The wind and thunder wings flapped, and the two essences exploded. Together with his extreme movement technique, his speed broke through the limit. In an instant, he was beside Nan Gongsheng and the others. Run! Lin Xian waved his hand and formed a palm of light that pushed Nan Gongsheng and the others away. As for himself, he was facing the terrifying golden flame wave. Lin Xian, Nan Gongsheng retreated to a safe distance. When he saw this, he roared crazily. He wanted to rush forward, but the terrifying golden flame wave had already swallowed Lin Xian. No. Nan Gongsheng roared crazily. His handsome face was filled with pain. The group of people behind him also roared angrily. They were unwilling to accept this. In order to save them, Lin Xian put himself in great danger. This made them extremely grateful. At the same time, they were filled with regret. Brother Xian, why are you so stupid? Nan Gongsheng was in pain. He didn't dare to imagine the consequences of being hit. He was in extreme pain. It was as if he had lost his soul. Luo Lai, if my brother gets hurt, I won't let you off easily, Nan Gongseng roared as he glared at the golden figure in the sky. You're not qualified. Luo Lai sneered, completely ignoring Nan Gongseng's threat. Down below, Qi Tian, Xiao Muyushua, and the others laughed loudly. Great! This scourge is finally gone. If he was hit by that terrifying golden flame wave, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. When the time came, they would definitely be able to take the other party's life with a few stabs. Up ahead, golden light flickered and raging flames burned. All of the nearby buildings were destroyed, forming a terrifying scene. Not only that, but that space had also fallen into an extremely unstable state, as if it could collapse at any moment. At this moment, a ray of red light shone like a red sun, piercing through the clouds. What? Everyone was shocked as they stared ahead. Luo Lai's face was also gloomy because he could sense that Lin Xian's aura had not weakened. In fact, it had become even stronger. This is impossible. Luo Lai did not believe that no one could resist the golden flame wave head-on, not even a prodigy. However, the aura in front of him made him more and more uneasy. Originally, that space was extremely unstable. Golden light and raging flames burned, forming a cloud-like energy that enveloped everything. However, at this moment, a ball of red light pierced through the clouds, as if a red sun had risen. The red light intertwined to form a red lotus that was born from the flames. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as the red lotus appeared, the surrounding golden flames suddenly dimmed. They did not even dare to approach it. What is that? Everyone was shocked. They could not believe that there was such a powerful red lotus in the world. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded. From the huge red lotus shadow, a figure slowly walked out. The figure was slender and exuded a majestic aura. It was as if an immortal king had crossed time and space. As the figure walked out, the red lotus shadow in the sky quickly condensed and finally imprinted itself on the figure. Finally, the figure was completely revealed in front of everyone. Black wind fluttered, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was wearing a fiery red battle suit with a red lotus blooming on it. It was incomparably beautiful. Lin Xian, he's still alive, the crowd exclaimed. Heavens, he's not injured. He took the golden flame wave head-on and didn't suffer any damage. I'm afraid no one in the spirit-detecting realm can do that. Who is this guy? How can he have such a powerful defense? Luo Lai also had a face of disbelief. He did not believe that his killing move would fail. However, everything in front of him had subverted his understanding. Damn it, what is that red lotus battle suit? Luo Lai's face was ferocious. Even a high-grade spiritual treasure could not have such a powerful defense, unless it was an even higher-grade spiritual treasure. However, spiritual treasures were extremely rare. Even supremacies might not have one. How could a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator have such a treasure? Luo Lai was shocked and puzzled. He could not understand. Down below, Qi Tian, Mount Kirawud, and the others all had terrified expressions on their faces. As they looked at Lin Xian's silhouette, they revealed terrified expressions. This person was too powerful. He was definitely a peerless genius on par with Loli. This was especially true for Qi Tian. He was filled with regret. He could not provoke such an outstanding person, even if he was from the city lord's mansion. One had to know that as long as such a genius did not die, he would definitely enter the supremacy realm and become a powerful expert. Therefore, the city lord's mansion would not provoke such a person. You dare to hurt my brother? No one can save you. Lin Xian wore the red lotus battle suit and looked like a fiery war god. His voice rang out in the air like countless sharp swords stabbing into everyone's hearts. "Stop boasting. Defeat me first," Luo Lai coldly snorted. Although his opponent's defense was powerful, he would not be afraid. After all, he was the undefeatable king of the entire Sand region. Other than those few geniuses, no one was his match. Golden light flickered on Luo Lai's body and formed a golden battlesuit that covered his body. On the battlesuit, there were layers of flames that flickered, making him look extraordinary. "Brat, I'm tired of playing with you. Go to hell." Luo Lai raised his right hand, and golden light flickered on his palm. A golden spear quickly condensed in the air. The light it emitted was even more dazzling than the sun. Radiant Spear, this is Luo Lai's famous battle skill. Everyone exclaimed. Rumor has it that he once used this radiant spear to kill an extremely powerful elder. Chapter 6:28. The Spear of Light was unstoppable and could kill opponents stronger than itself. Luo Lai wielded the Spear of Light like a killing god. The terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. "Brat, you can die peacefully after forcing me to use this move." Luo Lai was very confident. This was the technique that made him famous, and was also one of his strongest killing moves. Under this move, no one could block it. Lin Shueishuan's expression turned cold as he felt the powerful force coming from the other side. The red lotus battle armor on his body shone with a demonic light. Spiritual energy fluctuated in front of him and quickly condensed into a long sword that floated in the air. It was a blood-red long sword. The moment it appeared, the air was filled with blood-red killing intent. It was as if the entire space had turned into hell. Sword of Slaughter. Facing a strong opponent like Luo Lai, Lin Xian did not hold back. Lin Xian was like an Asura from hell with his blood-red armor and blood-red longsword. He was filled with killing intent. Below, everyone was shocked. They trembled and quickly retreated. The auras of the two were too shocking. It was not something they could withstand. Luo Lai floated in the air with the Spear of Light in his hand. He looked extraordinary, but his heart was filled with shock. The opponent's blood-red longsword was too tyrannical. It made his heart jump. Moreover, the aura was not any weaker than his Spear of Light. Damn it! How could this brat have such a powerful martial skill? Luo Lai was furious. A martial artist at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm not only had a powerful defense, but also a shocking attack. This was hard for him to accept. If he did not get rid of this person, it would only take a few years for him to completely surpass him. He would not allow such a person to exist. Therefore, at this moment, it was not only for the agreement with Qi Tian, Luo Lai's killing intent sword. He was determined to get rid of Lin Xian. Die. As the Spear of Light descended, it was like a blazing sun streaking through the void, shattering the void wherever it passed. A large number of houses collapsed. Half of the arena was destroyed and turned into dust. This attack was too powerful. It was like a meteor crashing into the ground. The terrifying power spread out in all directions. The people below screamed and fled the arena. Those martial artists who were too slow were swept by the blazing light and vomited blood in the air. Seeing the Spear of Light rushing towards him, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He held the Sword of Slaughter tightly and slowly slashed to the left. This sword seemed to be very slow, but it contained shocking killing intent. The blood-red sword Qi struck down, and boundless killing intent spread out, surging out like waves. Wherever it passed, everything was annihilated. This was the Sword of Slaughter, which represented a powerful blood-red killing intent. At this moment, Lin Xian faced Luo Lai with murderous intent in his heart. He displayed the essence of this sword completely. More than half of the void was dyed red, and the entire arena was sent flying. Countless rocks fell from the sky. Boom! The blood-red sword chi and the golden spear collided in the air, and then a dazzling light burst out. Balls of berserk energy quickly moved, forming an incomparably huge energy ball that enveloped the entire area. Everything that was touched by the energy ball was turned into ashes. And it was like the end of the world. It was terrifying. This scene caused a sensation throughout the entirety of Quicksand City. Countless cultivators looked over, horrified expressions on their faces. Suddenly, a colorful light lit up in the air. A rectangular, colorful light pillar quickly descended and covered the terrifying energy ball. At the same time, Luo Lai and Lin Xian were covered. This colorful energy pillar formed an enclosed space for the battle. The Venerable has made his move. Everyone was terrified. The colorful aura not only represented the Venerable, but it was also a symbol of status. The city lord had made his move. However, he did not stop the two from fighting. He only separated the two to prevent Quicksand City from being destroyed again. Everyone fled and hid in a safe place to watch the battle. Inside the colorful defensive space, the violent energy was rampant. The entire space was gray and abnormally chaotic. At this moment, a shocking blood-red light pierced through the sky like a rainbow. Following it was a violent blood-red killing aura, the Sword of Slaughter. In the violent energy, it rose up again. It slashed forward with the intent to destroy everything. The golden spear was sent flying. It screeched in the air and flew out. At the same time, Luo Lai groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The spear of light was sent flying? How is this possible? The spectating martial artists were shocked. That is Luo Lai's famous martial skill. It is also a martial skill that can kill high-level martial artists. However, such a powerful martial skill was defeated by Lin Xian. What is that blood-red long sword? Even the spear of light was sent flying. This Lin Xian is too scary. We can't provoke him. After sending the spear of light flying, Lin Xian's fighting spirit increased. He held the Sword of Slaughter and quickly attacked. The blood-red sword aura slashed toward Luo Lai. At this moment, Lin Xian turned into a killing god, killing in all directions. Luo Lai could not withstand the shocking blood-red killing aura and could only dodge quickly. However, Lin Xian was faster. With a slash, the terrifying sword aura enveloped Luo Lai. "Open for me!" Luo Lai shouted angrily. The terrifying energy in his body surged, and his whole body turned into metal. He could not escape and could only take it head-on. He punched out with both fists that shone with a metallic luster. They were like powerful weapons. Boom! An earth-shaking sound reverberated, and Luo Lai was sent flying. His arms, which were like treasured weapons, were now dull and lifeless. They were filled with blood-red sword marks. Not only that, but there was also a ghastly sword wound on his chest that had almost cut him in half. His concept of metal had been broken. How can this be? I can't lose. Luo Lai was furious, but more than that, he was terrified. He had never been defeated since his debut, and thought that he was not weaker than those peerless geniuses. This time, he came to Quicksand City to fight with those geniuses. However, he was now defeated by a martial artist in the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. He could not accept this. Impossible! I don't believe it! Luo Lai stopped his body and roared to the sky. Golden light shone around him like a golden sea. With a roar, a huge spiritual chi vortex formed above his head and quickly entered his body, repairing the wounds on his body. However, the blood-red killing aura was too strong. He could not get rid of it immediately and could only suppress it temporarily. "I will not lose. Brat, I will kill you." Luo Lai roared like an injured beast. He no longer had the calmness from before. Now he had no choice but to use his trump card. Otherwise, he would be defeated by Lin Xian today. "I have to admit that you are strong. However, Under my trump card, you have no chance of survival. Chapter 629. Luo Lai became confident again. This time, he was going to use his strongest trump card. He had prepared this for challenging prodigies. He did not expect to use it here. However, he did not regret it. Lin Xian's combat power was indeed worthy of him using this move. This was originally prepared for Blackwood Cliff. I did not expect to use it on you. You should be honored to be the first witness. Luo Lai's voice was cold. Prepared for Blackwood Cliff? The surrounding warriors were shocked. Blackwood Cliff was a prodigy-level warrior from the Sand region. His strength was unfathomable. He had long surpassed the limits of ordinary ultimate warriors. Other than a few other prodigies, no one could suppress him. Now, Luo Lai's trump card was prepared to go against Blackwood Cliff. One could imagine how terrifying this trump card was. I'm afraid this Lin Xian is finished. This was the thought of many people. A trump card to go against prodigies? Lin Xian frowned. Looking at his opponent's confident look, it must not be simple. However, he was not afraid. He also had a trump card. More than one. Therefore, Lin Xian appeared quite calm. If you have a trump card, hurry up and use it. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian appeared very calm. This Lin Xian is really arrogant. He's still talking big. Humph. This will only speed up his death. He Muyue and the rest sneered. Ignorant. Luo Lai snorted disdainfully. He believed that as long as he used his trump card, his opponent would be scared silly. A ball of golden flame appeared and pulsated in his palm. It was like a heart beating nonstop. In the middle of the flame, there was a pure golden flame. It was unusually lively. It was pulsating as if it was alive. This pulsation was accompanied by a hot and sharp aura that quickly spread in all directions. The aura was very shocking, causing the surrounding warriors to tremble. It was a tremor that came from the soul. In fact, the hearts of some weaker martial artists started to beat along with the flames. It was as if they could not control it. What kind of flame is this? It's too scary. It can actually affect a warrior's heartbeat. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. His whole body tensed up because he sensed a great danger coming from the golden flames in front of him. This feeling was very strong, making him feel as if he was facing a venerable one. However, he quickly calmed down because he knew that the other party's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm and not a venerable martial spirit. He actually managed to condense a trace of his martial soul. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. What? That flame is actually a martial spirit. Everyone was astonished because martial spirits were unique to venerables. The power of a martial soul was extremely strong, and it was definitely beyond what a spirit-detecting realm martial artist could endure. Who would have thought that Luo Lai would be able to condense a trace of his martial spirit? How terrifying! Everyone was incomparably shocked. If a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm wanted to enter the higher realm of the venerable realm, they had to first achieve perfection in their intent realm and comprehend and condense the embryonic form of a martial soul. Only then would they have the qualifications to enter the venerable realm. Therefore, the embryonic form of a martial soul was something that all martial artists yearned for. However, Luo Lai had actually condensed a trace of his martial soul. Although it was very small, it was indeed an embryonic form of a martial soul. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not think that Luo Lai would be able to reach this step. He was indeed a top genius. That's not right. Didn't he comprehend the concept of gold? Why is the embryonic form of a flame? Someone asked doubtfully. In fact, everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned, but his soul force was outstanding. He keenly noticed that there was a trace of pure gold light within the golden flame. It did not seem to be a flame, but a small knife. It's a knife. Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that the flame outside was not the embryonic form of a martial soul. Only the small pure gold knife in the center was Luo Lai's martial soul. Although it was small, the pressure it emitted covered everything. Kid, I have already comprehended a trace of the embryonic form of a martial soul. I am unrivaled in the same realm. Therefore, you can die now. Luo Lai's voice was cold as he looked down at Lin Xian, the embryonic form of a martial soul. He did not expect Luo Lai to have condensed the embryonic form of a martial soul. He Muyue laughed wildly. This was great. That kid surnamed Lin was dead for sure. Qi Tian also let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian gave him too much pressure, so he was eager to kill Lin Xian. The current situation was just right for him to fulfill his wish. A trace of the embryonic form of a martial soul is indeed powerful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not underestimate his opponent. However, he was not afraid at all. Not long ago, he had returned the dragon sword soul to its origin. Although he had not completely refined the dragon sword soul, if he fully activated it, its power would be enough to contend with Luo Lai. It might even be stronger. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. Therefore, you are worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian's voice was calm and steady. There was no trace of panic. Luo Lai smiled contemptuously. After releasing the trace of his martial soul, he did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Luo Lai raised his right hand and held the golden flame in front of his chest. The golden knife in the middle of the flame was spinning rapidly, emitting a shocking power. With a push of his palm, the flame quickly flew out, carrying the golden knife. It was like a ray of golden light, rushing quickly towards Lin Xian. This attack, regardless of whether it was speed or power, surpassed all the previous attacks. It could be said that martial artists who had not condensed the embryonic form of a martial soul would not be able to withstand it. This was because this was a qualitative change. It was a change in the nature of the attack. It was not something that could be countered by numbers. This was why Luo Lai was so confident. Looking at the flame rushing towards him, Lin Xian was extremely calm. At this moment, he had entered a very strange state. He fully activated the dragon sword soul in his body and quickly slashed out with the slaughter sword in his hand. The mini true dragon in his body roared and emitted an unfathomable power. It merged with the slaughter sword in his hand and quickly slashed out. The blood-red sword aura surged and evolved into a red true dragon in the air, roaring towards the sky. At this moment, the true dragon sword aura was very lively, as if it had a soul. With a roar, the red true dragon sword aura quickly rushed towards the golden flame in front of him. This attack, that was full of spirituality, caused a stir as soon as it appeared. This was because everyone felt the same aura from Lin Xian as Luo Lai. It was the aura of an embryonic form of a martial soul. Embryonic form of a martial soul? How is this possible? Luo Lai was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It had to be known that the embryonic form of a martial soul could only be condensed when one's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm and their intent had reached perfection. However, this youth in front of him was clearly at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. How could he have an embryonic form of a martial soul? Luo Lai was a little confused. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. The crowd below was even more shocked. They could not understand how Lin Xian could have an embryonic form of a martial soul. He Muyue and Qi Tian were even more shocked. The two of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. They would probably never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. From now on, they would never dare to cause trouble for Lin Xian. It was not just the martial artists. There were many venerables in Quicksand City who were silently watching the battle. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian use an attack similar to an embryonic form of a martial soul, They were also shocked. Chapter 630. Lin Xian's attack, which was similar to the embryonic form of a martial soul, had shocked everyone. Moreover, the power of that sword was even more shocking. In the void, the golden saber contained in the golden flame spun rapidly and shook the surroundings. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were trampling through the void. That aura was too violent. It was like a raging wave that quickly spread over. On the other side, Lin Xian's blood-red sword Qi was even more terrifying. The roar was like a violent torrent that poured out in torrents. One was the embryonic form of a golden saber formed by the sublimation of the concept of metal. The other was a true dragon sword Qi that was filled with blood-red killing intent and the greater success of the sword intent. The two clashed, and the void boiled and quickly split open. At the point of intersection, a chaotic fog was emitted. The golden saber flashed and swept in all directions. At the same time, a sea of blood spread, and the roar of a true dragon was endless. Collision. An intense collision. The terrifying momentum was unforgettable for the surrounding martial artists. Fortunately, there were venerables to create a unique battle space. Otherwise, the two's attack would probably destroy half of Quicksand City. This was just a trace of the embryonic form of a martial soul. If it was a real martial soul, a casual attack could destroy the entire Quicksand City. One had to know that Quicksand City was not an ordinary city. It was a huge city in the Sand Country that covered thousands of miles. It was very vast. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of a martial soul was. In the void, the two forces collided, creating a terrifying wave that wrapped around Luo Lai and Lin Xian. The surrounding people were nervous and watched closely. When the violent energy dissipated, the figures of the two were revealed. Luo Lai's body flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. The golden armor on his body was broken in many places, and he looked miserable. Every time he took a step back, he would step into the void. It was as if a giant hammer was striking a drum, creating a violent sound. Moreover, the surrounding air was like a wave, quickly spreading out. Lin Xian was also sent flying. However, the red lotus battle robe on his body shone with an enchanting light, forming the strongest defense. It seemed that he did not suffer much impact. Everyone was shocked. The scene in front of them showed that Lin Xian seemed to have the upper hand. This was too shocking. The young man in front of them was too powerful. He could actually suppress Luo Lai, who was known as the Invincible King. Just how strong was his strength? Could it be that he was already on par with those geniuses? This was what everyone was wondering. This was because Luo Lai was too powerful. Among the younger generation of the Sand region, only a few geniuses could defeat Luo Lai. But now Lin Quanxian was suppressing the little girl. Did this mean that his strength had reached the level of a prodigy? If that was really the case, then it was too terrifying. Most of these geniuses were around 30 years old, and their cultivations were all at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. That was why they were able to comprehend the embryonic form of a martial soul and stand above everyone else. As for Lin Xian, he was only 18 years old, and his cultivation base was at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. However, his battle prowess was not any weaker than a prodigy's. This had never happened in the history of the Sand region. Lin Xian steadied himself and rushed out once again. He was like a ray of resplendent sword light, instantly arriving in front of Luo Lai. The blood-red sword of slaughter stabbed out once again. This time, he didn't use his martial soul embryonic form because using the great dragon sword soul had consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, he could see that his opponent didn't have the possibility of using his martial soul embryonic form. Therefore, he only used the sword of slaughter, and the great success soared intent to the extreme. However, this was already very terrifying. It was far from what an ultimate warrior could withstand. You are the strongest opponent I have met so far. Thank you for allowing me to have a deeper understanding of my martial soul embryonic form. Now, let's end this. With a slash of the sword, Luo Lai was sent flying and heavily crashed into the ground. Suddenly, a human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Countless shocking cracks spread out in all directions, as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Luo Lai fell to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His expression was a little crazy, a little dejected, and a little disappointed. Defeated. He has been defeated. Ever since he started his martial arts career, he had never been defeated. He thought that he was a peerless prodigy, but now he had been defeated. It wasn't because he was careless or made a mistake. He had truly been defeated. Fong's strength had already surpassed his. The power of his martial soul embryonic form was even stronger than his. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue fighting, nor was there a chance for him to continue. This was because at this moment his body was filled with violent killing intent and sharp sword will. This made his injuries even more serious. He couldn't even unleash half of his combat strength. Roaring to the sky, Luo Lai quickly swallowed a few pills. Then he endured the pain all over his body and quickly fled. Everyone was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Luo Lai, known as the undefeatable king of Sand Region, had been defeated and left like a stray dog. A legend had fallen in front of them, while another legend had quickly risen. Lin Xian had defeated the undefeatable king. The powerful strength he had displayed had shocked everyone. Some attentive people had noticed that ever since Lin Xian had appeared in Quicksand City, he had won every battle. They didn't know if this was the rise of another undefeatable king. However, they knew that Lin Xian's strength was definitely comparable to a prodigy's. Such a person was still above everyone else. Whoosh! The colorful light screen disappeared. It was obvious that the city master had withdrawn the energy. However, with his powerful soul perception, Lin Xian knew that the surrounding sovereign's divine sense was still there. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian looked down. Today's matter had to be settled. Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Yamaguchi and Qi Tian trembled and almost wet themselves. Lin Xian was too powerful. Even Luo Lai was no match for him, let alone the two of them. What do you want? Yamaguchi asked with a trembling voice. You brought people to cause trouble and even tried to kill me. Now that I've beaten them away, do you think this is the end? What a joke. Lin Xian snorted. Others wanted to kill him. How could he be lenient? However, the situation was very special. The other sovereigns were watching, so he couldn't be too ruthless. At the very least, he couldn't offend everyone. Lin Xian looked at Qi Tian and said, For the sake of the city master, I'll let you go today. I hope you won't participate in this kind of thing in the future. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qi Tian quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He was greatly relieved. He knew that this time it was fine. Moreover, even without Lin Xian's reminder, he wouldn't dare participate in this kind of thing in the future, even if he was beaten to death. As for you, Lin Xian looked at Yamaguchi and the others again. Just because I didn't want to join your Blackwood Castle's arena, you and Yamaguchi tried to get rid of me. Your Blackwood family is truly shameless. For the sake of your sovereigns, I won't kill you today. Chapter 631. Chop off an arm. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian let Qi Tian off, but he wanted to punish He Muyue and the others. This was obviously going against the Blackwood stronghold. However, from Lin Xian's words, everyone understood the grudge between him and the Blackwood stronghold. From this point of view, it was indeed the Blackwood stronghold that was too arrogant and in the wrong. However, The Blackwood stronghold had always been so overbearing and arrogant. Those who were related to Wu and I, and the others had all been mercilessly assassinated. But this time, they seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Not only were the martial artists below shocked, but even the supreme experts in the surroundings were greatly surprised. The supreme experts of the Blackwood stronghold were present in the soul spirit perception of the nearby area. Right now, a fifth-stage spirit detection realm martial artist actually wanted to kill a disciple of the Blackwood stronghold in front of a supreme expert. This was a blatant slap to the face. Deep in the clouds, an elder stood in the void. That elder was wearing a green robe, and the word battle was drawn with golden thread on his chest. The dragon and phoenix were dancing and emitting an indescribable aura. At this moment, the elder smiled as he looked at the scene below and nodded slightly. Not bad. This kid has some character. Beside the elder was a young lady wearing a green gauze dress. The young lady had an elegant appearance and emitted a different aura, especially that pair of eyes which were like gemstones and abnormally spirited. She curled her lips and said with disdain, trying to be brave in front of a supreme expert, "What an idiot! But, old man, didn't you notice anything? How many times have I told you to call me master? Why are you so disobedient?" The green-robed elder had an unhappy expression. Humph! The young lady in the green gauze dress snorted and ignored the green-robed elder's dissatisfaction. She then said again, "Don't you think that he is very similar to the person in the portrait in the palace?" Hearing that, the green-robed elder was slightly startled and looked carefully. "You don't say. There are some similarities, but this youth sage is slightly older than the one in the portrait. No way. Could it really be that person?" The young lady in the green gauze dress covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Interesting. If it is really him, then it will be even more interesting." Ooh. The elder and the young lady discussed softly and paid close attention to the situation below. When the venerable from Blackwood's stronghold heard Lin's words, he immediately snorted in dissatisfaction, although his real body had not arrived, and it was only the aura of his soul. His voice was filled with the pressure of a venerable one. However, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared ferociously and quickly neutralized the pressure. Lin Xian's expression was solemn, like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone staggered and couldn't stand steadily. Countless people revealed terrified expressions. It was too terrifying. They could not withstand the aura of a supreme expert at all, and many of them suffered internal injuries. Lin Xian was also affected and his eyes flickered. He dared to do so because he was confident that he could escape from the venerable one. If he was really forced into a corner, he would just have to leave Quicksand City. Moreover, there was no need for him to worry about Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong. Both of them were disciples of large families and were definitely safer than him. Therefore, Lin Xian directly chose to ignore the warning of the Blackwood Stronghold's venerable. "Are you going to do it yourselves, or do you want me to do it?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was dumbfounded and dumbstruck. Is this guy crazy? He actually dares to make a move. One had to know that the cold snort just now was very threatening. Did he really dare to make a move under the nose of a venerable one? Blackwood and the three martial artists behind him were even more terrified. Just now, when they heard the cold snort from their family's elder, they were wild with joy, as if they had been pardoned, because they knew that a venerable one could definitely protect their safety. However, Lin Xian still wanted to make a move at this moment. This was too insolent, too arrogant. However, they forgot that they were the ones who were arrogant first, and Lin Xian was only forced to counterattack. Seeing the expressions of Blackwood and the others, Lin Xian sneered. "Looks like you guys don't want to do it yourselves. Fine, I'll do it myself." After saying that, he once again grasped the sword of slaughter in his hand. A shocking killing intent surged and swept out in all directions. It was as if countless sword lights were raining down, and it was extremely sharp. The surrounding martial artists trembled. They felt a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. Lin Xian held the sword of slaughter in his hand, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He was like a god of death that came from hell. He raised his arm, and a blood-red sword of slaughter rushed out, quickly slashing towards Blackwood and the others. "No, Ancestor, save me!" Blackwood screamed in horror. "He's scared. He's really scared." Lin Xian was a madman. He actually dared to attack them in front of a venerable one. In the void, the voice sounded again. Then a huge palm of light fell, shattering the blood-red sword of slaughter. "Junior, enough is enough. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. Don't you understand this principle?" The huge hand that covered the sky floated, and then quickly condensed into an old figure. This figure was completely formed by spiritual power, and it contained a trace of the Venerable One's soul imprint. On his body, there was a faint Venerable One's aura. "Young man, it's better to be careful. Otherwise, it would be a pity if you fall." The Venerable One's voice was cold, and the threat in it was very strong. According to the rules of Quicksand City, the older generation generally did not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was even more inappropriate for a Venerable One to do such a thing. Therefore, the Venerable One of Blackwood Stronghold condensed this clone. However, his killing intent towards Lin Xian was not weak at all. "Enough is enough?" Lin Xian sneered. "When you tried to assassinate me time and time again, did you think of this principle? Don't you think it's ridiculous to try to reason with me now?" Facing a Venerable One, Lin Xian was not afraid. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although Lin Xian's words made sense, openly confronting a Venerable One was not a wise choice. "Junior, you're very arrogant. You should know that dead geniuses are nothing." The Venerable One's clone's face was gloomy, and his voice was filled with killing intent. "Arrogant? You flatter me. Compared to your Blackwood Stronghold, I'm still far inferior." Lin Xian smiled indifferently. "Impudent." Hearing Lin Xian's mocking words, the Venerable One's clone flew into a rage. He shouted coldly, and the void quickly exploded, forming a terrifying wave of air that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He activated the great dragon sword soul again, forming a biting cold sword chi that slashed in all directions, instantly destroying the wave of air. A dignified Venerable One actually attacked a junior. "How impressive! How powerful!" Lin Xian sneered. The other party was a Venerable One, and he actually dared to attack him in public. Lin Xian's killing intent was biting cold. Since the other party did not care about his identity, he could not care less. He must cut off an arm of Blackwood Stronghold and the others. The Venerable One's clone coldly snorted, then stood with his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of me killing you. Today's matter ends here. I'm going to take them back now. I said that I'll cut off an arm of theirs today, so I must do it." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, not backing down an inch. His body emitted a shocking battle intent. Then he gripped the slaughter sword and roared. He quickly slashed out a blood-red sword chi, like a wave of blood rolling out. "Junior, you're courting death." The Venerable One's clone sneered. He pointed a finger, colliding with the blood-red slaughter sword chi. The two collided, creating a loud explosion, forming a rain of light and a sea of blood. But at this time, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. His large success sword intent crazily surged out, quickly covering all directions. This sword intent was very shocking, immediately causing the surrounding martial artists' weapons to rapidly tremble. In the next moment, the weapons on Blackwood Stronghold and the three martial artists behind him all slashed out, quickly turning around and slashing at their right arms. Puchi, ah. Chapter 632. Hey Muyue, and the other three screamed miserably. At the same time, their right arms were chopped off. Blood splattered and swords clashed. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The Supremacy's clone was also stunned. Then he flew into a rage. Thief, you're courting death. A palm of light blasted over, and a terrifying energy surged out. He was too angry. A spirit-detecting thief dared to kill his tribesmen in front of him. This was completely looking down on him. Moreover, before this, he had said that he would protect the safety of the four of them. Lin Xian's actions were not only to punish He Muyue and the others, but also to slap his face, especially in front of so many people. The Supremacy felt like his lungs were about to explode. The people below were even more shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so fierce. He did not care about the Supremacy at all. Moreover, not only did he do it, but he also succeeded. In front of the Supremacy, he chopped off the right arms of He Muyue and the others. This was too shocking. Lin Xian's figure floated and quickly dodged the palm of light. At the same time, he quickly pulled away and prepared to retreat. The Supremacy snorted coldly. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian, preventing him from attacking again. If Lin Xian went crazy and killed He Muyue and the others, then he would lose even more face. Lin Xian's heart sank when he was stared at by the Supremacy. The power was too terrifying. It was far from what a spirit-detecting martial artist could withstand. Even if the other party was just a clone, it still brought about endless pressure. Moreover, he had the dragon sword soul in his body to be able to withstand it. It seemed that it was still too difficult to face the Supremacy now. Lin Xian sighed and prepared to leave. At this moment, the Supremacy's clone attacked again. An incomparably powerful force surged over like a surging river. Those energy ribbons contained extremely terrifying energy. They were like a vast sea that flickered with light. It was too powerful. The Supremacy's attack was terrifying. It was enough to kill any spirit-detecting martial artist. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could not resist, but he was confident that he could escape. Just as he was about to retreat, the 5 energy ribbons in the sky suddenly fluctuated violently, as if they had suffered a great attack. This is... Lin Xian frowned, but did not act rashly. The supreme expert's heart sank. Someone actually dared to make a move against him. Could it be that they were not afraid of the Blackwood family's revenge? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, and killing intent erupted from his eyes. At this time, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the void. The 5 energy ribbons completely exploded, turning into a rain of energy. What? The Venerable from the Blackwood Fort was startled. He didn't expect his attack to be broken so quickly. It seemed that the opponent was also a Venerable like him. Who? Get out here. You actually dare to meddle in the affairs of Blackwood Castle. Blackwood Castle. How impressive. A dignified Venerable actually dares to attack a junior. How capable. A mocking voice was heard. Then, the rain of light in the sky fluttered and quickly formed a word in the air. Fight. The characters were flamboyant and contained immeasurable energy. Seeing the word fight, the surrounding Venerable's divine senses were all startled. The pupils of the Blackwood Fort's Venerable shrank. Palace of Ares. It's actually someone from the Palace of Ares. He was astonished, and his expression became extremely ugly. The Palace of Ares was a powerful force. There were kings in the palace, and they were an overlord in the sky martial continent. Although their foundation was not in the Sand region, they were not to be underestimated. One must know that not long ago, the primordial Yang stone mine appeared in the Setting Sun Desert. Their Blackwood Fort had once fought with the Palace of Ares for it, but they lost in the end. And now, the people from the palace of Ares appeared again. He didn't know what the other party was planning, and he didn't know why they would protect Lin Xian. He quickly sent a message wanting his main body to rush over. Otherwise, a clone wouldn't be enough. At this time, a 5-colored figure appeared and said in a clear voice, "I didn't expect a friend from the palace of Ares to come. Why don't you come out for a chat?" That 5-colored figure was City Lord Qi. The crowd below was shocked. They had heard of the palace of Ares' reputation. It was the overlord of the entire sky martial continent. They didn't expect the other party's honorable to appear here, and even save Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian is from the palace of Ares? The crowd guessed. Otherwise, why would the honorable of the palace of Ares help? Moreover, a monstrous genius like Lin Xian could only be nurtured by the palace of Ares. It wasn't just one person who thought so. Almost everyone thought so. Nan Gongseng and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian had given them too much shock, and they didn't need to worry at all. City Lord Qi's words were still echoing when 2 figures appeared from the clouds and flew down quickly. It was an old man, and beside him was a beautiful young lady in a green dress. She exuded a unique aura. The old man and the young lady were like immortals as they floated down. "Hee City Lord Qi, greetings." The old man in green smiled. "Senior, thank you for your help," Lin Xian said. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the crowd was stirred again. It seemed like Lin Xian wasn't from the palace of Ares. The honorable of Blackwood Stronghold snorted. "This is my Blackwood Stronghold's matter. As a member of the palace of Ares, aren't you overstepping your boundaries?" The old man in green nodded kindly at Lin Xian, then looked at the honorable of the Blackwood Stronghold. "If you encounter something shameless, this old man will intervene. Moreover, who said this is your Blackwood Stronghold's matter? This young man is fated with our palace of Ares." Hearing this, the crowd was stunned and puzzled. The honorable of Blackwood Stronghold's face turned black. He snorted and didn't say anything else but waited for his true body to descend. The old man in green knew his intentions, but he didn't care and didn't stop him. Soon, 2 powerful auras appeared and rushed over from afar. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 2 figures appeared in the void. An enormous pressure enveloped the surroundings like a wave. "Honorable, too honorable." The crowd trembled, their faces full of fear. 2 honorable appeared in the Blackwood Stronghold. It seemed like they were really afraid of the palace of Ares. One of the honorable was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. The old man was the one who manifested his clone. The 2 of them stood in the void, facing the honorable of the palace of Ares with vigilance. Lin Xian frowned. 2 honorable was already beyond his tolerance. He wanted to leave. However, the old man in green sent a voice transmission to guarantee his safety. Looking at the 2 honorable of Blackwood Stronghold, the old man in green snorted, "My palace of Ares will protect this young man. If your Blackwood Stronghold dares to touch him, just wait for your clan to be exterminated." At the end, his voice was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the void, stunning the crowd. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The honorable of the palace of Ares was actually so powerful that he wanted to protect Lin Xian. The 2 honorable of Blackwood Stronghold had gloomy expressions and were trembling with anger. Chapter 633. It was a threat, a blatant threat. Not only did he threaten the 2 of them, but he also threatened the entire Blackwood fort. They were very angry. As the top forces of Quicksand City, when had they ever been threatened like this? However, they could only endure it, because the other party was from the Palace of War. That was a real giant. If they angered him, there might really be a disaster. However, they were really unwilling to admit defeat just like that. As if he understood both sides, the green-clothed old man smiled indifferently. How about this? I'll give you a chance to save your face. Use your strongest attacks. If you can make me take a step back, then I won't interfere in this matter anymore. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was too arrogant, too domineering. The two venerables of the Blackwood Fort were so angry that their faces turned black. This person had underestimated them too much. The two of them looked at each other and prepared to attack. Let me remind you, you can attack together, the green-clothed old man said casually. Hearing this, even the corners of City Lord Cheesemouth twitched slightly. He sighed and didn't say anything else. The two venerables of the Blackwood Fort were so angry that their bodies trembled. How dare he underestimate them? However, after discussing, they decided to attack together. In any case, this was the other party's request. They could seize the opportunity to ruthlessly dampen the other party's limelight. They wanted to let everyone know who was the true overlord of Quicksand City. Since fellow Taoist has requested it, then we will definitely fulfill it. The two of them sneered. Their auras surged, and waves of energy belonging to venerables surged out. Lin Xian frowned and flew to a safe place. However, he was also uneasy. Wasn't it a bit too arrogant to face two venerables alone? However, he didn't understand the situation of venerables, so he couldn't make a judgment rashly. However, looking at the green-clothed old man's expression, he didn't seem to care at all. In the next moment, the two venerables of the Blackwood Fort attacked, and vast energy filled heaven and earth. The middle-aged man slashed out a saber light. It was so dazzling that it tore the entire space apart. That power had completely surpassed the spirit-detecting stage. The vast aura seemed to have triggered the momentum of heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. The other old man waved his fist and punched out. It was like a meteor chasing the moon, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light. The two terrifying attacks blasted towards the green-clothed old man at the same time. In an instant, the entire void began to collapse. Everyone below was terrified, and their faces turned pale from the pressure of this energy. However, the old man in green was very calm. He formed a seal with one hand and quickly blasted it forward. Mountain seal, a mountain condensed and appeared between heaven and earth. It was like a divine mountain that weighed over 10,000 jin. It flickered with light and blasted forward. A large area of the void was torn apart. Countless horrifying cracks spread out, pitch black like a black hole. Rumble! The huge divine mountain moved horizontally and collided with the blade and fist shadows, emitting an apocalyptic sense of crisis. City Lord Chi's expression changed. Together with a few venerables who were hiding in the dark, they quickly formed a light screen to cover the town below. Otherwise, the entire Quicksand City would be destroyed. The four venerable ones joined forces to defend and finally blocked the energy. The violent energy disappeared, and the sky became clear again. The azure-robed old man stood there indifferently. Beside him, the young girl in the azure-robed dress looked ahead with disdain. There, the two Blackwood Fort venerables kept retreating. Every step he took back cracked the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. This scene showed who was superior. Lin Xian was shocked. This old man from the Palace of War was too powerful. He could actually fight against two venerables alone. Not only Lin Xian, but the nearby venerables were also shocked. At the venerable realm, the improvement of one's strength was very slow. It often took hundreds of years of accumulation. Moreover, the improvement of each realm was very difficult. There were 9 heavens of the venerable realm, and each realm was worlds apart. The two venerables from the Blackwood Fort stopped, and their expressions became very ugly. The two of them were first and second venerable realm experts, respectively. When the two of them joined forces, they were incomparably powerful. However, they were actually forced back by a single hand. This was definitely a humiliation. Their eyes burned with anger as their chests heaved up and down. With a long roar, the two of them activated their martial souls with all their might and attacked crazily. A long saber appeared in front of the middle-aged man, emitting a terrifying pressure. As soon as it appeared, it crushed all directions. Its power was definitely not something that a spiritual treasure could compare to. Long saber martial soul. It was the middle-aged man's martial soul. With the saber in hand, the middle-aged man seemed to have turned into a saber god, incomparably valiant. On the other side, the old man also summoned his martial soul. His martial soul was a goshawk. Its entire body was pitch black, and a murderous aura surged on it, emitting fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. The two of them summoned their martial souls at the same time, as if they were facing a great enemy. Ha ha! Today I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. The green-robed old man laughed loudly. In the next moment, a green light bloomed around his body, enveloping all directions. A vast and unfathomable energy spread out, incomparably profound. In an instant, it enveloped the two martial artists from the Blackwood Fort. Terrifying energy erupted, and every trace of it could tear the void apart. Lin Xian looked at the sky, shocked. This was the power of a venerable. It was incomparably violent and had the power of heaven and earth. Ah, suddenly, two screams were heard. It was very ear-piercing. As soon as the sound came out, City Lord Qi and the other venerables were shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked and looked up. In the void, two figures were covered in blood, fleeing into the distance in an extremely sorry state. They were very fast and disappeared in an instant. However, wherever they passed, blood spread in the void. It was very terrifying. Hiss! City Lord Qi and the others gasped, and their eyelids twitched wildly. In just a short while, the two venerables from the Blackwood Fort were defeated, and they fled with serious injuries. After all, one of them was at the second level of the venerable realm. When the two of them joined forces, they could even fight against a third-level venerable. However, they couldn't resist at all in front of the green-robed old man. For a time, the green-robed old man became mysterious in the eyes of everyone. The green light that filled the sky dissipated, revealing the green-robed old man's figure. Beside him, the young girl from the green radish group was still smiling faintly, as if she was mocking the two who fled. Ha ha! I wonder who else wants to have a taste of it. The green-robed old man laughed faintly. Silence. Absolute silence. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. City Lord Qi laughed dryly. This is just an accident. Don't worry, I guarantee that no venerable realm martial artist will attack juniors in Quicksand City. Hearing that, the green-robed old man nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, Lin Xian scratched his head. It was resolved just like that. Wasn't happiness coming too suddenly? However, he was still very puzzled as to why the green-robed old man would help him. He had many secrets, so he had to be careful. Unless it was a last resort, he was really unwilling to get involved with an expert like a venerable. However, the old man didn't seem to think so. Chapter 634. Although the green-clothed old man looked kind, Lin Xian still felt a chill down his spine. This old man was definitely a terrifying figure to be able to injure two supremacies with one strike. Nothing good would happen if such a person targeted Lin Xian. Well, thank you for your help. I'll take my leave now. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. He didn't want to stay any longer. Hee, little guy, don't be impatient. I have something to ask you, the green-clothed old man said with a smile. In the end, Lin Xian couldn't escape. In the quiet courtyard, Lin Xian looked at the green-clothed old man in front of him. He was on guard. Beside him, the young lady in the green dress stared at Lin Xian curiously. Her big eyes were blinking. The dark red divine dragon was originally hiding in Lin Xian's sleeve. Now that it was enveloped by the aura of a supremacy, it felt uncomfortable and ran out. The little white monkey also jumped out and hugged the spirit fruit. This snake. The green-clothed old man was surprised. The young lady, turned to look at the little white monkey. Her face was filled with joy. Phew! Feeling the pressure on him disappear, Lin Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Lin Xian asked, "May I know why you're looking for me?" "Yes, it's like this." The green-clothed old man gave up on studying the dark red divine dragon and said with a smile, "Little guy, what's your name?" "I'm Lin Xian." "Your surname is Lin." The green-clothed old man and the young lady looked at each other. They were even more certain of their guess. "Where are you from?" "Tianan region." "What's your father's name?" "Lin Zhan." Lin Xian was puzzled, but he still said it out loud. As expected, the green-clothed old man sighed. He felt that the situation was very likely. However, he wasn't 100% sure. After all, there had been cases of people impersonating him in the past. However, they all ended up badly. "Senior, I'm here to look for my father. May I know where he is?" The green-clothed old man stroked his beard. Just as he was about to say something, a powerful and cold aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The entire sky instantly darkened. Black clouds rolled in the sky, as if they were demonic clouds. A powerful aura that made people tremble could be felt. The azure-robed elder's expression changed, and his expression became extremely solemn. "Brat, if you want to know the answer, go to the Palace of Ares." After saying that, he took the girl beside him and turned into a beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. The demonic cloud was very powerful, and its speed was very fast. In an instant, it had left the sky above their heads. The green-robed elder followed, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Palace of Ares? Within the courtyard, Lin Xian's eyes were shining. His main goal in coming to the Martial Heaven continent was to find his father. Now he finally got the news. However, he didn't know what relationship his father had with the Palace of Ares. Could it be that father is also a member of the Palace of Gods of War? Lin Xian guessed, feeling extremely puzzled. Furthermore, from the attitude of the green-clothed old man, it was obvious that he was closely related to his father. He decided that as soon as he obtained the divine dream bone in Quicksand City, he would immediately set off for the War God Palace. In the following time, Lin Xian entered a state of cultivation. After his battle with Luo Lai, he had a new understanding of the embryonic form of his martial soul. Even his greater success sword intent, which hadn't changed for a long time, showed signs of loosening. It wouldn't be long before he broke through and reached the great perfection realm. During this period, Lin Xian's mind was constantly recalling the scene of his battle with Luo Lai, especially the form of the embryonic form of his martial soul. Lin Xian extracted that wonderful feeling bit by bit and constantly simulated it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena was being rebuilt. Although the building was destroyed, Nan Gongseng and the others weren't depressed at all. Everyone had a smile on their faces, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Because of Lin Xian, their Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena had become famous again. Moreover, from now on, there would probably be no one who would come to cause trouble. After all, even a top genius like Luo Lai had been defeated. It was useless for others to come. Just as Nan Gongseng's side was cheering, the Blackwood Fort was silent. Their disciple had an arm chopped off outside. The 2 supremacies who stepped forward were even injured and fled back in panic. Those disciples in the clan were scared out of their wits, feeling as if the end of the world had arrived. The higher-ups of the Blackwood Fort were even more furious. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? However, the other party was from the Palace of War Gods and was extremely powerful. Unless they used their clan's foundation, they might be able to win. However, that would undoubtedly anger the Palace of War Gods. At that time, it wouldn't be something their Blackwood Fort could withstand. Therefore, they could only endure. Of course, the person they hated the most was still Lin Xian. The elders of the Blackwood Fort wished they could tear this little thief apart immediately. However, the green-clothed elders' warning was very obvious, so they could only endure for the time being. They were waiting. As long as the clan's prodigy, He Muya, returned, he would definitely be able to kill the other party. This was because He Muya was very powerful and was one of the top prodigies in the Sand region. He even had 1 foot in the supremacy realm. Such a person wouldn't be afraid of anyone other than supremacies. Soon, will be back when the alliance battle begins. The higher-ups of the Blackwood Fort were holding their breaths. On the other side, Lin Xian secretly left Quicksand City. Because he wanted to break through Sword Intent, he couldn't do it in the city, because the influence would be too great. Therefore, he had to find a place where no one was around and give it his all. In the Sunset Desert, Lin Xian arrived with the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. They chose a remote area and began to set up a formation. The matter of setting up the formation was done by the dark red divine dragon. Soon, a formation was formed. Lin Xian sank into the yellow sand and began to break through with all his strength. This time, he must reach the great perfection of Sword Intent. The great perfection represented the limit of Sword Intent. It was the comprehension of Sword Intent. This feeling was very mysterious and couldn't be described with words. It could only be comprehended. Lin Xian emptied his body and carefully comprehended. He fell into a very wonderful state. This was a kind of comprehension, a sublimation of Sword Intent. It was a very rare experience. One had to know that Sword Intent was originally a very difficult concept to comprehend. Those who could comprehend it to the great perfection were even fewer. However, once the comprehension was successful, the power would definitely be beyond imagination. This was also the reason why martial artists were afraid of swordsmen. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period, Lin Xian didn't move at all. However, the Sword Intent in his body strengthened. Other than sharpness, there was something else. This caused his Sword Intent to become complete. Lin Xian finally took the step. He had now found the right path. As long as he continued, he would definitely succeed. Another 5 days passed. On this day, a shocking aura suddenly surged out from under the yellow sand. It was as if a peerless divine sword was awakening. Puff, puff, countless sword chi surged out, forming a huge column of sword chi that pierced the clouds. From afar, it was even spectacular. Bang! Chapter 635. This figure was none other than Lin Xian. After these days of enlightenment, he had finally cultivated his Sword Intent to the Great Perfection realm. Great Perfection Sword Intent was the highest realm of Sword Intent. If he wanted to advance further, he would have to develop his martial soul. In other words, Lin Xian's next step was to condense the embryonic form of his martial soul. Of course, he wanted to condense the embryonic form of his sword soul. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul, so he only needed to fuse his great perfection sword soul with it. It could be said that Lin Xian had an innate advantage over others when it came to condensing the embryonic form of his martial soul. As long as he condensed the embryonic form of his martial soul, Even if his cultivation had not reached the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, his combat strength would be half a step into the venerable realm. Once he successfully condensed a true martial soul, he would have the strength to fight against a venerable realm expert. At that time, he would not be as passive as he was now. His body swayed, and countless sword rays appeared under his feet, carrying him down. A huge vacuum area appeared where he had been cultivating. At this moment, the black hole was spinning rapidly, stirring up the surrounding yellow sand. Not only that, but the surrounding yellow sand was also flowing and making rustling sounds. The entire yellow sand ground shook as if something was about to appear. What is this? Lin Xian was puzzled. He did not expect such a phenomenon to appear in a random place. It's coming from underground. The dark red dragon's expression was grave as it pointed its dragon claws downward. Wuji, the snow-white monkey, blinked its big eyes and was also on guard. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and grabbed his hair tightly. Lin Xian was curious and decided to investigate. He waved his finger, and a bright sword ray slashed out, instantly splitting the yellow sand underground. He had already comprehended the great perfection sword intent, and his attack power was several times stronger than before. Therefore, he easily tore a terrifying crack in the yellow sand below. Lin Xian's body swayed, and the dark red dragon followed closely behind. Whoosh! The man and the two beasts quickly descended. Then Lin Xian was stunned because there wasn't any yellow sand in front of him. Instead, it was a vast and solid ground. On the ground, there were countless stone tablets standing on the ground, forming a strange formation. Beside the stone tablet, there were white bones filled with the aura of death. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw the stone steels all over the ground. He suddenly recalled that there were similar stone steels near the Xia Kingdom's Xian sword. Moreover, that place was known as the demonic abyss, and it could suck in everything nearby. He had been to that place before, but with Wine Lord's guidance, he had come out safely. However, the terror within left him with lingering fear. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene again after a few years. Moreover, the danger level this time was even higher. Even with his strength, he still felt his heart tremble. What is this? Lin Xian was puzzled. 100 Graves Taboo Formation. It's a very ancient formation, the dark red dragon said. Lin Xian frowned. Just by hearing the name, he knew that it wasn't a good array formation. What does it do? Defying the heavens and changing fate, from death to life. The dark red dragon's voice was heavy. The person who created this formation was a lunatic. He wanted to break through the cycle of life and death. The person who created this formation was a lunatic among lunatics. This was because this method was impossible to achieve. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. This was a heaven-defying formation. One had to know that a warrior's cultivation was to seize fate from the heavens in order to obtain a longer life. However, in Lin Xian's knowledge, no one could live forever. At most, they could live a little longer depending on their cultivation. For example, a supremacy had a lifespan of about 800 to 1,000 years. A king had an even longer lifespan, usually more than 2,000 years. However, no matter how long they lived, they would eventually return to dust. No one could escape from the cycle of life and death. However, the formation in front of him wanted to break the rules of life and death. It was a heaven-defying act. Lin Xian stood at the periphery and felt his soul tremble. A chilly wind blew past, and he felt a chill down his spine. Let's go. Lin Xian called the little white monkey and the dark red dragon and quickly left the place. Just as Lin Xian was returning to Quicksand City, the upper echelons of the Blackwood stronghold received news that he had left. That damn thief! How dare he leave Quicksand City? He's courting death. This is a good opportunity to get rid of him. According to our intelligence, The supremacy of the palace of Ares has already left. Although the city lord and the others will stop him if he attacks in the city, no one can protect that thief outside the city. The patriarch of the Blackwood family was a dignified, middle-aged man. After hearing the news, he pondered for a moment and then ordered, "We can't use our supremacies. Otherwise, if the palace of Ares hears about it, it will bring disaster to the family. However, we can't leave this kid alive. Send a few elders who have condensed martial souls." Then the Blackwood family sent out 4 elders. One of them had condensed a martial soul, while the other 3 had condensed a trace of a martial soul. Their strength was not weaker than Luo Lai's. The strength of these 4 old monsters was absolutely terrifying. When they worked together, they could even contend against a supremacy. They were absolutely confident that they could eliminate Lin Xian. The 4 of them quickly left the quicksand layer and lay in ambush on the only way back to the city. One day later, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He quickly rushed to Quicksand City. However, halfway there, he suddenly became alert. An extremely strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. This was an instinctive reaction that could predict extreme danger. Therefore, Lin Xian immediately returned the way he came. This time, his speed was even faster. He directly turned into a sword light and tore through the void, quickly disappearing on the spot. Boom! At the same time, in front of where Lin Xian was standing, 4 powerful auras exploded and crushed the void. 4 figures appeared in the void like Azura ghosts. These 4 people were dressed in black robes, and even their heads were covered by a wide hood. At this moment, they were emitting an extremely powerful aura. "Chase, we can't let him escape," one of the old voices was heard. Immediately, the 4 of them quickly disappeared and chased after Lin Xian. Feeling the 4 powerful auras behind him, Lin Xian's face was extremely ugly. He had just defeated Luo Lai and was warned by a supremacy. Who would dare to attack him? Needless to say, it must be the Blackwood family, because other than the Blackwood family, no one else was at risk of catching a cold. Thinking about it, the other party should know that the supremacy of the palace of Ares had left. Moreover, they did not send any supremacies, so it was not against the rules. This Blackwood family, what a good idea! Behind him, the 4 auras were too powerful. Chapter 636. Martial Soul Fledgling Form. Lin Xian was shocked. That person had definitely condensed a martial soul fledgling form. This kind of person was extremely powerful. It could be said that he already had 1 foot in the venerable realm. Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that the Blackwood family would send such a powerful hunting team. If it was only 1 person, he could still fight. However, now that the 4 of them had joined forces, they were extremely powerful. He could only temporarily avoid them. Behind him, the 4 of them chased closely. Waves of enormous pressure shrouded the front. It was like an invisible hand grabbing at Lin Xian. The 4 elders' auras were extremely terrifying when they gathered together. They could already affect the sky. In an instant, Lin Xian felt an invisible resistance around him. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Slash! With a low shout, countless sword auras rushed out from his body. They spread out in all directions and destroyed this invisible energy. At the same time, he used all his spiritual power and used the illusory demonic steps to escape quickly. "Kid, stop struggling. You can't escape." Behind him, an old voice was heard. It was filled with cold killing intent. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He didn't respond and flew with all his strength. "Little Xian, take them to the 100 Graves Taboo Formation, the dark red divine, dragon transmitted." Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That place was extremely strange. Even though he was standing at the periphery, he felt a tremor coming from his soul. He thought that the power could even kill a venerable realm cultivator. He lured the 4 people behind him there. He could use that power to get rid of the 4 of them. Thinking of this, Lin Xian increased his speed and flew towards the taboo formation. Behind him, the 4 elders of the Black would castle chased closely. No matter where Lin Xian escaped to, they would kill him. Half a day later, Lin Xian came to the place where he comprehended sword intent again. He slashed down with his sword, and once again tore a terrifying crack in the yellow sand below. His body swayed and turned into a sword ray, drilling into it. Want to run? It's useless. No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape death. The 4 people behind him were very confident. They also tore the yellow sand below and quickly chased after him. With a flash of light, 4 figures appeared. However, they soon started to frown. The reason for that was because a sinister aura was emitting from the enormous white bones before them. What is this place? The 4 elders of the Black Wood Castle were shocked. They never thought that there would be such a terrifying place under the Sunset Desert, and that aura was even more powerful than that of a venerable one. "Boss, what should we do?" one of them asked. "Find that brat first," the old voice sounded. "This place is very dangerous. That kid definitely can't stay here for a long time." "You want to use the dangerous forbidden area to plot against us? How laughable!" The 4 of them searched and soon found Lin Xian. "Brat, don't think that you can save your life by running here. Although this place is strange, it can't save you." The 4 elders of the Blackwood Castle grinned hideously. They blocked the way and looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent. It was even to the extent that they didn't have to make a move. They only had to chase Lin Xian into the depths of the stone steel, and they would be able to annihilate his body and soul. Among them, one of the elders waved his hand, and an enormous palm of light gushed out and swept over. It was as fast as lightning and was incomparably fierce. This palm was extremely ingenious. If Lin Xian dodged, he would definitely enter the depths. However, if he chose to take it head-on, this palm carried the power of a martial soul's embryonic form, and it would definitely cause him to be heavily injured. Moreover, even if he could withstand 1 palm, he would absolutely be able to withstand 10 or even 100 palms. As long as they spent some time, they would be able to kill Lin Xian here. They wanted to get rid of Lin Xian too much. Not only because Lin Xian had killed their disciples, but also because Lin Xian's talent was too heaven-defying. If such a figure were to mature, it wouldn't take long for him to step into the venerable realm. Moreover, he would be an extremely powerful one. At that time, it would be a disaster for their Blackwood family. Therefore, they wouldn't allow Lin Xian to mature. Looking at the palm of light that was flying over, Lin Xian's face darkened slightly because he could also see through the other party's thoughts. However, it was impossible for him to go deep inside. He wasn't confident. Moreover, this place was too strange, so he chose to take it head-on. His entire body bloomed with light, condensing into a red lotus that was incomparably beautiful. In an instant, the red lotus armor covered his entire body. Although it was only an illusory image condensed from spiritual power, its defense was definitely incomparably strong. Boom! Powerful energy accompanied the palm of light, and all of it bombarded Lin Xian's body. This palm was extremely fierce. Even though Lin Xian had the red lotus armor, he still felt the blood in his body churning, and all the bones in his body seemed to have cracked. "Damn it!" Lin Xian gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Coming to this forbidden land was the idea of him and the dark red divine dragon. He would enter the formation as bait, while the dark red divine dragon would hide in the dark and secretly set up a formation to capture all of them in one fell swoop. As long as the formation was completed, it would be able to teleport all four of them to the depths of the Forbidden Land. With the horror of this place, it would definitely be able to kill all four of them. Therefore, he had to wait now until the dark red divine dragon's formation was completed. Moreover, during this period, he couldn't reveal any flaws to avoid arousing the Four's suspicion and vigilance. Therefore, Lin Xian's task was very difficult. He had to stabilize the four of them while withstanding their attacks. It could be said that he was in danger. However, once he succeeded, he would be able to completely kill all four of them. If he succeeded, it would definitely cause a huge blow to the Blackwood family. You four old things actually dare to chase after me. Aren't you afraid of the palace of Ares' revenge? Palace of Ares? The four elders of the Blackwood fort sneered. Don't take us for fools. The people of the palace of Ares have already left. Moreover, we didn't send out any venerables. It's not considered a violation of the agreement. Moreover, so what if we sent them out? If we kill you here, no one will know. Brat, blame yourself for being an idiot. How dare you leave the city under such circumstances? The four of them sneered. They didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. They indeed had such confidence. The four of them had condensed the embryonic form of their martial souls. If they joined forces, no one below the venerable realm would be able to escape. Moreover, the other party had already entered the killing formation. There was no chance of survival. How dare you go against our Blackwood fort? I'll let you die in despair and pain. Kill him slowly. I want to watch his blood flow out bit by bit. The four elders sneered and attacked one after another. A fist, like a heavenly hammer, shone with a metallic radiance and smashed down with a loud bang, smashing towards Lin Xian. On the other side, dozens of flames gushed out and transformed into fire snakes. They roared ferociously and rampaged through the void. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. Killing intent erupted from his eyes. He executed his footwork and dodged rapidly in a limited space. Moreover, he quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword and counterattacked. Chapter 637. Two streaks of sword chi formed a cross in the air and rushed forward to block the attack of the sky hammer. At the same time, a vortex of sword chi formed beside him and quickly turned toward the fire snake. Boom, bang. The four attacks collided in the air and exploded into a dazzling light. However, the other two attacked mercilessly. Another two extremely fierce attacks rushed toward Lin Xian. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was difficult for him to block them. Therefore, he was hit this time. His body trembled, and the red lotus armor flickered. In an instant, Lin Xian's face became extremely pale, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, Lin Xian suffered an unimaginable injury. This was definitely the most serious injury he had suffered in the past 3 years. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. Damn ruffian dragon, is it done yet? Soon, soon. Hold on for a little longer. The dark red dragon replied. You know that I can't use my original strength because I lost my dragon essence. But don't worry, just hold on for a little longer, and this formation will be done soon. Okay. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. He quickly swallowed a few healing pills, and at the same time, he madly circulated the immortality chant to heal the injuries in his body. Humph, kid. How does it feel? One of the black-robed men sneered. He flipped his palm and condensed a small pagoda, which he quickly pressed downward. Lin Xian resisted. His body trembled again, and the blood at the corner of his mouth became thicker. Ha ha ha, kid, you're showing off. How does it feel? Isn't it good to be on the verge of death? The elder of the Blackwood family sneered. They were like demons torturing Lin Xian bit by bit. You four bastards, as long as I don't die, I'll definitely kill you. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and he was like a killing god. Humph! How dare you be so stubborn? Do you think you still have a chance to escape? Another elder snorted and pointed a finger. A powerful light flickered and collided with the red lotus armor, causing it to tremble violently. The violent power made Lin Xian spit out blood again. For a moment, Lin Xian's injuries worsened. This time, without any hesitation, he took out a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb and quickly swallowed it. As soon as the elixir appeared, the four elders of the Blackwood family were shocked. All of them stared at the elixir with burning eyes. It's actually a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb. The four of them were shocked. Even their family only had a few stalks of this kind of thing, but this hateful little thief in front of them actually didn't care about it at all, as if he was gnawing on a carrot. What a waste! What a waste! The four elders had an impulse to tear Lin Xian apart. Looking at their expressions, Lin Xian chuckled. "For old dogs, do you want to eat?" Lin Xian waved the elixir in his hand. "Kneel down and beg me like a dog, and I might give it to you. You're courting death." The four elders were furious. A little thief who was about to die actually dared to tease them like this? This was unbearable for the four of them. When you die, the zero-spirit herb will naturally be ours. Kid, I'll pull out your tendons and pull out your bones and let you bleed to the last drop of blood. This kid still has a lot of good things in his storage belt. Be careful when you attack later. Don't break the storage belt, or else we won't be able to get those things. Another elder said ferociously. They talked among themselves, completely ignoring Lin Xian. Obviously, in their eyes, Lin Xian was already a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. These four old dogs can be arrogant now, but when the array is completed, you'll be crying. No, this kid's eyes are too fierce. Let's dig out his eyeballs first, one of the black elders sneered. Also break his limbs, so he won't be able to escape when the time comes. The four elders exuded a powerful aura. They were ready to cripple Lin Xian and then slowly torture him. In an instant, the four of them launched a terrifying attack. Lin Shui roared and pushed the great dragon sword soul and perfect sword intent with all his strength. He unleashed a power comparable to the embryonic form of a martial soul, sweeping in all directions. At the same time, he quickly sent a voice transmission. "Damn it, are you done? If you don't come, I'm going to die." "Done, done," the dark red dragon said excitedly. "Kid, get ready to retreat. I'm going to activate the array." In the next moment, he roared and a blood-red long sword appeared in front of him. Sword of Slaughter. The blood-red sword chi surged like a river of blood, dancing in the air. Lin Xian used all of his strength in this attack. The crescent-shaped sword chi swept out, aiming at the weakest of the four elders as it quickly rushed towards him. At the same time, he pushed his body to the limit. "Kid, you're courting death." The elder was furious. How dare Lin Xian charge at him? This was a complete provocation. The other three elders sneered and attacked together. They did not intend to fight Lin Xian alone. 4 terrifying attacks were launched. The 4 of them had sinister smiles on their faces, as if they could already see Lin Xian being blown up. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared in front of them. The 4 terrifying attacks suddenly lost their target and surged in the air. Not only that, but what made them even more terrified was that an invisible force filled their bodies, forming a space-distorting force. Whoosh! Before they could react, the force had already exploded. Oh no! The elder in the lead was the strongest. He was the first to react and wanted to struggle. However, when he moved, he found that the 4 of them had already arrived at the center of the stone tablet. At this moment, they were in the center of the black stone tablet, surrounded by terrifying dead spirits' resentment. The force was too terrifying. It was not something they could withstand at all. Even a venerable one would not be able to resist it. In an instant, the four of them felt their scalps go numb. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they wanted to escape. However, as soon as they moved, a blood-red sword chi quickly slashed and blocked their way. The four of them resisted and collided with the blood-red sword chi, instantly shattering it. However, they were still blocked. Moreover, the energy stimulated the surrounding dead spirits. Streaks of gray aura surrounded them, forming ferocious ghost heads that quickly bit at them. Miserable screams sounded. In an instant, the four of them were attacked by the dead spirits and were injured. "Damn thief, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. When I come out, I'll definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. I'll extract your soul and refine it." The four elders of the Blackwood stronghold roared at the sky with ferocious expressions. "How is it? Does it feel good?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "Don't you like to torture people like this? Today, I'll let you have your fill." "Oh, you still want to come out? Dream on. You don't have the chance anymore." Lin Xian and the dark red dragon stood outside the formation with a sneer on their faces. Just now, the four elders of the Blackwood stronghold had used this method to torture him. Now, he naturally wanted to pay them back. Lin Xian looked ahead, his eyes full of killing intent. Just now, the four elders attacked mercilessly, forcing him into a dead end and almost taking his life. If it were not for the Red Lotus battlesuit, he would have been killed by now. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.